Thank you, sir. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Peace River. I'm sorry. Peace River, Westlock. Yes, of course. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. It's my honor to rise today to present a number of petitions. The first petition is from Canadians from across Canada who are concerned about the Liberals' promise in the last election platform to politicize charitable status. These people are concerned that the jeopardization of charitable status may affect hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that do not agree with the Liberal Party on matters surrounding abortion. Many Canadians depend on the benefits of these charitable organizations, and the government had previously put on a values test on the Canada's Summer Jobs program, and they're concerned that this may be placed upon charitable status. So, therefore, they're calling on the Government of Canada to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, without the imposition of a values test, and to affirm Canadians' freedom of expression and association. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I have to present is from Canadians from across Canada who are very concerned about the issue of modern slavery. It appears that today there are more than 50 million people that are caught up and enslaved in modern slavery, and many of the products that we buy here in Canada are affected by this form of slavery. Approximately 20 million people are in forced labor today, and it's estimated that over 1,200 companies operating in Canada are at risk of being of selling or using products that are produced by child or forced laborers. Approximately $20 billion worth of goods are imported each year that are at risk of being produced through modern slavery, and large companies at this point are not required to report measures taken to prevent modern slavery in their supply chains. Canada has committed to the target 8.7 of the 2030 United Nations goals to eliminate all forms of child slavery by 2025, and the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the House of Commons to quickly pass Bill S-211, an act to fight against forced labor and child labor in supply chains, and to amend the Terrace Act. I would note that this bill is at committee right now and is in its final stages, and they're calling for the Parliament to quickly pass that. The last petition I have to present this morning, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across Canada who'd like to draw to the attention of the House to the following: that sexually explicit material, including demeaning material and material depicting sexual violence, can be easily accessed on the internet by young people. They're concerned that a significant proportion of sexually explicit material accessed online is made available for a commercial purpose and is not protected by any effective age verification method. They're concerned that the consumption of this material is associated with a wide range of harms, including the development of addiction and reinforcing gender stereotypes, development of attitudes favorable to harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly against women. They're calling on the government to recognize the harmful effects with the increased accessibility of sexually explicit material for young persons. They want this to be recognized as an important health and public safety concern, and they want to ensure that the government looks at and ensures that meaningful age verification technology is being used to prevent young people from gaining access to sexually explicit material. They want anybody making sexually explicit material available for a commercial purpose to have a responsibility to ensure that young people are not gaining access. Therefore, the people that have signed this petition are calling on the House of Commons to adopt Bill S-210, the Protection of Young Persons from the Exposure to Pornography Act, which I would note that it is on its way here from the Senate as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition signed by 2,054 people, and particularly they're calling on the House of Commons to recognize the genocide that's been declared in the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry and the lack of urgent action from the government. And they noted that the root causes, of course, is based on colonial violence against Indigenous women, men, children, and Two-Spirit. They're calling specifically for the government to take immediate action on the calls for justice recommendations related to police services. They're also calling on the government to develop a national action plan in partnership with news media to address the lack of coverage of missing persons cases of Indigenous women, men, children, Two-Spirit, and including the vulnerable. They're calling on the government to organize search parties for missing Indigenous women, men, children, and Two-Spirited. And finally, for the government to work with all levels of government to fund the expansion of community-based security models that include Indigenous perspectives and people such as local peacekeeper officers or programs such as the Bear Climb Patrol and Butterflies in Spirit.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise in the House to table a petition on behalf of dozens of Canadians who've added their names to thousands of Canadians across the country who have called upon the House of Commons to designate the month of September every year as National Recovery Awareness Month to recognize and support Canadians recovering from addiction and to demonstrate that recovery from addiction is possible, attainable, and sustainable. As you know, Mr. Speaker, connecting people to community is a key to long-term addiction recovery, and recovery service providers across Canada are working together to overcome addiction. In my community of New Westminster, Mr. Speaker, over 40,000 people came out for Recovery Day this September, and I'm pleased that this petition has a happy conclusion to the petition. As you know, Mr. Speaker, on September 28th of this year, the House of Commons did vote unanimously to declare September National Recovery Awareness Month in Canada.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition deals with the ongoing genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. Petitioners note various reports showing, for instance, forced sterilization, forced abortion, a campaign of systematic sexual violence targeting Uyghur women, as well as political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and organ harvesting. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to take action to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to ongoing genocide, and also to use the Magnitsky Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, to sanction those who have been responsible for these heinous crimes committed against the Uyghur people. The next petition that I'm tabling is about a specific Uyghur Canadian who has been detained in China for approaching 2 decades. That person is Hussein Chalil. Petitioners note the efforts that were undertaken to secure the release of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, and certainly support those efforts and call on the Government of Canada to take similar efforts to secure the release of Mr. Chalil. They note that he was taken from Uzbekistan while traveling there, that the government of China has failed to recognize his Canadian citizenship or provide consular access. So petitioners have a number of specific suggestions. They want Canada to demand that the Chinese government recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law, to formally state that the release of Mr. Chalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government of equal concern as the unjust detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. They want the government of Canada to appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release and also to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Chalil's release, as was done in the case of the two Michaels. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with legislation to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Bill S-223 is currently before the Foreign Affairs Committee. Petitioners want the government to recognize the problem of forced organ harvesting and trafficking and to support the rapid passage of Bill S-223. This is a bill that has been before this and previous parliaments for approaching 15 years, and petitioners are hopeful that this parliament will be the one that finally gets it done. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Falun Gong practitioners have, of course, been victim of forced organ harvesting and trafficking, as well as various other forms of persecution. They note reports done by David Kilgore and David Matus, for example, revealing this horrific ongoing campaign whereby people are killed for their organs and those organs are then given to others. Petitioners call on Canadian Parliament and the government to do the following: establish measures to stop the Chinese government's mass murder of innocent people for their organs, including but not limited to introducing legislation to ban organ tourism and criminalize those involved. And also petitioners want to see the government take every opportunity to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. I believe, final petition that I'm going to be tabling today raises concern about a report from the Minister of National Defence Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination that produced its final report in early 2022. It's an ironically named panel because some of their recommendations, in fact, involve discrimination against religious clergy that have views that the government deems politically incorrect. The report called for clergy from religions which have a different view on gender and sexuality in the Department of Defense from being banned as Canadian Armed Forces chaplains, and petitioners were certainly horrified to see this kind of incitement to religious discrimination from the Minister of National Defence's advisory panel. As such, petitioners call on the House of Commons to reject the recommendation on chaplaincy in the Canadian Armed Forces in the final report of the Minister of National Defence Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination, and to affirm the right of all Canadians, including Canadian Armed Forces chaplains, to freedom of religion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I commend these petitions to the consideration of the House.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I hope you'll be patient because I have a point of order that's rather lengthy, longer than usual. Today I rise to submit this point of order on the subject of Bill C-27, which is an act to protect consumer privacy. The Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and to make consequential amendments and related amendments to other acts. As you know, Standing Order 69.1 provides that
Seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker, as you know, shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motion for second reading and reference to a committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. Comme vous savez, Monsieur le Président,
As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker can combine sections of various bills and put them to a vote. They can group these or have them voted on separately so that only one debate is held at each stage. And you'll find that in the case of C-27, the bill enacts 3 new acts and affects many others. C-27 enacts the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act. Those 2 acts were basically what made up the previous bill C-11 in the last Parliament, the 43rd Parliament, and that was tabled in November 2020 and died on the order paper a year later without ever having been voted on at second reading.
1 of C-27 is described in the text of the bill. The purpose of this act is to establish, in an era in which data is constantly flowing across borders and geographical boundaries, and significant economic activity relies on the analysis, circulation, and exchange of personal information, rules to govern the protection of personal information in a manner that recognizes the right of privacy of individuals with respect to their personal information and the need of organizations to collect, use, or disclose personal information for purposes that a reasonable person would consider appropriate in the circumstances. Part 2 of the bill sets up the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal, which has jurisdiction in respect of appeals made under different sections of the Consumer Privacy Protection Act. The link between Part 1 and Part 2 of C-27 is clear, and I'm not putting it into question in this appeal at all. But where we have an issue, however, is with the third part of the bill. En effet, C-27
C-27 also enacts the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. This was not part of the previous version of the bill, C-11, and the purpose of Part 3 of C-27, which enacts the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, says the purpose of the present bill is to regulate international trade and interprovincial trade when it comes to artificial intelligence systems by creating common requirements all across Canada for the design, development, and use of these systems, and B, to prohibit certain conduct relating to artificial intelligence systems that may cause serious harm to individuals or their interests. At second reading on Bill C-27, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry summed up the new Artificial Intelligence Act and said that this will pave the way for regulating the design, development, implementation, and use of artificial intelligence systems.
Artificial intelligence systems in the past decade has led to profound changes in the way we do things. Regulating AI systems is something that we believe must be done. However, it seems odd to add these regulations in a bill that has to do with privacy protection and with the analysis, circulation, and exchange of personal information. Artificial intelligence, Mr. Speaker, is its own beast in a way, and it should be studied and treated separately. In a ruling by Speaker Reagan on March 1st, 2018, he said,
the Bloc House Leader, the member for Prairie, will remember this, quoting page 433 of Quebec's parliamentary procedure, the principles of a bill should not be confused, and to have a different concept of the principle for most bills could not, most bills could not be divided on account of the fact that they deal with one specific area. The procedure in Quebec for dividing bills is very different from ours, but the idea according to which a distinction must be drawn between the principle and the field is particularly striking to me. So each bill is different, and so is each case. And in my view, Standing Order 69.1 could apply to bills where all the measures deal with one area, but they're so different that it is warranted for the House to make distinct decisions on each of them. We're in a similar situation here. Although the measures in Bill C-27 have to do with digital, Parts 1 and Part 2 have nothing to do with Part 3. So this is a case where it would be fully appropriate to divide the bill, which is a power you have, Mr. Speaker, in order to allow members to study this bill in depth and better represent our constituents by having separate votes on these very different subjects. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech.
I will take it under advisement and return to the House should I find it is necessary. Thank you. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune.
Government Bill Commons. Second reading, resuming debate, Bill C-20, Public Complaints and Review Commission Act.
Ministre du débat, l'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamétis-Matane.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia, with 7 minutes left. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I had a few minutes left of a speech that I made right before the Deputy Prime Minister was going to start her economic statement. So at the time, things were very busy in the House. Everyone was rushing into the House to hear the economic statement. So I don't think a lot of people heard what I had to say. So I'd like to come back to our position on Bill C-20. I announced that the bill has our support at first reading. This today is my second attempt to speak about the bill, but it's actually a third try for the government because they've tried to legislate on this twice before. We know there have been two previous bills, C-3 in the 43rd Parliament and C-98 in the 42nd. So I hope this time, the third time, will be the charm, and that we'll be able to give the Border Agency and the RCMP an external complaints commission, something truly arm's length. It's something that has been asked for a great deal. In 2004, Judge O'Connor recommended that an independent process to manage complaints be created for the CBSA. And the CBSA is Canada's only public safety agency that does not have such a commission to enable the public to complain, to lodge a complaint if they have been harmed in some way. And we know that that has happened in the last few years. Many newspaper articles have laid out the facts. Canadian citizens returning to the country or leaving to go abroad suffered improper behavior from border services officers. I'm not making the speech to try to criticize these agents. We know they do their job very well, but just like everywhere else, there are bad apples. And we need to enable the public to lodge complaints and then have a proper process to see if by any chance something needs to be done. We know that when complaints are handled internally, because there was an internal process that existed within the CBSA, we know that very often when there's an internal process, it doesn't really lead to proper results. And in order to find out what happened in the end with these complaints, very often an ATIP request needed to be submitted. And nowadays, as we heard from my colleague for Trois-Rivières, this government is so transparent that you can see right through the pages of an ATIP request. Like when Health Canada submitted 250 blank pages in response to an ATIP request. So it's very good to see that this process is going to be put in place. The Borders and Immigration Union has also issued its opinion on the bill. And sometimes there are systemic problems that come from higher in the chain of command, not just from individual agents. And so they're asking for these complaints to be able to apply to managers and not just individual agents. They want the whole chain of command to be inspected, so that it is not just lower level agents who end up getting reprimanded. Another thing in the bill is that it obliges the public safety minister to report annually to the House and to the public about what these agencies, these public safety agencies, have done to follow up on the review commission's recommendations, because indeed the commission will be charged with issuing recommendations to the department. So in a way, this would make the minister more accountable to the public and to people who have lodged complaints. Border services agents have a great deal of power. They can do all sorts of things, and we have previously heard about the case of Mar Arar, a Syrian-Canadian citizen. He was deported, detained, and even tortured in a Syrian prison due to a lack of communication between various border services agencies, for example, in Canada and the US. He was interrogated by the FBI, and ultimately, in the end, what this case showed is that complaints are not dealt with properly, and perhaps this situation could have been avoided. I don't have the numbers for 2021, but I know that in 2020 there was an increase in complaints and inquiries on misconduct by border agents compared to 2019. There were 215 inquiries in 2020. And there were all sorts of things that were investigated. For example, by meddling with files, making demeaning comments about clients or about colleagues. Others engaged in abuse of authority. There were sexual harassment and assault allegations. There's all sorts of things. So it just shows that we need an independent arm's-length commission to ensure that people have a place to go if they are subject to misbehavior from border agents. So we are ready to collaborate with the government to improve this bill if necessary and have it adopted. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and I wanted just to get the members' comment in regards to the importance of legislation of this nature, which puts into place, I believe, a process that assists in us building confidence amongst the public. And that's a very critical point when you think of justice and policing in general, that the public needs to have confidence in those authorities. And with this legislation and the passage of the legislation, what we're really doing, at least in part, is ensuring that that level of confidence continues to be there for our border control officers and our CMP. In fact, border control officers for the first time.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I completely agree with my colleague. I think it sends the right message. One that could perhaps help them regain trust in institutions. We know that both for the CBSA and institutions in general, people increasingly are losing their trust in institutions and public safety bodies in Canada, even losing trust in elected officials. Therefore, creating mechanisms that would enable them to ensure that complaints follow due process, that would be good, but it's important to ensure that people feel they've been heard and that things don't just disappear into a black hole. So we think this is good. It could have been tabled earlier, but we're glad that it was today.
The honourable member for the Nanaimo Ladies. Nanaimo Ladysmith. Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my northern neighbor. I'd just like to thank my bloc colleague for her speech. I do enjoy serving with her on the Public Safety Committee. And of course, our committee produced a very substantive report on systemic racism in policing in Canada. One of the clear recommendations in that report was that the government appoint Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people to the Commission because often they are the ones who have suffered the most at the hands of police interactions. I'm just wondering if my colleague, because the way the bill is currently written, it allows for some discretion on the part of the government. Does she see any room for an amendment to the bill at committee stage which might codify the inclusion of those specific groups? And just if she has any ideas on how this bill could be improved to include meaningful participation from Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. It's a pleasure to work with him, and this is a very good idea. It's very important that public bodies be representative. We often say that government should be with gender parity, with youth and minority representation. We know that people who represent us should be representative of the public, and that's the same thing here. If some groups of people are more likely to be affected by this, it would be good if they were represented on the Commission. When an agency inquires into itself internally, we often don't get good results. So if we have that discretion, if there is that discretion to send any people to the Commission, we might not get the results we want. So there perhaps would be some virtue in having an amendment to ensure that the proper groups are represented.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Thank my honourable colleague for rising and speaking in the House today. My question is this to my honourable colleague. As I understand it, this bill was first proposed in the 42nd Parliament and then reproposed in the 43rd Parliament. Here we are about 14, 15 months after the last election. I'm wondering whether the taking of time that the government has had to put forward this bill that was previously already drafted, the amount of time, that lag, really speaks to whether the government views this as a priority. If I could have her input on that, please.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. I'm sorry, I was having trouble pronouncing that. Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. That's a good point. Yes, this is the third time the government is trying to legislate on this. This bill always died on the order paper because it wasn't made a priority in the government's agenda. It always had other things that it felt were more important. That's too bad, and I hope that this time this bill will be made a priority and that we can see it passed. If we look at the O'Connor ruling in favor of the creation of this type of agency, that was 18 years ago, and the Liberals have been in power for 7 years. They had time to legislate on it. They would have had time. The Conservatives could have done this too. They were in power after that ruling. So they could have legislated. Everyone has a share of responsibility on this. I hope that the House will agree to legislate on this as quickly as possible. And I am happy to see that indeed the various parties do seem to agree on this. But the government needs to ensure that this bill is moved into a position of priority in its agenda.
Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de la Santé mentale.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Mental Health. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Bill C-20 aims to ensure that all Canadians are treated fairly. In the bill, it is stipulated that data be collected to address systemic racism. I would like to ask my colleague whether she agrees that these measures will indeed do something to address systemic racism. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope so indeed. I don't have the numbers in front of me about the details of the complaints lodged over the last few years, but we can easily imagine that the demeaning comments made about certain individuals may have been made on the basis of their gender, nationality, or other factors. We want to avoid that. But I'm not here to criticize Border Services agents. They do extraordinary work, and there is a shortage of them at this time. They're doing their best. But that doesn't mean that people should be able to make demeaning comments or engage in abuse of authority, as has occurred on occasion in the last few years. So I hope that this will help us to fix this problem. We must ensure that the Commission remains independent and that the complaints process occur fairly quickly, because if it takes months or years to get a response about the progress of the complaint, then it may feel like the Commission is not accomplishing much. So we need to ensure that things go quickly.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. No, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. So I'd like to follow up on what my Conservative colleague said. I'd like to thank my colleague for her extremely competent and precise comments as usual. This bill, we've seen two previous versions. And ever since I've sat in this House, we have, on the one hand, the Liberals who are always imposing gag orders on them, and then we have the Conservatives who often engage in time-wasting measures, which means that in the end, we end up often repeating ourselves, doing work over and over. It's just not efficient at all. Couldn't we do better? The honourable member has a short time to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words, and I entirely agree with what he said. It's discouraging and difficult to avoid cynicism when we see how things trail along really slowly in this House, and then bills that are so important for the public end up dying on the order paper because the government doesn't make them a priority or because the opposition is filibustering. There are all sorts of reasons that mean that we don't get things done. So in this case, I hope that we will. We voted on motion number 22 last week. That means that hours of debate could be extended, and so hopefully that will enable the government to get this bill passed. Or maybe we won't even need that. Maybe we already have all the necessary hours of debate, but we want to get it sent to committee. We want it to be studied and sent to the Senate and passed. I think that Justice O'Connor and the public have been waiting for that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a great honour to be able to stand today to offer my thoughts as the NDP's public safety critic on Bill C-20. And before I get into it, I also just want to thank the Minister of Public Safety for bringing this bill forward for debate. A number of weeks ago, I was having a conversation with him about some of the public safety bills that he had on the order paper, and I identified to him that this bill in particular was of great importance because we are now in the third Parliament of trying to deal with this legislation, and we know that there are great problems with Canada's police forces and that many Canadians feel that they do not have equal treatment from them. So I'm glad to see that we are finally at the point where we are giving this bill serious consideration. Before I get going on the substance of C-20, I also think it's important, Madam Speaker, for me to say just how much I value and appreciate the members of the RCMP who police my community and work both day and night to keep people safe. In the Cowichan Valley, we are going through an opioids crisis right now, and we have had a very high death toll. And I know that often when overdoses are happening, the RCMP are often the first ones on the scene. And they work long hours, and I don't think they often get enough recognition for the incredibly important role that they play. For those of us who have never been police officers or who never will be, we'll never know what it's like for the families who at the start of every shift wonder if their loved one's going to return home. And I just want to say that, in my time as the Member of Parliament for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I've been very privileged to get to know many serving members in the local North Cowichan and West Shore detachments. I formed a good bond with the detachment commander, and just saying that I look forward to strengthening those relationships as I go forward, and promising that I'll do, as a legislator, everything that I can to support their role in keeping our community safe. And the same, Madam Speaker, goes for members of the Canada Border Services Agency. These men and women are our country's first line of defense at our ports of entry. They are diligently on the lookout each and every day for smuggling networks of firearms and drugs, and they are carefully reviewing every visitor to our country to make sure that we are not admitting criminals or those who may have committed war crimes. But that being said, Madam Speaker, it is impossible for us as parliamentarians to ignore the serious calls for reform of both the RCMP and the CBSA. Some of those calls are coming from within the force, but of course a lot of it is from the outside. I'll start with the CBSA. So, Madam Speaker, the CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, it is the only major federal law enforcement agency without external oversight. And the officers in that agency have a broad range of authority. They can stop travelers for questioning. They can take breath and blood samples. They have the ability to search, detain, and arrest non-citizens without a warrant. They can interrogate Canadians. And they also have the authority to issue and carry out deportations on foreign nationals. And these authorities have been carried out in an environment where charter protections are reduced in the name of national security. And so, despite all of these sweeping powers, Madam Speaker, this agency has existed up until now without any independent or external civilian oversight for any complaints or allegations of misconduct. And again, I have a lot of respect for the men and women who wear the CBSA uniform. They are doing a very, very tough job. But the force as a whole, when you look at the fact that there have been at least 16 deaths in CBSA custody since the year 2000, that underlines the importance that we do have transparency added to how this agency functions, that we do have external oversight, so that Canadians can continue their trust in how it functions. And with the RCMP, Madam Speaker, well, I think we need to have a little bit of a history lesson. I mean, this was once known as the Northwest Mounted Police. It was the agent for enforcing Canada's racist policies against Indigenous peoples. These policies called for the assimilation, the relocation, or elimination of Indigenous peoples so that their lands could be made available for settlement and economic development. And we have two federal statutes that were primary tools in the RCMP's toolkit. There was the Indian Act, of course, that was the primary driver of assimilation, but also, Madam Speaker, our criminal code was used to penalize Indigenous peoples for their cultural practices, and it also sought to eliminate the Indigenous identity that they expressed. In modern times, we have certainly, in my province of British Columbia, we have seen troubling interactions between the RCMP and Indigenous protesters, most notably in Wet'suwet'en territory in the beginning of 2020. The British Columbia RCMP has a unit called the Community Industry Response Group, and many of its interactions have certainly raised some questions. They have been alleged to have made use of exclusion zones, psychological manipulation, siege tactics and arbitrary detention, theft of property, pain compliance, and withholding the necessities of life. In my own riding in Fairy Creek is one of the last untouched old-growth watersheds in southern British Columbia. Truly magnificent trees. It's on the traditional and unceded territory of the Pacheedaht First Nation. And of course, last year in the summer of 2021, when there was a rumor that that area was going to be logged, it sparked massive protests in the region. And again, the RCMP, some of the tactics it used, the fact that it had exclusion zones to keep the media out from interfering with their operation, the BC Supreme Court actually had to step in on that, Madam Speaker, and rule that the exclusion zones and checkpoints were unlawful. So again, another example of the RCMP not complying with existing law and in fact making it up as it goes. Now the complicating factor, of course, in Fairy Creek was the fact that, you know, the Pachidat First Nation were trying their best to cool down the temperature, so to speak. They simply wanted the time and the space to be able to figure out how they were going to manage their own lands. And I don't think either side of that protest really fully respected their wishes, and that was a sad legacy of all of that. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is, I mean, under the current Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, we do have the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, but it has been plagued by extremely slow timelines. Just one example, I remember reading about this in the news. Back in 2014, the BC Civil Liberties Association made a complaint with the CRCC. They alleged that the RCMP had carried out an illegal spying campaign against law-abiding protesters who were opposed to Enbridge's proposed Northern Gateway pipeline project. So the CRCC probed the question, handed the Mounties an interim report in 2017. So 3 years it took for that interim report. And the force still had not responded to that report 3.5 years later, preventing the CRCC from releasing its findings publicly. So those kind of timelines, the fact that the civilian agency, the CRCC, has routinely taken the RCMP to task for not properly following through on sexual assault investigations, despite the RCMP's promises to do better. In fact, Madam Speaker, the CRCC has issued 43 adverse findings. These are conclusions that were unfavorable to the RCMP in cases involving sexual assault investigations since 2019. So that's over the last 3 years. And an analysis of these reports has shown that too many RCMP officers fail to take sexual assault allegations seriously, and they struggle with matters of consent. So again, Madam Speaker, these problems are well documented. They exist. We can't hide from them. It's time for us to confront them openly, honestly, and with a great deal of transparency. And Madam Speaker, you know, I mentioned at the beginning of my speech that many of the criticisms are coming from outside both these forces, but there are also major criticisms that need to be addressed from inside the force. Colleagues in this House may recall the name of Janet Merlo. Janet Merlo, she worked as an RCMP officer in British Columbia for nearly 20 years when her doctor advised her to go on medical leave back in 2010 because of the constant bullying and harassment that she had faced when she worked as a member of that force. So she and her co-plaintiff, Linda Davidson, they took the RCMP to court. They ultimately earned an apology, and they received a settlement of $125 million for more than 2,300 women who had faced discrimination. So it's not just discrimination that people on the outside are facing with their interactions of the RCMP. These are members in good standing whose biggest goal in life was to be a positive contributor to the image of the RCMP, and instead they had to endure an unimaginable hell during their time within the force. I have a quote here, Madam Speaker, from Human Rights Watch, and I'll just read it into the record. Quote, "When they experience abuse at the hands of the police or when the police fail to provide adequate protection, women and girls have limited recourse. They can lodge a complaint with the Commission for Public Complaints against the RCMP, but the process is time-consuming and the investigation of the complaint will likely fall to the RCMP itself or an external police force. Fear of retaliation from the police runs high in the North, and the apparent lack of genuine accountability for police abuse adds to long-standing tensions between the police and Indigenous communities," end quote. So again, that quote in itself, Madam Speaker, I think underlines the seriousness of the issue and why it is so very important that this time with Bill C-20, we make a determined effort to push it over the finish line so that it becomes part of the statutes of Canada. Of course, Madam Speaker, I don't think that today's discussion on C20 can happen unless we make an important reference to the Systemic Racism in Policing report that was tabled earlier this year by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Now, this was a report that was done in the last Parliament, but we ran out of runway in order for us to get a government response. So I got unanimous consent of the committee in this Parliament to retable the report so that we could have a government response. And I'll just read a quote from the beginning of the report, Madam Speaker. Quote, "Given the pervasive nature of systemic racism in policing in Canada, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security has concluded that a transformative national effort is required to ensure that all Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people in Canada are not subject to the discrimination and injustice that is inherent in the system as it exists today." And it goes on, Madam Speaker, to say, quote, "The committee was told that accountability, oversight, and transparency are critical to restore trust with Indigenous and racialized communities subject to systemic racism. Witnesses also emphasized the need for the collection of disaggregated race-based data to provide Canadians with an accurate picture of the impact of police practices and policies on Indigenous and racialized people," end quote. So, from that report, some amazing recommendations, but I will focus really on the first 4 or 5 because I think those are most pertinent to the bill that's before us today. So, the first recommendation that came out of that report, Madam Speaker, was that it called upon the Government of Canada to clarify and strengthen the mandate and independence and efficacy of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. So, through a number of ways. The report recommended that there would be a substantial increase in its annual funding to ensure it had adequate resources. The report recommended that we create statutory timelines for responses by the RCMP Commissioner to the reports, a requirement that the Commissioner of the RCMP report annually to the Minister of Public Safety to describe the steps taken to implement CRCC recommendations, and also require that that report be tabled in Parliament, and also require the CRCC to publish its findings and recommendations in respect to all of the complaints that it had received in a manner that protects the identities of the complainants. Recommendation 2, Madam Speaker, calling on the government to increase accessibility and transparency of that same CRCC so that, the process for initiating a complaint is easier to navigate, ensuring that the independent review process is explained in a detailed and accessible format, again, making sure that the people who are most impacted by this have as easy as time as possible to make their complaint, and also just making sure that the progression of a review and the reports involved in it are transparent and publicly available. The third recommendation, Madam Speaker, and this I think is particularly important because calling for meaningful and engaged Indigenous participation that holds the RCMP accountable for wrongful neglect, negligent, reckless, or discriminatory behavior. So this would involve, Madam Speaker, for the government to consult with local Indigenous groups where complaints or systemic reviews involve Indigenous complainants, including Indigenous investigators and decision makers within the Commission, and ensuring that Indigenous investigators are involved when the complaint involves Indigenous people. I had a chance, Madam Speaker, when the Minister gave his opening speech on this bill to ask him about that, because currently the bill allows for the government to have some discretion on who's appointed to the body, and I asked the Minister if he would be open to codifying the fact that we need to have that Indigenous participation. The media got a hold of my interactions with the Minister, and CBC actually took the time to reach out to Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, who of course is the President of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. And I'll just read a quote from him, Madam Speaker. He said, "All legislation must engage Indigenous input, not after the fact, but during the drafting of the legislation itself. And it's absolutely essential that any oversight bodies of policing agencies include an Indigenous presence." So that's from Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, I think that kind of a quote is very helpful, and I hope he will be of service for when this bill comes before the committee. And it flows on to recommendation 4, Madam Speaker, about making sure that the appointment of Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people are a part of that commission, and that they also form leadership positions within the organization. So, Madam Speaker, I've also borrowed heavily from Professor Kent Roach. He's a professor of law at the University of Toronto. He's often written about problems with the RCMP and the way we need to reform it. He, too, has publicly called for a reform of the existing CRCC to make sure that it can investigate complaints and conduct systemic reviews, but also to create more Indigenous police services. And I think that is something we're looking forward to seeing, a legislative framework for Indigenous policing in Canada. Now, there have been a lot of attempts at addressing this issue, and in fact, my colleague, the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, he was calling for this, he raised this issue all the way back in 2014 in the 41st Parliament. Several standing committees, both in the Senate and the House, have addressed this issue over a number of years. And as has been made mention by previous speakers, we have seen this bill in other forms, both in C-98 in the 42nd Parliament, Bill C-3 in the previous Parliament, and now C-20 in this one. And so in each of those earlier cases, we simply ran out of runway. One of the bills was introduced at the very end of a session, and the other bill, of course, fell victim to an unnecessary election call during the summer of last year. So very quickly, Madam Speaker, because I know my time is winding down, when you look at the substance of C-20, what it's essentially going to do, and this is a fairly radical departure from the previous versions, is that we are now going to create a brand new Public Complaints and Review Commission that is a standalone piece of legislation, so completely separate from the RCMP Act. And I think that gives it a measure of independence that is so sorely needed. And I know from reading government backgrounders on this that the Government of Canada has committed to funding $112.3 million over 6 years to this agency, with $19.4 million ongoing. And I think that's going to be incredibly important to ensure that it has the resources to do the job, to ensure that Canadians can maintain trust. So, Madam Speaker, in my final minute, I'll conclude by just saying that I think C-20, this legislation, is a good and important step. And I do think that ultimately it will help ensure public confidence in our institutions and transparency, both with the CBSA and the RCMP. I think that the extremely vulnerable people in Canada, including refugee claimants, have long advocated for this body to ensure that accountability and transparency. It's clear we as a Parliament have waited a long time to codify these reforms, and I hope members from all parties will agree and come to a point where we can get this bill to a vote soon and send it to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security so that we can look for ways to improve it. So I'll conclude there, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to have made a few remarks.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to pick up on the fact that I believe the report was done back in mid-2000s, maybe 2005, 2006. And it has been a while in terms of taking the action that's necessary. I don't believe in, the question to the member is, because he might actually know for fact, I don't believe that the Canada Border Control Agency was incorporated in the original recommendations by Justice O'Connor, and I'm wondering if he could just give his thoughts in terms of, yes, there has been a considerable amount of time that has lapsed, but there has actually been some substantive changes that have been proposed, and those substantive changes, I think, complement the overall public confidence of two agencies that are so critically important to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think like some of the important parts of this bill is if you go to the section of the bill which details the content and form of the annual report that must be submitted, we actually now have a reference to disaggregated race-based data. This has long been a call from many people across Canadian society for both how the RCMP and the CBSA interacts with people. Also, one of the things that I took note of is the fact that either the federal Minister of Public Safety or his provincial counterparts can request a review of specified activities of either agency. And I think that's a good thing. I might perhaps at committee look for an opportunity where Parliament could also have such a role, because as parliamentarians and as committee members, sometimes these kinds of systemic problems come to our awareness, and I think parliamentarians should have that same ability to request a review. So I would agree with the member. There have been some significant improvements since the first report he referenced, and again, I hope we can come to a place where the debate collapses on this bill, because I know as committee members we're eager to get to work on it.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And one of the things that he laid out and quite well was the difficulty that a number of peace officers go through, the current climate that RCMP and CBSA and all peace officers are operating within at this time. I want to ask him a question about that, because this is a time when there's likely never been as many illegal guns on the streets of Canada as there are today. And yet his party has supported the Liberal government essentially lessening gun offenses when it comes to sentencing. How does he reconcile that with the fact that he is speaking about the difficult circumstance that peace officers find themselves within, and yet is not doing the things that need to be done to protect them? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I will parse it into two separate parts, Madam Speaker. On the first part, I don't think you'll find any argument from any member of this House that our frontline police officers, CBSA officers, do need more support, and they need to have that technology to make sure they're intercepting that. Where I differ from my honourable colleague is on the criminal code reforms. I don't believe that we need to have a simple, standalone mandatory minimum apply equally to every single case. How did I know that, Madam Speaker? Because every case that comes before a court of law is different. And I guess, unlike my Conservative colleague, I have faith that the judge who is presiding over the case will look at the facts of the case, look at the crime that was committed, look at the circumstances of the accused, and make the appropriate sentence for the case that's before the judge.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very enlightening speech. He's obviously very well informed on this subject. But I'd like to know how important it is to have an independent complaints review mechanism. We had a similar situation with complaints coming from the armed forces, and I don't think, even though the report was made a long time ago, it's never been followed through on. And the same thing with the complaints about swimmers with Swim Canada. That's important. So this is an important question that applies to a number of different situations. So I'd like to hear a bit more about the importance of having an independent, arm's-length investigator of these complaints. The honourable member.
Speaker, independence is critical in this, and I think, as I mentioned in my speech, the way this bill diverges from its previous versions is the fact that we are now creating a standalone agency that is now completely removed from the RCMP Act. And what we don't want is we don't want to have this commission in any way have undue influence over it by the agency, by the force that it's supposed to investigate. So that transparency, that accountability, that independence is critical, not only so that it can do its job properly, but also so that Canadians have trust that it will actually be doing that job.
Questions and comments. The honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague and neighbour from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, sketching out, as I would as well, that the RCMP have had instances, and they are the minority of RCMP behaviour, that are alarming. I note that in the Fairy Creek example my honourable colleague raised, even after the Supreme Court informed the RCMP that the way in which they were interpreting the injunction to create setbacks to prohibit the media from being near the deliberate abuse and brutality of the RCMP officers and the way they particularly arrested Indigenous peoples was illegal, they continued to do it. I want to raise an example on the CBSA. We are long overdue for this oversight agency. The CBSA has a very high degree of reported instances of racism, homophobia, and abuse towards people that they have immense power, and each individual agent has the power to say, you're not coming in our country, and there's no appeal. We really need to look at how fair and democratic these institutions are. So I thank you. I thank my honourable colleague, Madam Speaker. I thank you for the chance to speak to this matter, and I'll just ask if he's also not disturbed by the extent of the individual powers of CBSA officers to whom no one can complain.
The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, my neighbour from Sandwich Gulf Islands raises some excellent points. I don't think I've got much to add other than to say I do agree with her, and I think that's why we need to get this bill before committee so that we can hear that important feedback. I think there might be some improvements that we can make, and I'll just close, Madam Speaker, by also just commenting on Fairy Creek. There were absolutely some very troubling reports that came out of there, and it was a very complex situation, especially when you had the elected and hereditary leadership of the Hawaiiat, Didiadat, and Pachidat simply wanting the time and space to figure out how they were going to manage their own lands. But again, clear examples from how we saw police interactions there of why this bill is an important step in addressing many of those concerns.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The young member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's always interesting to engage in debate about the criminal justice situation, and I know the member serves on the Public Safety Committee as he spoke about it. It seems to me that with this government, failure never leads to course correction. It always leads to doubling down. And what we see with criminal justice is clear failure. That is, crime rates are up, violent crime rates are up, hate crime is up. The government talks about combating hate. Hate crime is up, which means they're not effectively combating it, are they? So I wonder if the member thinks that now is the time for the government to take note of their failures and to look for ways to course correct rather than doubling down on the same approach they've taken in the past.
The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford has just a little over a minute to respond.
Yeah, what I would say, Madam Speaker, is that a problem as complex as what he identified is not going to be solved by legislation alone. It's incredibly complex. We know the causes of crime are myriad and they are very diverse. And I think it's going to require a very firm partnership between the federal government and individual provinces because, of course, while we're responsible for the criminal law in this legislature, the administration of justice falls on provincial governments. And I know in my own province of British Columbia, our new Premier, David Eby, I'd like to congratulate him on assuming that role. He's already made a pretty substantive announcement on some of the reforms he sees on the administration of justice side. So I would agree with him that it is sometimes good to change course if things are not working. And I'm glad to see that, at least in my home province in BC, the BC NDP government is starting to engage down that path.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on important piece of legislation, legislation that I believe I would have liked ideally to have seen pass earlier. And I wanted to be able to provide or maybe break down my comments into a couple of different sections. First, just to talk about something that's already been raised in the two previous speakers, and that's dealing with the issue of timing, Madam Speaker. I think it's important that we recognize that there was a report that was provided actually many years ago. A substantive report when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister of Canada, taking a look at one of the ways in which we can reinforce public confidence in Canada's Royal Canadian Mounted Police, given some circumstances that were taking place at the time. That report came out with a number of recommendations. One of those recommendations was the idea of having some form of an independent commission that would be able to address complaints with respect to the RCMP and to be able to investigate. Now, That report, as I looked up, I thought it was around that 2005, 2006. I understand it was actually brought to the House in 2006. Now, Mr. Harper was the Prime Minister at the time and had chosen not to take any sort of action on it. And then when the government changed in 2015, we did a considerable amount of work and effort in terms of doing an overall review. The Department of Justice had a number of pieces of legislation that would have been before them. And we've been debating several pieces of legislation virtually from 2015 on a wide spectrum of that department's responsibilities, Madam Speaker. One of the pieces of legislation, or actually now this is our third attempt to get the legislation through dealing with the Commission, and I can say that the legislative agenda of the government virtually from 2015, when we first brought in legislation, I believe our very first piece of legislation was Bill 2, which was tax relief for Canada's middle class. Members will recall that's where we reduced the taxes of Canadians in most part. We had the 1% wealthiest get the extra tax, but that was our first major piece of legislation. From then to today, you will find that there has been an extensive legislative agenda, and we've had to go through some fairly difficult times. For example, the worldwide pandemic, Madam Speaker, which required numerous pieces of legislation. I don't know how many times I have stood up inside this chamber to talk about conservative filibustering on government legislation. We have seen that consistently, Madam Speaker, for years now. And then we take a look at it and we say, well, today we're talking about C-20, legislation that is significant, Madam Speaker. Not only does it reflect on a report that was provided back in 2006, it is also a reflection on many, or several years, I should say, of consultations with Canada's Border Control Agency, Madam Speaker. So not only are we talking about the RCMP today, but we're also talking about border control agencies. The CBSA plays a critical role, as does our RCMP, every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, Madam Speaker. Well, that whole agency is now being provided the same opportunity as the RCMP are in terms of public and issues that are raised in regards to both agencies, Madam Speaker. I see that as a very strong, powerful piece of legislation that will make a difference. Earlier I was asked in regards to I asked the question in regards to the Bloc Party's support. And the Bloc Party was fairly clear. They see the legislation as a positive. They're anxious to see the legislation actually pass through the House. And they gave full indication that they will be voting in favor of the legislation. Madam Speaker, then we went to a New Democratic Party speaker. And on the issue of getting this legislation through the House, the NDP seemed to be just as supportive of what it is that the Bloc Party was saying, Madam Speaker, recognizing the value of the legislation and the desire to see the legislation pass through the House. Madam Speaker, both parties were somewhat critical of the government for not passing it earlier. And that's the reason why I highlighted the fact that there is substantial legislation. And if time permitted, Madam Speaker, I would go into the different types of legislation that the government has had to introduce, and there is a finite amount of time in which the House actually sits. And that is one of the reasons why, with the support of the New Democratic Party, we were successful at being able to extend hours so that we can in fact sit beyond 6 o'clock. So if the need is there to, because of debate time, to sit till midnight, that we are in a position to be able to sit till midnight. Thanks because of the support coming from the New Democratic Party. Both of us, both political entities, have acknowledged that there is substantive legislation that needs to be passed, and one of the ways in which we can ensure that there's time for more debate is to provide those additional hours. If, in fact, it is the hours of debate that is being required from the official opposition prior to passing the legislation. In the questions that I hear from the Conservatives, I understand, or I'm getting the opinion that the Conservatives also support the legislation. So once again, Madam Speaker, we might actually be finding ourselves in a position in which all political parties are supporting the legislation. You know, I suspect that the Green Party will be taking a position on it, likely in support of it as the leader of the Green Party. And congratulations, I must say, to the leader of the Green Party for taking on that role again. But having done that visual confirmation, Madam Speaker, I suspect that what we have is legislation before the chamber in which will receive unanimous support in terms of it going to committee, Madam Speaker. It would be wonderful to get a sense in terms of coming from the official opposition as to when they would like to see this legislation go to committee. In other words, how many speakers will they be putting up? So, for example, if they're going to be putting up more than 3 or 4 speakers, maybe what they should be doing is looking to the government and saying, hey, why don't we sit an additional evening so that we can put up more speakers, so that we can pass the legislation into committee, Madam Speaker. Because it seems to me that the desire is there to see the legislation pass through, at least into the committee stage, Madam Speaker. Because there is more government bills that are on the horizon, that are there today, that we would like to be able to have debate on, Madam Speaker. And part of the concern when I hear that members are all supporting the legislation is that we might get the Conservatives doubling down, now insisting that they put in speakers until the government brings in a time allocation, in which the leader of the Green Party will be in opposition of the time allocation, and we will have to get other parties to support the need for time allocation in order to get the Conservatives to pass and allow the bill to ultimately go to committee, Madam Speaker. I think we should try to avoid all of that and suggest that if it's not resolved today, that they encourage the opposition House Leader in particular to let the government House Leader know how many actual speakers or what we can anticipate with this bill so that we can try to get it into committee, because there are literally thousands of people that are out there that are being directly impacted, and indirectly, I would ultimately argue that all Canadians are in one way or another affected by it. This, in terms of a cost expenditure, what we're talking about is well over $100 million over 5 years, Madam Speaker. That's the type of cost factor, but the trade-off with the cost factor is building what is absolutely essential when it comes to law enforcement, whether it's from our borders or anywhere in between, Madam Speaker, and that is public confidence. Public confidence in our border agency and our RCMP is absolutely critical. It's one of the ways in which we can reinforce the many things that need to be done related to the fine work that both CBSA and RCMP agents are doing for us, as I indicated, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. In listening to the comments from members, I want to provide just a general thought in regards to bad apples versus the vast majority, Madam Speaker. And just to recognize at the very beginning here that for a vast majority of both agencies, we continue to receive the best service that is humanly possible. I don't have a problem in terms of comparing our national institution, in particular our RCMP, to any other law enforcement agency anywhere in the world. They are constantly called upon from other countries and from within Canada to be able to perform in many different ways, whether it's training and assistance in countries like Ukraine and many others throughout the world, to the absolutely fantastic work that they do here in Canada. The same principle of the majority of those that work on Canada Border Control Agency, to recognize the phenomenal effort. And it is a very delicate work, as some members have implied. It's almost like if you're a border agent, you're almost like a semi-god of sorts when someone's coming into Canada, where that individual is completely dependent on that border agent making a decision that is favorable to the nation, because that decision could ultimately prevent that person from being able to come into Canada. Madam Speaker, it is the bad apples. The bad apples cause a great deal of issues in both agencies. And we often will see that take place. After all, it's the incident that that the public will react through the media reporting an incident that reflects negatively on the institution. So, for example, when an RCMP officer takes an action that reflects negatively on the entire force, that is the thing that gets amplified. And it's amplified whether it's through social media, mainstream media, and that's when the seeds of doubt or seeds of questionable behavior are planted into the minds of many. And justifiably so, Madam Speaker. And it's for those bad apples in particular that we have a need for this legislation, Madam Speaker. That's why it is so important that we recognize the finances to support the Public Complaints and Review Commission. That money is money that is well spent. Madam Speaker, the Public Complaints and Review Commission will in fact have the ability to review and investigate the conduct and the level of service of an RCMP officer or a border control agent when in fact there's been an issue that has been raised, Madam Speaker. And that is the essence of what the legislation is all about. It allows for the chair of the commission to actually initiate some form of a disciplinary disposition where it's deemed warranted, Madam Speaker. Again, that is the type of action that is actually necessary. And that's why when I said at the beginning, and I talked about the time frame, and I put it in the form of a question earlier, yes, there's been a lot of time since the report, but the essence of this legislation is far beyond what was being recommended back when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. Because that vote of confidence that is established when the Commissioner provides a recommendation on a behavior that has taken place, to me, that's what provides that confidence, Madam Speaker. And through that recommendation, we will receive an annual report. And that annual report will highlight the many different things in which the Commission has had the opportunity to deal with. Madam Speaker, I recognize the importance of the makeup of the Commission. And I suspect, given on some of the suggestions or ideas that are coming from the opposition party, that we will likely see some healthy debate on that issue inside the Standing Committee. Given the Department's interest and level of time commitment on the legislation, I do believe that the government is in fact open to suggestions, and I welcome and it would encourage members to bring those ideas to committee, Madam Speaker. I understand that there are concerns that are out there, in particular related to a number of the issues of the day. And we've seen Conservatives raise it in regards to issues like guns, illegal guns crossing the borders. I think it's important when you think of the Canada border control, whether it's issues such as arrests, detentions, removals, they deal with human trafficking, customs, all sorts of trade and immigration, and they also deal with illegal firearms. And the Conservatives are quick to criticize the government on that particular issue. And I bring this up because I realize my time is coming to an end, Madam Speaker, on it. And I might want to suggest that they might not bring that issue up during questions and answers. Because if they do, Madam Speaker, I am going to be talking about the millions, the tens of millions of dollars in cuts to Canada border control that the Conservatives put into place, which actually reduced the number of border control officers, which enhanced the opportunity of illegal trafficking of guns and weapons coming into the country. So I will remind them of their responsibility in terms of the issue and the lack of commitment of support of Canada border control before. So maybe they can come up with a different question, but I won't tell them what they have to ask, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to address the House, and I do hope, as I explained in depth, as to why it's important that this legislation pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I will take up my colleague's offer to discuss the CBSA. I had the public accounts here from that year detailing cuts actually from the time this government took over. It was actually higher in the final year of the Harper era and was actually cut in the Liberal era. This is from the public accounts. So I asked the member, who's lying, the public accounts or perhaps someone else?
I do want to remind the honourable member that, using the word lying is not really a word that we like to use here in the House, and the honourable member also can't use any indication for props. So I just want to remind the honourable member of that. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
We'll address that. I do not accuse the member of lying. I asked a simple question: who's lying, the public accounts or someone else?
Yes. Yes, I do want to remind the member, you know, you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, Conservatives have this way in which they can take numbers and try to make numbers tell different stories.
There will be time for other questions. I would ask members to please hold on to their thoughts. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Conservatives have that magical way in terms of manipulating the numbers. What I know, Madam Speaker, is there are more border control officers today than there were when Stephen Harper made his notable and well-known cuts to Canada Border Control. That I am fairly confident of.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, it's always fascinating, Madam Speaker, to hear my colleague boasting about this government's actions. Earlier, he said, we are taking time in this House. We voted with the NDP to extend hours. We're so democratic. And yet, I can't even count the number of gag orders that have passed in this House since I've been here. And half the time we spend in this House is spent debating German motions to avoid debating. With C-31, an important bill about housing, the Liberal government cut off debate. At committee, Madam Speaker, Bill C-13 on official languages reform. They cut off debate. They didn't want to hear from any more witnesses, even though there's a major linguistic crisis in Canada and the Act had not been revised for 50 years. But the Liberals did not want to debate about it, and yet they claim that we're in such a great democracy here.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it seems every day the Conservatives and the Bloc want to get closer and closer on certain themes. And at the end of the day, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that there is a government legislative agenda, as I detailed earlier in addressing the legislation. There's a substantial amount of legislation that's there to support Canadians, whether it was through the pandemic or now dealing with inflation, not to mention other legislative initiatives that are very historic, Madam Speaker. Issues dealing, for example, with a national dental plan that's going to be there for children under the age of 12. Issues to deal with a wide variety of things that are affecting everyday Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And yes, there's a sense of eagerness to get the legislation and the budgetary measures through. Much like when you have opposition days, Madam Speaker, there's a process of time that allows for votes to occur. That same principle doesn't apply for government legislation. So as a result, if an opposition party wants to prevent something from passing, all they need to do is to continue talking, and that will prevent it from passing, which then dictates that the government needs to take some sort of action in order to get it passed.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, the member completely neglects the fact that it was the Liberals who failed to deliver on this bill in the last two elections, and both of which the bill died on the order paper and did not get through, and that's on the government. Notwithstanding, I actually have a substantial question for the member. Systemic racism is acknowledged to exist in this government. And despite reports' recommendations to ensure Indigenous oversight should be provided, no such provision is proposed in this bill. So does the government not agree that, as its commitment to reconciliation, that it is a major oversight by the Liberals and must include amendments to ensure Indigenous oversight in this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the Prime Minister takes all issues related to Indigenous matters very seriously. We also recognize that systemic racism is there. It's real. It's tangible. We have a caucus that understands the issue, and we look forward to this bill going to committee, where no doubt there will be a healthy discussion on that point, and if there's ways in which we can enhance and make the legislation stronger, I'm sure that the department, and particularly the minister, would be open to the issue.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, there is a major border crossing that we're lucky to have in our riding. And from time to time, we have received complaints from people about the problems they faced at the border. And I've also received calls from border officers. As you know, Madam Speaker, they have to face a panoply of regulations and rules at customs. And because of the cuts in preceding years, that's limited their leeway. And so I'd like to hear from my colleague about the importance of this legislation and how it will help the border services to better serve the community in Canada.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. And for the many of the phone calls that the member receives, what the legislation will do is to build upon public confidence in Canada Border Control agents, so that, in fact, if they have something in which, for example, they are going through the border and they are deeply offended because of an incident that has occurred, that they have now, for the first time, an independent commission that the issue could be raised at, Madam Speaker. So there's a feeling that justice can be served. And we know that there are bad apples in every profession, including border agents. And unfortunately, a bad action by a bad apple is a reflection on all. And that's one of the reasons why it's important to recognize legislation of this nature benefits everyone, including border controls and our CMP officers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, first I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his kind words of congratulations. Secondly, I do support, I've been waiting and waiting to see action taken. Promised for many years. We originally, I remember, that the initial questions I raised about the Canadian Border Services agencies were directed to the minister at the time, who was Ralph Goodale, now our ambassador to the High Commissioner to the Commonwealth. Some time has passed. This is urgent. There are areas I'm concerned about, and I'll raise it this way. There will be hearings before this commission. It's possible that it will progress to a hearing of conduct from an RCMP officer or officers, or CBSA officer or officers. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to give me his opinion. I don't think it can be conclusive. I'm disturbed by the investigation into the Portapique massacres. I'm disturbed that they used something called trauma-informed inquiry, which meant that the people who actually made the decisions and failed to protect the public in Nova Scotia didn't have to take the stand. Is there a way to protect against that in this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that the chair of the commission is obligated to provide an annual report. It's important that we recognize how critically important it is for its independence. But through that report that is provided, I would like to think that a number of potential outcomes can come from that, including how one might want to further a particular investigation that was conducted by the Commission, to potential substantial policy changes at the government level, whether it's regulation or even future laws.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I will take this member up on the opportunity. The reality is this. I would not want to be a police officer today given the proliferation of illegal firearms on the streets. I would be worried about that. Yet this government has done nothing to protect peace officers in that situation. Can he comment on that, please?
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, one of my colleagues said, well, what did they do when they were in government? You know, at the end of the day, our law enforcement agencies from coast to coast to coast have the confidence of the government of the day. And when I say the confidence, that means additional supports and resources that I would argue is probably more plentiful than what the Harper regime provided. And here, what we're talking about today is how we can ensure that we can weed out or recognize more accountability, because there are bad apples that exist in both agencies.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have many things to say about Bill C-20, but I can't follow the member for Winnipeg North without offering some response to the absurdities contained within his remarks. which is something we've come to expect from my friend from Winnipeg North. But in particular, the member spoke for about 20 minutes about how people shouldn't be speaking to this legislation, and instead we should rapidly pass all of the government's bills. I would submit to you that if every member of this House spoke half as much as the member for Winnipeg North, that we would be taking much longer, in fact, than we currently do with respect to legislation. Now, I don't claim to be lily white on that score either, Madam Speaker, but at least I don't lecture other members about speaking too much, right? Madam Speaker, if I can respond here, there's nothing wrong with speaking in the House. There's nothing wrong with speaking in the House, but
Order. I understand that this is a very lively debate, but it's not time for questions and comments, and so I would ask the government side to please hold on to their thoughts and questions and comments until it's time. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it seems that the members across the way misunderstood my meaning, whether intentionally or not. I think it's wonderful when members stand up in this House and speak on behalf of their constituents. And the member for Winnipeg North speaks quite often on behalf of the government, maybe occasionally also on behalf of his constituents. But the point is, he spent 20 minutes telling us that that there's been too many people speaking to this bill. He gave a 20-minute speech about how we should just stop debating this bill and, in fact, let it pass. And again, I would put it to the member that if he wants legislation to pass more, he could speak less himself if that was his goal. I'm not suggesting he speak less. He's welcome to speak as much as he wishes. But it's a bit rich for him to tell other people to speak less when he's giving a 20-minute speech on this legislation. I'm sure there are other members of the government caucus who have maybe particular interests in these subjects or particular expertise who might have wanted to speak as well. But the other point to make just about legislation, the member is right to say, you know, in the last Parliament we had bills that were put forward and then those bills didn't become law. And I was trying to remember what happened in the last Parliament that might have prevented government legislation from becoming law. Well, one thing that happened was the government suspended Parliament completely with the acquiescence of the NDP. There was, for a substantial portion of 2020, when Conservatives were saying it was time to bring Parliament back in some form and we were ready to work in a modified form, the Liberals, in fact, wanted to shut down Parliament because they didn't want to have to deal with question period, but part of that was that their legislation didn't move forward. And then they prorogued Parliament, and then we came back after prorogation, and then they called an election. So for them now to come back to us and say, well, we've had these bills that we've been working on for multiple parliaments. What happened? When they made the decisions around suspending Parliament, prorogation, and calling an early election. So I think the member for Winnipeg North and the government has to face up to that. The fact that if there are bills before us today that have been considered and were widely supported in previous parliaments, that they certainly bear some of the responsibility for the decisions that they took. And I'll make a final point in response to what the member for Winnipeg North said about how the government really wants to pass their bills, is that we have the same situation with private members' business, where private members' business has been substantially delayed by the government's calling of an early election and by the government's unwillingness to be collaborative. I'll give one example. My private members' bill on organ harvesting and trafficking, it has been before the Foreign Affairs Committee for approaching the full 60 sitting days, by which time it will be automatically reported back to the House. And so we have that. We actually also have another private members' bill by a government member that's before the Foreign Affairs Committee that has been subject to the same kind of delays. So we have private members' bills as well that have been back Parliament after Parliament, and rather than the government being willing to have those studied at committee, we've seen significant delays. So hopefully, if the government wants assistance in passing legislation, they would take seriously the fact that there are good ideas that come from all corners of the House and take a little bit more of a collaborative approach around moving forward private members' business as well. Okay, so Bill C-20, Madam Speaker, is a bill that deals with oversight for law enforcement as well as for CBSA. And it is a bill that underlines, I think, the profound failures of this government when it comes to criminal justice and policing in this country. And I want to share some statistics that underline the fact that whatever the government's doing, it clearly isn't working. We're not seeing the kinds of outcomes that we would want to see. So there has been a 32% increase in violent crime since 2015. 32% increase in serious violent crime. 124,000 more violent crimes committed last year than in 2015. Now, there were 788 homicides in Canada. 788 homicides in Canada last year. There were 611 in 2015, so that's a 29% increase in homicides. A 92% increase in gang-related homicides since 2015. A 61% increase in reported sexual assaults since 2015. And police-reported hate crimes have increased 72% over the last 2 years. So the point I made in a question earlier in debate, and that I'll underscore again, is that when you look at these statistics, you have to at some point face up to the fact that the government is failing if their objective is to reduce crime. We hear a lot of talk from the government about the problem of violent crime and about how we need to work to reduce it. At the same time, they are presiding over a significant escalation in violent crime, which means that either their strategy is making the problem worse, or at least not solving it, or there's such a preponderance of exogenous factors that are shifting the landscape that those exogenous factors are driving this increase in crime despite their best efforts. And so what we heard from an NDP member, kind of as you might expect, offering defense of this government's approach earlier, was to say, well, let's acknowledge that crime is the causes of crime are complex, that there are many different issues that may be contributing to the rise in violent crime that we're seeing in Canada, and let's acknowledge that it may not all come down to what the federal government is doing. And I think that's plausible, right? It is true that the causes of crime are diverse and complex. It is true that there's always lots of different things going on that may contribute to crime. But the government has pursued a particular strategy around criminal justice, which is different than what we had seen previously. The legalization and decriminalization of things. In the case of BC, we have the government decriminalizing the use of extreme and very dangerous drugs like fentanyl. So we see a particular approach to criminal justice being taken by the government, and no acknowledgement that in light of the increase in violent crime, there may be some relationship between the fact that they changed the strategy on criminal justice and at the same time there was a significant increase in crime. It's also particularly telling that this deferral of responsibility to exogenous factors is what the government always does on every policy issue. They talk about how they're trying to achieve certain things, about how they're fighting for certain things, and yet when the outcomes they promise are not realized, it's always somebody else's fault. This is a government that came in saying that they were going to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. Well, how's that going, Madam Speaker? We have an affordability crisis in this country 7 years after this government took power. They said they were going to work to bring about change for the middle class, to make life more affordable, to promote economic growth and so forth. And yet we're seeing significant negative outcomes in terms of the middle class and those working hard to join it. But the government is here to assure us that that's not their fault, that all of the measures they put in were apparently positive, but the fact that we have an affordability crisis has nothing to do with actions that they've taken, even though experts, including even Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, and prospective future leader of the Liberal Party has said that inflation is a homegrown problem. So we have these instances where on the economy, the government says, well, things are going wrong, but it's not our fault because we're here for the middle class, even though things have actually gotten significantly worse for the middle class. On drug policy, the government says we're going to take a different approach. We have solutions to offer, which include decriminalization, so-called safe supply, where the government subsidizes drugs. Again, how's that going, Madam Speaker? The government has pursued a policy approach that is not working. That is not achieving the results they promised, and then they're here to say, well, again, it's on drug policy. It's not us. Right? It's other factors that are driving this. And we see this in violent crime. It's worth mentioning the hate crime statistics again. Increase of 72% over the last 2 years in hate crimes. Now, there are many factors, absolutely, that may be impacting levels of hate crime. But if the government says that their goal is to combat hate, and then we see a significant increase, well, it might be worth coming back to the government and saying, well, why has your policy approach not achieved the results that clearly we all consider desirable? Maybe doubling down on the same failed approach is not the right way to go. We see this across a broad range of policy areas where, and there are exogenous factors, of course, but if the government constantly says, when things go well, that's us, and when things go poorly, that's not us that's causing it, that's liable to generate some suspicion. And we see how the failures of the government on a broad range of policy issues, on criminal justice, on drug policy, on the economy, on other areas, are contributing to a declining faith in government, a declining trust in institutions. And the good news, of course, is that we can try to rebuild that trust by having a new government that's going to chart a new course. But what we see now increasingly is that declining trust in institutions, people having a sense that the government, the current government, is not on their side and looking for change. Now, this bill, in creating a mechanism of oversight for the RCMP, it seeks to engage into that dynamic of declining trust in institutions. There is a question of the level of public trust in certain communities in particular, of our RCMP, our CBSA, et cetera, and what can be done to strengthen that trust and to respond to the discourse around declining trust in institutions, both government and other institutions. And Madam Speaker, I would say this about the sort of broader question of trust in institutions, that there are a couple different factors that can cause declining trust in institutions. One is those institutions failing to earn that trust, but another is those institutions being maliciously run down by those who have an agenda to run down those institutions. And I think what we see in the case of government is this government failing to earn the trust of Canadians and thus losing their trust. And sometimes when the government shows itself to be unworthy of trust, they try to invoke this trust in institutions discourse to suggest, well, people shouldn't be criticizing us because that leads to declining trust in institutions. And in those cases, Madam Speaker, it's important that I would say that it's important that we hold the government accountable, that we push the government to, in fact, to earn that trust, to act with integrity and to address the repeated problems of corruption that we've seen within this government, to earn the trust of Canadians. And I know that the Conservative Party is prepared to do that as we offer Canadians an alternative. But I think in the case of law enforcement, mistakes have been made at various times by various enforcement agencies. But I think we also have a dynamic where trust is challenged because the fact that the trust in our law enforcement is repeatedly undermined by those that offer, I think, extreme criticisms of those agencies. It's very important that we work to build up and support those who serve in our various security agencies, who have a challenging job, who do their best, and who are worthy of our support. I think there are some quarters in this House where we hear, for instance, those people talking about defunding the police. And Madam Speaker, I'll say very clearly that I'm against these proposals for defunding the police, and I think clarity from other quarters would be appreciated on that topic. We recognize that allied service provision has a role to play alongside of law enforcement, absolutely. But we also recognize the critical role played by law enforcement, and it is not realistic. It is counterproductive. In many cases, it is counterproductive for those most vulnerable to say that we should be pulling resources from law enforcement. Law enforcement should earn the public's trust, and we should also be critical of a discourse that seeks to run down that trust, undermine that trust. We need to recognize, appreciate, and affirm the role, the positive role in our society played by law enforcement. To understand the realities of proposals to defund the police, one only needs to look at places in the world where law enforcement is not available, where the institutions of justice, police, courts, etc., don't function properly or aren't available to protect the vast majority of society. And of course, in all of those cases, inevitably, when people don't have access to protection, access to justice, there is more crime, more violence, more harm done. So I think from our perspective on this side of the House, we need to reject those efforts to undermine our law enforcement, but at the same time build up those institutions such as this civilian complaints mechanism that support the building of trust in those institutions. With that in mind, this is legislation that should proceed to committee, should be studied at committee, and we look forward to the further review that's going to happen about how to make this legislation work as effectively as possible. And I think there's work that's required, but we need to also understand the context in which this work is happening. That is, it's a context in which we have increasing crime, increasing concern about public safety. And the government's response to that concern is to double down on a failed approach of reducing sentences. Lowering sentences does not help people give up a life of crime. There are various critical steps that we can take to support rehabilitation. I'm a big believer in rehabilitation, the work that the justice system and all of us need to do in helping people make a transition from a life of crime into a healthy, safe, productive life. But reducing serious consequences for serious criminality is not a way to achieve that. Madam Speaker, if I could have a time signal, that'd be great. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In particular, in terms of oversight of law enforcement and this government's failed approach, I want to say a few words about the horrific mass shooting in Nova Scotia. I think this was an example of perhaps gaps in enforcement, but also significant failures of policy. Because we had an individual who was never a licensed firearms owner in Canada, who had a Nexus card, who, by all indication, was repeatedly bringing guns across the border from the United States using the ease facilitated by his Nexus card, who was known by others in his community to have firearms, even though he was not licensed to be a firearms owner in Canada, who carried out this horrific act of violence. And the immediate response of the government was to try to seize this moment to say we need to change our policy, tighten our policy around firearms. The lesson we should have learned from that situation, and there probably are a variety of lessons around enforcement, but clearly the policy solution there was not to make more guns illegal. Because this was a person who smuggled guns from the United States, who used illegal guns, and who was never licensed to own firearms in Canada. So how do we have a situation where someone who clearly had guns but was not a licensed firearms owner was not apprehended for his possession of illegal guns, in a way that maybe would have prevented this violence? These are questions that I think we need to hear answers to. But the fact of the matter is that this government, again, was missing the point here, was missing the response that was required. It wasn't about what guns were legal. It was about the fact that illegal guns were still being brought into this country and used. So I call on the government to recognize their failures of policy, to stop doubling down on those failures, to correct policies that clearly aren't working, and to take a new approach when it comes to criminal justice. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member actually took the liberty to talk about our budget and making reference to the middle class. So I want to ask him a question about the middle class. Given the conservative policy of tax cut, tax cut, tax cut, that's all they're advocating for nowadays, does the member feel any remorse or regret in regards to the voting against, I believe it was Bill number 2, which provided Canada's middle class a tax cut?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will never feel remorse about voting against measures put forward by this government. I think Canadians looking back at the last 7 years, and asking themselves, are things more affordable than they were 7 years ago? Am I better off financially than I was 7 years ago? And I think virtually all Canadians are saying no. Maybe there's a few exceptions. Maybe there's individuals that are benefited from various government contracts. But the vast majority of Canadians, everyday Canadians who don't have access to government largesse, I think will clearly realize that the government's policies when it comes to allegedly creating affordability have failed. This government as well has a regular habit of saying they're giving with one hand while taking away with the other. People are paying substantially more. We're going to see, unless they change course, we're going to see an increase to the carbon tax next year. We're going to see an increase to payroll taxes next year. At the same time as the government was first starting out, they reduced the amount people could save through the tax-free savings account. So we see these multiple instances where the government has tried to say, oh, we're giving you some money over here, but taken that away and more. And particularly what we're seeing that now with is inflation. How the escalation of inflation under this government is gobbling up any of the other so-called gains that they say that they're giving to people. Just ask people in Winnipeg North or anywhere. I think you'll find that the middle class is not better off as a result of the measures taken over the last 7 years. In fact, they're much worse off.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to ask my honourable colleague through you if he feels that RCMP actions like, for example, invading a woman's house unarmed with a chainsaw and an axe and a guard dog on unceded Wet'suwet'en territory should be punishable, something that extreme police RCMP violence that's been noted by the UN on the Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, if he thinks that should be punishable when we know that what happened was in fact on unceded, unsurrendered Wet'suwet'en territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to say in the House of Commons whether someone should be charged in a particular case or not. There may be other facts of that case that the member didn't mention in her question. So I'll leave considerations around that to the appropriate authorities. And I will say that I'm supportive of the framework of this legislation in terms of facilitating civilian oversight. That civilian oversight isn't me saying based on a few select facts given by the member what should or should not happen, but I'm supportive of a process which would look into cases like the member referred to and hold people accountable if appropriate.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher des Patriotes.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did take note of my colleague's speech. He mentioned that, well, he found, I would say, that on the other side of the House, it's often the same members who take the floor. There seems to be a very small pool of speakers on that side of the House, and I find that interesting. Could my colleague perhaps give us more of his thoughts on that? Because I've been wondering, What does it mean to the government in terms of their respect for democracy, the fact that they only have one or two members who ever get up to speak about anything on behalf of the government? Shouldn't someone else be talking?
Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that the Liberal backbench is revolting, and that may be a reason why there's unrest in the Liberal caucus over the fact that only a small number of members are given an opportunity to speak. It's hard to speculate on what does and does not happen inside of their caucus room, but I agree with the member that it is a bit odd.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable member for his comments. And I have a couple of concerns and questions that he might address. So, my past life in the financial institution, I experienced many robberies and was also involved in a shooting. And when speaking to the police officers, a lot of the times the problem is that the guns that were used were illegal, and that the crime of these robbers does not match their sentencing because we're too soft on crime. How can we change that so we can encourage police officers to do their job at the best of their ability and not to continue to rearrest the same offenders?
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an excellent question from my colleague, who always adds a great deal to the debate. And I know there's a great deal of concern in the Greater Toronto Area, specifically around increasing crime, various kinds, property crime, violent crime, and this government's approach saying, well, we're going to reduce sentences overall, and we're going to try to use the rhetorical shield of racial justice as an excuse to reduce sentences for everyone. It doesn't make sense. It's not helping anybody, including those in minority communities. And in fact, it is leading to the significant increase in crime that we're seeing. Now, I very much agree with, as our leader has said, the fact that when a young person makes a mistake, we should seek rehabilitation. People should have a second chance. But when you have instances of the same people, and in some cases it's a very small number of people committing crimes over and over and over again, when you have a relatively small number of people accounting for a very large number of interactions with law enforcement, that suggests that there is a particular problem of repeat offenders, repeat violent offenders, as well as repeat offenders against property, that simply requires a different approach. And the only way really to incentivize rehabilitation is to have serious consequences as well there for serious crime.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his speech. And while I fundamentally disagree with some of the member's positions, in particular on safe supply, health experts and addiction specialists have been calling on the government to decriminalize and create a safe supply because it would save lives. But I do think the member has a point about the government making statements about ideals and principles, but then failing when it comes to delivering the policies that would actually make a difference. And I'm thinking in particular right now of Indigenous justice. Chantel Moore was an Indigenous woman who was killed by police. Her family have not only drawn attention to the fact that too many Indigenous and Black lives have been lost at the hands of police, but they're also calling for Indigenous oversight. And I'm wondering if the member would support amendments to strengthen this bill to ensure there's Indigenous oversight.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that it will be very important in the development of these mechanisms for the government to be consulting with Indigenous peoples, and I hope that the committee will hear from Indigenous leaders about the most effective way to do that. And I know that our members on the committee that is reviewing this bill will be seized with ensuring that Indigenous voices are heard and engaged as part of this process. I do want to comment on her statement on so-called safe supply. My point very clearly was that we need to be looking at the results of policies. And we see how in Alberta, an emphasis on treatment and recovery has led to a significant drop in overdose deaths. And we see how in BC there continues to be an escalation in overdose deaths. And there, a different policy is being pursued, one that emphasizes so-called safe supply, giving dangerous drugs to those who are struggling with addiction, especially when there are medical alternatives to dangerous drugs, which I support. It makes no sense to be supplying the most dangerous drugs to people when medical alternatives can be prescribed, which are actually reducing the harm. So I have a hard time making sense of the policy proposed by the NDP. In any event, if you look at the facts on the ground, it's not working.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with my colleague, the member from Vancouver East. I'm really pleased today to rise to speak in favour of Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission for the RCMP and Canada Border Services Agency. The creation of this commission will replace the RCMP's flawed Civil Review and Complaints Commission and finally establish a much-needed oversight body for the CBSA. This, as I think most of us in this House agree, is long overdue because we know, Mr. Speaker, we know that there has been several issues related to the RCMP, including their participation in infringing upon the human rights of people, including Indigenous peoples, Indigenous women, girls, 2S LGBTQIA+, and their deplorable record related to the detention of individuals with precarious immigration status. Systemic racism that is in fact rooted within the foundations of the RCMP, and it is an issue that is much bigger than a few bad apples, because we need to begin moving away from that myth of a bad apple when it is clearly deeply rooted in the systemic racism within the RCMP. In fact, in an article in Policy Options written by Ebert, Stanton, and Yale in July 2020, they affirmed the idea of the bad apple, that it is, in quotes, largely a figment of the imagination of those who want to argue that there is no such thing as systemic racism. They go on to state, in quotes, that the bad apple is a scapegoat, a way for our public institutions to engage in denial about the abiding racism which exists in the very fabric of their structures. The bad apple allows leaders to say the problem is limited and can be solved by blaming an individual or a handful of individuals. That way, they can avoid engaging in the hard work of acknowledgement and system-wide reform to address the ongoing harms of systemic racism. End of quotes. And harms are ongoing and have occurred without proper oversight, Mr. Speaker. And I have a few examples I'd like to share with you today. In 2015, in an article written by Holly Moore for the CBC, she states that, in quotes, RCMP Constable Kevin Theriault took an intoxicated Indigenous woman he had arrested out of a cell and drove her to his northern Manitoba home to, in quotes, which was text, pursue a personal relationship according to the RCMP adjudication documents that were obtained by the CBC. Fellow officers teased and goaded him by text message to see how far he would go, and another constable observed flirting with Theriault and the woman, saying that he jokingly made a comment about having a threesome with her. The senior officer in the detachment first said it wasn't right for Theriault to take the woman out of custody, but finally said, "You arrested her, you can do whatever the F you want to do." End of quote. And we know that this violence has occurred particularly against Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit at the hands of police, as noted in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, who have specific calls for justice related to the RCMP and their participation in violence against Indigenous women and girls. The very systems that are supposed to be there to protect us, the very people that are put in positions of power that are supposed to protect us, abuse us and violate us in all sorts of ways, including a record of sexual violation against Indigenous women. Shameful. Or the police brutality, the RCMP police brutality we have and continue to witness against Indigenous land defenders, and where the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has called for an investigation of the RCMP on Wet'suwet'en territory. Let's recall, as I've mentioned in the House, this example many times, 2 unarmed women, Indigenous women on their unceded Wet'suwet'en territory, having their door taken down by an axe, a chainsaw, and an attack dog. Excessive force. Let's look at some of the RCMP violence that was perpetrated against land defenders at Fairy Creek. This is abhorrent, and this needs to be dealt with. This display of human rights violation that continues to be noted, in fact, Mr. Speaker, by the United Nations, needs oversight, requires real accountability and statutory timelines so that complainants do not have to wait for years for justice. Years for justice. Individuals and communities impacted by this sort of systemic racism deserve justice, including the many individuals whose human rights, including the right to live, have been violated in immigration detention centres in Canada Border Service Agency custody. Mr. Speaker, I ask you, why do we find it acceptable in Canada to detain immigrants in jail cells to begin with? Why do we find it acceptable to incarcerate children based on their immigration status? It's time for status for all. No one within Canada should be treated as illegal. No person is illegal. In fact, Canada has been accused of breaking international law by keeping hundreds of children in immigration detention centers. This is deplorable. This is inhumane. This is vile. Hundreds of children being kept in detention centers. And it's especially deplorable in Canada, that espouses to be a place that respects human rights, but then disregards the rights of little children. Breaking international law in detention centers in Toronto, Ontario, Laval, Quebec, who have been criticized for not being equipped for holding children. In fact, Mr. Speaker, people have actually died in these detention centers, including this year, Mr. Speaker, at a detention center in Laval where a person died after being found in medical distress. We need to address ongoing and grotesque human rights violations, and this requires reforming oversight, which was affirmed in an article written by Human Rights Watch in February 2022, where they state that, in quotes, CBSA has a history of cloaking fatalities of immigration detainees in secrecy and refusing to release basic information about those who die in custody and the cause of death, often citing privacy concerns. CBSA's extensive powers remain largely unchecked. It is the only major Canadian law enforcement agency without independent civilian oversight, end of quotes. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of Bill 20, an act for establishing a public complaints commission, review commission for the RCMP and Canada Border Services Agency. The creation of this commission is long overdue. The commission must have representation by Indigenous women, members of 2S LGBTQ+ community, members from the newcomer community, women and other communities that have experienced the wrath of systemic racism by the RCMP and CBSA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, who knows whereof she speaks in talking about the abuse of Indigenous women and Indigenous people in a disproportionate fashion. I will briefly say that my own experience with the RCMP, when they led me away, arresting me for violating the injunction to protect the Texas company, the Kinder Morgan Pipeline Company, they were so kind. They said, "Can you take my arm? We don't want you to slip in the mud." When I saw the arrest of Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs thrown to the ground with a knee on the back, I realized the actions are not only different, these are different police people. These are different RCMP officers. And sure enough, it turns out there's a branch of the RCMP that is typically using more brutal force against Indigenous protesters than they would use to a settler culture MP standing on Indigenous lands. When Wet'suwet'en chiefs are on their hereditary chiefs are on their own land, UNDRIP is being violated by the way they were treated. I'd ask for the honourable member's comments.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, first I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, for her re-election as leader of the Green Party. And say, this is not certainly my personal opinion, but in terms of systemic racism that's perpetrated by police forces, particularly against BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, has not just been noted nationally, but has been noted by the international community at the level of the United Nations, including the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her powerful speech. I also wanted to bring up our colleague, the member for Nunavut, made me aware that there are children being bused back and forth, waiting 20 or 40 minutes, going through customs every day just in order for them to attend school. And I'm wondering if the member can speak to the need for the creation of an external oversight body for the Canadian Border Services Agency to ensure that travelers are protected and to really ensure that Indigenous rights to mobility are better protected so children don't have to spend too much time going through Canadian Border Services.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think that's, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her question. And I think that's another example of how Indigenous people's rights in this country are consistently trampled on a daily, including mobility rights. Absolutely, I think we need to have independent oversight. That's certainly something that we have called for. But I think that also speaks to the need to having Indigenous representation and Indigenous oversight to look at matters of human rights that this current government has agreed to uphold in the adoption of Bill C-15 in the last Parliament to see the full adoption and implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask my colleague, there was a comment last week from Grand Chief Stuart Phillip in British Columbia on the importance of appointing an Indigenous representative on this commission. And I'm just wondering if she can offer some thoughts on how important it is that Indigenous people in Canada become a part of these power structures so that the general population can see themselves reflected and know that that lived experience is actually going to be acted on in a meaningful way. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I absolutely agree that there needs to be Indigenous representation on the oversight. It's no secret. When we look at the history of systemic racism in this country that Indigenous people at the hands of police, Indigenous, Black, and people of color at the hands of police have been disproportionately represented. This requires representation. This requires that our voices are at the table. Voices of groups of people that are experiencing the most grotesque levels of systemic racism by the CBSA and the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Series of debate, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise once again to enter into debate about bringing in independent oversight for the CBSA and more enhanced oversight for the RCMP. For me, this is the third time to which I've risen in this House to speak to this bill. In fact, back in 2019, the government tabled this bill, and lo and behold, of course, they table it on the eve of an election, literally on the eve of an election. And without any doubt, the bill died on the order paper because the election was called within a couple of days after that. Now, despite the Liberals promising that they would bring in this bill, and then once again, just before the 2021 election, the government tabled the same bill again under a different title or a different number, Bill C3 at that time, and then the Prime Minister saw fit to call an election that nobody wanted. And once again, the bill died yet again. And here we are, third time round. So maybe third time lucky that C20 will actually get through the system and we will actually finally see independent oversight for the CBSA and enhanced measures for the RCMP. This is so important and so significant. Why? Because people's lives hinge upon it. We've just heard from my colleagues who spoke about the importance of that. For Indigenous people, the member from Winnipeg Centre had highlighted the systemic racism that exists within the RCMP and the unbelievable measures, the extent to which they brought the heavy hand to address Indigenous protests. It was shocking to see from British Columbia, to see the images of what was being taken at that time and how Indigenous peoples were dealt with, all because they wanted to exercise their right and to protect their land. The APTN actually provided this, and I quote, from behind the thin line, the APTN investigation, they said, "You do one more thing and I'll dose you." I don't know if I'm allowed to say this word, but this is a quote, bitch. End quote. And then it says, a Mountie allegedly told independent media producer Christy Greer, according to the court files, there was no name tag or badge number displayed on the officer's uniform. The document claims, however, I did observe a so-called thin blue line patch on the officer's uniform. This is how the Mounties of the Community Industry Response Group, a secretive industry defense arm of the BC RCMP, arrived to dismantle blockades, armed with guns and mace, name tags ripped off, faces hidden, thin blue line patches emblazoned on their chests. Police arrived with howling dogs, helicopters, drones, chainsaws, axe, an excavator, jackhammers, angle grinders, and fancier gadgets like thermal imaging cameras. This is what's happening, Mr. Speaker, and it is shocking. It should be shocking to every single member in this House and to Canadians. And how could it be that such measures could be taken unchecked? But yet, that is the reality. And that's why we need this bill, and more to the point, we actually need to have amendments to this bill to ensure that there's Indigenous representation. I don't know how it is possible that the government, after 2 times before this, haven't had so much time to get it right. And despite the government's claim and the Prime Minister's claim that they are committed to reconciliation, but yet still, third time round in this bill, they still didn't have the wherewithal to get it right, to ensure Indigenous peoples have representation on this critical question and with this bill. This oversight, what is it? Is it just incompetence, or is it willful blindness to the systemic racism that exists in the system? Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment and turn to the CBSA, as I am the critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship for the NDP. The CBSA has unchecked powers to deport people, to detain people, to arrest people. And, you know, refugees, people without status, have zero power. Zero whatsoever. And when they're subjected to abuse, what can they do? File a complaint? Really? Like as if they could file a complaint against the very people who's going after them. And even if they did, Mr. Speaker, the process takes so long that they would be deported. They'll be out of the country before they can even see the result of their complaint. It is a joke to say to people, here's a process that you can follow, and in reality, it does not materialize. And to boot, the Canadian government, successive governments, have allowed for this practice to continue. And that is to put refugees in detention, in jails. Mr. Speaker, the government is actively engaging with the provincial government in contracts so that they can throw refugees in detention and put them in jail. This is happening in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and that is gross violation of people's human rights. The report from Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch has exposed Canada's inhumane practice of jailing thousands of people fleeing persecution, and often, Mr. Speaker, in maximum security provincial jails. Let me be very clear. Refugees and migrants are not criminals. Canada is one of the few countries in the global north without a legal limit on detention. In other words, people can be put in there indefinitely. And we know that there are devastating long-term impacts on those who are incarcerated in immigration detention. And such gross violations of human rights must end now. The NDP fully supports this bill. We've been wanting to see this since the Harper administration. It's taken the third time for this bill to be introduced in this House, and maybe we'll finally have independent oversight. Maybe we'll finally see the federal government take action, and equally important, for the government to end the practice of detaining and jailing refugees and migrants. The government has promised this, but enough talk. Let's see the action. And the government has the responsibility to undertake this work, Mr. Speaker, because people's lives hinge on it. And CBSA is so aggressive right now in trying to get after people. They would even go, Mr. Speaker, to people's schools to arrest them, try to get information, private information from the school system to make that arrest. That's what's happening right now, Mr. Speaker, and it's got to be stopped. And there has to be accountability. And we have to address systemic racism. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague from Vancouver East, in the Act, there is a section that allows for the minister or provincial counterparts to do a review of specified activities to ensure that the RCMP are acting in accordance with their Act, and that the CBSA is also doing the same. I am of the opinion that parliamentarians should be granted this power as well. Sometimes our committees are made aware of information, and I'm just wondering what thoughts she has, that rather than confining this power just to the executive branch, that there should also be more of a role for the legislative branch, which is meant as an important check and balance to executive power. Thank you.
Well, Member for Vancouver East.
I thank the member for his excellent work with respect to this, and he's absolutely correct to say that that measure should be extended to parliamentarians so that there could be accountability. We often come across situations or instances that we learned of, and there should be a measure or a pathway to which parliamentarians can raise these concerns and file a complaint and have the matter investigated. There has to be open accountability, transparent accountability in this process.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She mentioned several examples of complaints lodged against the CBSA in the past. We've heard about sexual harassment and assault. These are serious cases. And as she said, when an organization investigates itself, it often doesn't lead to results. It often means that the people who lodged the complaint don't get answers. And so I wonder whether she thinks whether this arm's length commission would lead to more visible results. Ideally, for these things not to happen anymore, but at least so that people who lodge serious complaints like about sexual assault be able to at least get some kind of answer.
Vancouver Est.
Thank you very much for her question. Absolutely, that situations, horrific situations have occurred where people have been subject to violence, abuse. In fact, there are at least 16 deaths that had occurred under CBSA custody since 2000. And so these are serious situations that's taken place. And with this bill, with independent oversight, in the very minimum, at least there is that, an independent oversight. The organization is not investigating in themselves, and we need to ensure that there's transparency and accountability. And to this point, to ensure that systemic racism is also addressed, and we need to ensure that there's representation from Indigenous people and racialized people, Black people involved in this process as well.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the honourable colleague for Vancouver East, it's long since time that it's manifestly obvious that there's systemic racism in our police forces, the RCMP and Canadian Border Services. We know that up until now there's been no oversight body to deal with Canadian Border Services. I think the debate so far, in the very little amount of time we've had C-20 before us, it's also manifestly clear that this Act should be amended in order to ensure an Indigenous role in the oversight process. And both of the Commission will deal with both agencies. I just like my honourable colleague's comments on what are the best ways that, in her opinion, we can engage Indigenous participation in the Commission in investigating complaints.
The honourable member for Vancouver East, in under a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Indigenous oversight, including Indigenous investigators and decision makers, and the appointment of Black and racialized Canadians should be engaged in this process. This bill, if passes this House, will be referred to committee. I think that is very important to hear from witnesses with respect to that and to see how that process should unfold. The government should have done this work, by the way, before now, and it's so disappointing to me that once again they did not do their job and neglected to ensure that this is actually properly addressed.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Today we are here debating Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. First, before I begin, I want to recognize a first-year law student at Thompson Rivers University. I used to teach there, and I just want to say thank you to him, Najib Rahal. You're about to start contracts class. I do appreciate that. You are now enhancered. Thank you for turning in my wallet this weekend. He is taught by my friends, Professor Craig Jones, KC, and Professor Dr. Ryan Gauthier, and I'm sure he's also getting a first-class education. I also want to recognize somebody else, Mr. Speaker, that is a constituent He's also a colleague at the bar and was also a colleague in my work. He may have even taken my position as a Crown Prosecutor. And that is my friend Anthony Varesi on his new book on Bob Dylan. It's his second book. He wrote the first one in law school. Not sure how he did that. On to the matter at hand, Mr. Speaker. It seems that the Liberals have been discussing this issue well before I arrived here at Parliament. From what I can see, this matter has been discussed for about 7 years. It was first tabled in, and when I say it, the bill was first tabled in the 42nd Parliament and died in the Senate. It was then tabled again during the 43rd Parliament. We all know what happened at that point. Despite Canadians clearly signaling that they did not want to go to the polls, despite the fact that there was a lot of work to be done, the Prime Minister coveted majority government. And with all candor, he let that get in the way of the work of this House. Now, having been here for a year, I'm still learning. But what I can see is that there's a lot of work to be done. And the work in this bill in the 43rd Parliament was interrupted by what amounted to a small seat change in hopes that the Prime Minister would get what he wanted. He was ultimately denied. But there was a seat shuffle. And I am proud to stand here on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, as part of that seat shuffle, and I appreciate the member for Kingston and the Islands reminding me of that. I appreciate that it was worth the money to get me here, as he said it. Those are his words, Mr. Speaker, not mine. Now we have this bill tabled a year into the government's mandate. As I was preparing for this speech, Mr. Speaker, I reflected on why did it take the government a year to do this? The election was about, well, 14 months ago. And I'm wondering whether this was a priority. In fact, I asked my Bloc colleague a question about this. This is an important matter to discuss. We in Canada here have what amounts to the longest or longest, I suppose is proper, undefended border in the world. I have had countless interactions with the RCMP and with CBSA officials, some of them in my personal capacity, others in my professional capacity. These interactions likely number into the hundreds, and I can say that all but one have generally been cordial or favorable professional interactions. And that's why we're here. Because not all interactions, not all things go as they should, both personally and professionally. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a moment to recognize, though, the work of peace officers, civilian members, and staff with the CBSA and with the RCMP. In my riding, we have detachments with the RCMP like Clinton, 100 Mile House, Clearwater, Barrier. Three of those detachments also in Kamloops, being Kamloops City, Kamloops Rural, situated on the traditional land of Kamloops to Secwepemc, and Kamloops Traffic. All of these detachments cover 38,000 square kilometers of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I'm grateful for the sacrifices of those who put on the uniform to keep us safe, often having their backup be an hour away through staffing difficulties, through resource difficulties. They are there to keep people like you and I, Mr. Speaker, safe whenever we are in that area. These members see terrible things. When I was speaking on a bill I authored, Bill C-291, last week, I authored the bill. It was sponsored by the member from North Okanagan-Shuswap, and I thank him again for doing so. And that is to change the definition of child pornography to child sexual abuse material, because what's occurring is not pornography, it is sexual abuse, and we should be calling it what it is. One of the things I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, is that police doing this job are often at a constable level, and they are reviewing horrendous images of unspeakable horrors. I usually in my prior work did not have to view this sort of evidence, but these police officers did. And they're not paid enough to do so, frankly, given the work that they do. So I thank them for that. Let's face it, most peace officers, most people doing the job, most frontline workers just want to make it home. They don't want to hurt anybody. A lot of people, a lot of police officers I know would love to go through a shift without having to arrest anybody. That's often not something most police officers do. At the end of the day, people like the RCMP and CBSA have a mandate to keep us safe. They are expected to do more with less resources. While this isn't always fair, Mr. Speaker, it is the reality of our situation. When it comes to our frontline officers, to our frontline workers, we expect leadership. We expect them to engage professionally, to do their jobs, to be equipped, and to be professional in all that they do. I wish I could see the same from the RCMP Commissioner at this time. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the Commissioner is not always modeling that professionalism, being vulnerable to inappropriate influence from the former Minister of Public Safety. It's ironic that this bill, C-20, is talking about the overseeing of frontline officers, mainly constables. But I question whether the senior Mounties, or in this case, the senior Mountie, is herself immune from the oversight that is required. I point out to what the member from Kildonan St. Paul said in committee in questioning the minister. I won't necessarily quote her, and I'll do my best to paraphrase her because I can't be nearly as eloquent as that member, but she noted that the minister was either influenced by the government or completely bungled the investigation into the mass shootings in Nova Scotia. Terrible incident. So why has she not been fired? This is professionalism and oversight. This is leadership that Canadians want. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about who oversees the overseers. This is something that came up when we were debating Bill C-9 at committee the past week or two, and that bill contains changes to the Judges Act that are long overdue. Before I came to Parliament, I was unaware that there is no independent oversight for CBSA. Let's not forget that these are frontline peace officers. Oftentimes, typically, they will be a person's first human point of contact once they get off the plane, or if they are coming up at a land or sea border crossing. These provisions would require the RCMP Commissioner and the CBSA President to respond to interim reports, reviews, and recommendations within legislative timelines. Now, this is quite important because we require, in my view, a consideration of some measure of independent oversight. Most people here know I come from a legal background. In my world of law, in my worldview, the rule of law is obviously sacrosanct, and sometimes we can have heated debates in this place, as we should, about how that should manifest itself. And we may agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, I think we could all agree that the rule of law is important. And in fact, it's written into the preamble of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In the courts, the rule of law is maintained in two ways. Typically through an appellate function, but also through ethical guidelines. For instance, the ethical guidelines that are being revised in Bill C-9. The overseers are overseen on legal matters by these two mechanisms. The one question I do have when it comes to Bill C-20, and this came up in Bill C-9, Mr. Speaker, is the question of consultations. And I believe that my colleague for the NDP raised this. I'm not sure what, if any, consultations were done, but this is something that obviously needs to be explored at committee if this legislation successfully passes on second reading. Let's face it, governments of all stripes often fail on these issues. We've seen it on the extreme intoxication bill, and it's something that I call on this government to make a priority. CBSA has extraordinary powers: detention, arrest, and search. These are sweeping powers where charter rights are often diminished. This bill would replace the existing Civil Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP with the Complaints and Review Commission. Let's examine the backdrop within peace officers within the RCMP and CBSA are expected to do their job. It's important to evaluate that backdrop as we consider the independent oversight for peace officers doing their job. Mr. Speaker, my constituents frequently complain to me about what they have termed and others have termed catch and release. I hear about this from police officers from across the country. This is why I put forward Bill C-274, because our bail system must be reformed. I have compassion for police officers doing their job and arresting the same person again and again and again, only to know that that person will be released shortly. This government, though it is dealing with the oversight issue in Bill C-20, has not addressed key bail decisions in the last few years that have led to a catch and release system, and I believe it is in all Canadians' interests that the government do so. There has been a 32% increase in violent crime since 2015. This is not lost on this side of the House. We have Bills C-5 and C-21. The word victim is not in either piece of legislation. It saddens me to say, and I'm surprised to be saying this, that drive-by shootings can now result in a community-based sentence. That doesn't feel right in my heart, but more importantly, from a legal perspective, it isn't logical. The Regina and Nur decision struck down mandatory minimum for Section 95 of the Criminal Code, possessing a restricted firearm with readily available ammunition, in this case a handgun. In that instance, the Supreme Court of Canada said the appropriate sentence, as I recall, would be 40 months. 40 months in jail. That's what they said the appropriate sentence would be. For a relatively young man, I believe that the accused in that case was 19 or 20 years old. 40 months. And yet, we are here debating, not long after Nur was struck down, whether that should actually result in a jail sentence, when our highest court, which has frequently struck down these cases, said that should have been 40 months in jail. On the one hand, we have Conservatives who've often advocated for mandatory minimums. It was the Harper government that passed many of the mandatory minimums. And on the other hand, we have across the aisle people who say there should be no mandatory minimums. And I would advocate for a middle ground approach, Mr. Speaker. One that has mandatory minimums that operate in a constitutionally compliant manner. I've stated this to the Minister of Justice, that this is the appropriate middle ground. Unfortunately, he did not heed my exhortation to do so. Police and CBSA officials operate within an environment of 124,000 more violent crimes than last year. This would make up my whole riding, almost. Canadians are tired of this. There were 788 homicides in Canada last year. There were 611 in 2015, a 29% increase. Police and CBSA are in situations in which gun crime is a concern. We had a teenager, as I recall reading about in the news a couple years ago, driving with his parents. An innocent bystander, literally not bystander, driving. This is the situation that our police are operating within. Person in my riding, mistaken identity, shot down at a hotel. These were sons, they were brothers, they were friends. Been a 92% increase in gang-related homicides since 2015, and yet when we come into this House to debate legislation on public safety, the debate is whether or not to relax these types of penalties rather than to make them more stringent so that gang-related homicides will ultimately go down rather than go up. If you ask anyone in the system, Mr. Speaker, I anticipate they'll tell you that organized crime is so difficult to investigate. That's why they call it organized. There's intimidation. There's often a layer of distancing. There's money. And there's organization. If I was a police officer or a CBSA officer, I would be concerned with the proliferation of firearms. I remember one of the first cases that I dealt with, and it involved now Staff Sergeant Kelly Butler, one of the best police officers I encountered. And she pulled the vehicle over, and what was revealed inside the jacket was a sawed-off shotgun, loaded. And I remember holding that firearm when it was in evidence. It was illegal. The stock had been cut off, the barrel had been cut off, and it was probably about 10 to 12 inches long. That is the environment in which our peace officers and CBSA officers are operating within. Our border is porous. There is a concern here about what to do about it. I know that the public safety minister has earmarked, as I recall, $5 billion targeting law-abiding gun owners who are not accounting for crimes. Bill C-5 and Bill C-21 will be targeting that. Where would $5 billion go? Where could $5 billion be spent when it comes to our border and enforcement of illegal guns, Mr. Speaker? I ask that question rhetorically because I have some pretty good ideas. A 61% increase in reported sexual assaults since 2015. I have 2 bills on sexual offenses. We obviously had the Me Too movement that intervened in that time. It's always important. I know that my wife was telling me that she saw a sign recently that said, no means no, but we have to go one step further and say only yes means yes. Only consent is itself consent. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is coming to an end. I know that this act would create an obligation for the RCMP Commissioner and CBSA President to submit an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety. The report would inform the Minister of actions the RCMP and CBSA have taken within the year to respond to recommendations from the chairperson. This is great, but one thing I learned in my first year in Parliament, sitting on the Veterans Affairs Committee, is this. Just because a recommendation is made doesn't mean it will be acted upon. So my hope is this. When these recommendations are made, they will actually be acted upon. Otherwise, it's worth nothing more than the piece of paper it's written upon, It is easy to use words. We have frequently said that. I call on this government to act. My time has come to an end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech. It looked at a lot of nuance. There was a lot of measures he talked about, and he brought up a lot of facts based on his own personal experience. And it's good to hear speeches that step out of, pure partisanship. So I really appreciated hearing that speech from him. And so that leads me to talk about a subject that I think he touched upon, but which seemed important to him, and that's the role of the work that's done by authorities, whether that be police or at the borders. There's a lot of pressure on them. Their work is looked at very closely. Do they have the right power? Is there abuse of power? And certainly there are those situations, and there are unfortunate situations. But on the other hand, we also hear other people who work in that area to say that, they find it hard to go into work every morning. They're always being criticized. They're always being monitored, and they never know when they should intervene. It's very difficult for them. So I'd like to ask my colleague with C-20, because we think that C-20 must be passed, but what message would be sent by C-20? And I'd like to hear my colleague on that.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his very thoughtful question. When I was a very young man with a beautiful full head of hair, I was actually a peace officer myself. I know you're shaking your head, Mr. Speaker, but it's true. It was there. And I remember the pressure as a frontline peace officer at that time. And my honourable colleague's question is, what message are we sending? I certainly can't speak to what message will be received. I can only speak to what message I hope will be sent. And the message I hope will be sent is that we expect our frontline officers, right up to the highest members of management, whether it be in the RCMP Commissioner or the President of CBSA, to operate with integrity, to operate in a neutral manner, to recognize the difficult landscapes within which they operate. We've talked a lot about racism here today and overrepresentation in the justice system. Those are all issues that concern me and that I want addressed. So the message I hope to send is that you are here, you being peace officers, are doing a job. You are employed by the people of Canada, and you have a very tall order to keep us safe, but concurrent with that is an obligation to do so with the highest level of integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I really appreciate my honourable colleague's last statement. I think it is really important in terms of the balance of accountability and the expectations that we have on the front line. In my region, where we're dealing with the opioid crisis, there's a great deal of frustration because we've seen the rise in crime, we've seen the rise in deaths in communities we never thought would see before. And there's an expectation that the police will just handle this. And I remember the chief of police in Timmins speaking at a community meeting. He says, we can't police our way out of this situation. This is a bigger situation. But also seeing the willingness of police to work with frontline mental health workers. This represents major changes, and we're seeing how policing is done. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the role of police, who have to take on many, many, many aspects now in a very complex society. And yet at the same time, we do need to make sure that there's accountability so that they respect that trust. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given his past, his thoughts on these issues.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very good question. In fact, I'm very proud of something we have in my riding. It's called CAR 40. I'm not sure if it's unique to the Kamloops RCMP or not, but what CAR 40 does is it pairs a police officer with a mental health nurse, and they respond to mental health related calls. I said earlier that police are expected to do more with less resources. Don't think I'm speaking out of turn here by saying that we have seen a proliferation of mental health, or perhaps it's actually just coming to the forefront. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not sure which. But I did have a section on opioids in my speech that I did not get to. It's often a case where frontline responders are dealing with the same person, sometimes twice in a shift, with multiple overdoses. I was very proud that our last platform, the way it addressed substance abuse, and that it spoke about a health issue. I also echo the leader of His Majesty's official opposition when he says that we want to get to the bottom of this. We want to deal with treatment, and that a Conservative government would put treatment at the forefront to ideally ease the burden that's on frontline workers. And let's not overlook the trauma that they themselves go through in dealing with people dying before their very eyes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the speech from my honourable colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I want to raise something a little tangential, but he mentioned the head of the RCMP, Brenda Lucki. It's very much on my mind that the Parliamentary Protective Services officers here had to work 3 years to get a decent contract, and they don't get back pay. They have to report through the RCMP now. That's a change that I opposed. But I want to ask all honourable members of this place to do whatever we can. Winter is coming. The people who risk their lives to protect us don't even have a piece of plywood over their heads before the storms come. They are vulnerable to extreme weather events and have to stand outside this place. And unlike Centre Block, the building is not adequate to provide any shelter from winter storms. Does my honourable colleague have any comments?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I congratulate her on her new role within her party. Mr. Speaker, I am indebted to all forms of law enforcement. Some are obviously closer to us physically than others. And the Parliamentary Protective Services are close to us. We walk by them literally every day, sometimes without giving a second thought to the protection and security and oversight they provide to us, so that I can walk in here unencumbered and do my job here at the center of democracy, but my family can do so and Canadians can do so. I appreciate each and every single thing they do. I'm not familiar with all of the nuance that the Speaker spoke with, but my hope is that we can address this and that we can do so in a way that is fair and safe for all. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Niger-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Look, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is clearly in favour of C20, which will create mechanisms, an independent organization to deal with complaints. You know, Mr. Speaker, even a few years ago there was the Allard case, which they recommended an independent mechanism. So, but to date, it's not entirely independent the way complaints are handled. And that's still not the case with CBSA. So I'd like to ask my colleague, why does he think the government, after all these years, still hasn't done anything to ensure we have, of course, a fair but also independent treatment of complaints from about CBSA? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson.
For la question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I can't get into the heads of the government. If I could, boy, this place would maybe run a little bit more efficiently from our perspective. The reality is I'm not sure why the government took as long as it did. To me, when we are looking at legislation, how much time legislation takes, and also when it is tabled, it speaks to governmental priorities. In this case, this legislation took, well, we waited 2 months before we even got to work, which is ironic given now that we're talking about sitting later to get more work done. There were various other pieces of legislation that were put forward, so I can only surmise that the government didn't view this as serious an issue or as problematic a situation as other issues that it's put forward. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Off the top, I'd like to note that I'll be happy to share my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Speaker, I'm in my place today aware that we're standing on the traditional Algonquin territory. I'm also aware that much has been said on Bill C-20 so far, so what I will have to say will kind of act as a recap of where we are. We're debating this legislation which would enact a new standalone statute, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act, to provide an external review regime for both the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Canada Border Services Agency. To uphold the trust and confidence in our law enforcement and border protection services, Canadians should count on a robust system of accountability. Canadians expect consistent, fair, and equal treatment when receiving services from the RCMP and the CBSA. Civilian review is essential for the transparency of that system. Currently, the RCMP is reviewed by the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, the CRCC. The House has now heard that the new Public Complaints and Review Commission will replace the CRCC, and how this new commission will provide enhanced reporting and requirements for the RCMP plus establish an independent review mechanism for the CBSA. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note in particular the impact this bill would have on the Canada Border Services Agency. With some 14,000 dedicated and professional employees, the CBSA is one of the largest organizations within the public safety portfolio. It has a long, rich history of providing border services in an exemplary manner. But inevitably, where there's interaction between the public and border service agencies, disputes will sometimes arise. A transparent means of dealing with such disputes supports the respect for the rule of law. But unlike the RCMP, the CBSA does not currently have an ongoing structure for independent review of such situations. The agency is indeed reviewed by various independent boards, tribunals, and courts, but it doesn't have a review mechanism for specific complaints, including officer conduct and the agency's level of service. I'd remind the House that the CBSA is one of the public safety bodies that many Canadians encounter regularly. I know personally when I come to the border, I always look guilty, no matter what, but I've always been treated with fairness and respect. Border service officers control the movement of people and goods through Canadian borders. They detain and remove potential threats. They collect duties and taxes. Canadians rely on the border service security measures enforced by the CBSA. And at the same time, the CBSA is a Canadian public safety institution that non-Canadians encounter, including, for example, the refugees currently seeking asylum in our country. For this reason, a review mechanism must be accessible to all people who deal with CBSA employees. It's key to building public trust in the institution designed to protect our borders. Under Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission will have authority to review both the CBSA and the RCMP. Some components of the bill apply to both institutions. Each year, both will be required to report to the Minister of Public Safety on how they've responded to the PCRC recommendations. Both will have codified timelines dictating how soon they'll need to respond to those recommendations. The PCRC will disaggregate the data of complaints related to both agencies and report on what it reveals about race-based issues. This will help us, for example, to better understand and address any systemic racism in law enforcement in Canada, at least in this law enforcement system. Now, apart from the national security issues which are reviewed through the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, the PCRC would be responsible for conducting specified reviews of any activities of the RCMP and the CBSA. Now, these reviews can be conducted at the request of the Minister or on the PCRC's own initiative. The PCRC will have the responsibility for receiving complaints concerning CBSA conduct or levels of service and the authority to launch investigations. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, under the bill, individuals who are detained by the CBSA will be informed that they have an avenue to make a complaint. Now, if somebody's filed a complaint with the CBSA and isn't satisfied with the manner in which the complaint was handled, the complainant may forward the matter to the PCRC for review. The PCRC will also have authority to initiate its own investigation into CBSA conduct when it's in the public interest to do so. The PCRC would report its findings and recommendations to the CBSA and to the Minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking about the authority to review complaints, but there's another level of authority required to govern serious incidents involving the CBSA and its personnel. These would include matters that, for example, may have resulted in serious injury or death, or constituted federal or provincial offenses. The CBSA is responsible for conducting its own internal reviews of such matters, but there is currently no statutory obligation for the CBSA to conduct such a review. Under the bill before us, the CBSA would be obliged to conduct internal investigations into alleged serious incidents. The CBSA will be required to notify the police of the jurisdiction in which the alleged serious incident took place and notify the PCRC. Furthermore, the CBSA will be required to provide the PCRC with reports and other information on serious incidents. The PCRC, for its part, will have the authority to send an observer to verify the impartiality of the CBSA's internal investigation, and it'll be required to report on the number, types, and outcomes of serious incidents as part of its annual reporting. I'm sure that honourable members will agree that this provides a much-needed degree of transparency to the handling of serious incidents. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the House of the special nature of the CBSA review in that it would seek to provide the consistent, fair, and equal treatment that Canadians would expect in a manner that would also include people who do not reside in Canada. The Canadian Human Rights Commission, for example, can only receive complaints from individuals lawfully in Canada. The PCRC, on the other hand, would be in a position to accept complaints from foreign nationals that involve allegations of discrimination by the CBSA. Mr. Speaker, these are important matters in creating the kind of robust accountability mechanisms essential for public trust in our border systems, as well as our law enforcement institutions. The time is well overdue for the CBSA to join its partner organizations in having such a mechanism. Indeed, this is the third time in recent years that the government has endeavored to reform the system. We attempted in 2019 under Bill C-98 and again in 2020 as Bill C-3. This bill, now that we're to it, is a key part of the government's agenda, and I urge my honourable colleagues to join me in supporting its quick passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Anybody? Well, we can move on to the next speech then. There you go. All right. Well, we'll take one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. I'm wondering if he can reflect on the importance of establishing this review body so that Canadians can have confidence in the law enforcement and protection agencies that we have. I'm wondering if you provide his comments on the importance of that.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood-Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks my honourable colleague for the question. Back in 2003, the Harvard Business Review issued a publication that I think should be required reading for anybody who has to deal with the public. And it was all about fair process in the knowledge economy. Fair process is a really critical issue, and it should be for everybody who is overseeing the creation of legislation, such as we're doing now, or right down to the work that we provide in our constituency offices. Fair process means a good hearing. It means objective review of what's been presented. And it allows for independent, objective analysis, review, and recommendations. This is what the legislation proposes to apply to the CBSA, and I think it's probably about 3 years overdue.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip has been calling for amendments to this proposed legislation to ensure that, if established, the enforcement watchdog would employ Indigenous people as both decision makers and complaints investigators. This was one of the recommendations that came out of the House Committee study on systemic racism in policing. And I'm curious if the member will push his government to ensure that Indigenous representation is top of mind, that these amendments are put forward and passed, and that Indigenous investigators are probing complaints when it comes to Indigenous people's files.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood-Port Kells.
In answer to the honourable member's question, absolutely, that is something that I will definitely advocate and support. I believe that when the committee gets its hands on this, that some of the people who are asking to be involved in the system should be called as witnesses so that they can provide directly to the committee their recommendations, which can find its way into the final version that comes back to the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
First, back to my honourable colleague from Fleetwood-Port Kells. Thanks for both. Congratulations that I'm leader of the Green Party of Canada, and thank you for splitting his time with me. My chance will come up very soon. But I am wondering whether, as a British Columbia Member of Parliament, he has been disturbed by the videos, which I wonder if he's seen, of the arrests and the treatment of Indigenous people within British Columbia, particularly with Wet'suwet'en territories, where land defenders were quite brutalized, and in Fairy Creek as well, where land defenders were brutalized.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I've been disturbed by all of the factors that have come around that particular project. That will include, any mistreatment of people who are out demonstrating and exercising their constitutional rights. Also disturbed, though, at the destruction of property and lawlessness that may have been taking place there. I'm also aware that police officers usually have a millisecond to make up their minds on how to react to a situation, whereas the rest of us have all of time after that to review what they've done and to pass judgment on them. But this is precisely the kind of mechanism that we need to do the deeper dive into these incidents, learn from them, and refine how we approach some very, very ticklish situations.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in this place acknowledging that we stand on the territory of the Algonquin Nation, Anishinaabe Nation, unceded, and, well, essentially this building sits on Algonquin land. To them I say Miigwech. I'm very pleased that we have seen another incarnation of Bill C-20. The fundamental essence of this legislation, for those who may just be joining debate, is to ensure that two really significant federal law enforcement agencies have mechanisms for civilian complaint. Les deux agences, évidemment, nous avons.
There are two agencies, the RCMP and the CBSA.
Services agencies and the RCMP interact with Canadians and foreigners on a regular basis. The RCMP has had a public complaints commission for many years. It has been inadequate. It has not had, initially didn't have powers to subpoena, to find out from RCMP officers what really happened in any event. The ability to call witnesses, to summon witnesses is terribly important. Les pouvoirs dont l'Agence pour la Commission publique.
The powers of that review commission for complaints against the RCMP, those powers are fairly weak. But it is remarkable that we don't have any kind of mechanism for CBSA complaints.
Has never had any mechanism for anyone to raise a complaint or concern. I don't know about others of my colleagues in this place, but certainly through COVID, we had a lot of reasons to be concerned about the structure of the Canadian Border Services Agency and the degree of powers granted to individual officers. It will be beyond the scope of this act to deal with some of these issues, so I just place them before us now as we go through second reading debate. I think it's concerning for all of us. I shouldn't speak for all my colleagues, but I have a hunch, because I talked to many, regardless of party, during the period of time that we were trying to help Canadians come home to Canada. If you were, for instance, married to a permanent resident, not a Canadian citizen, you had to make your pitch at the border to a Canadian Border Services agent whose decision was final and whose decision was discretionary to that particular officer. This created no end of misery for Canadian families, and much of it, I do know that Cabinet at the time passed another order in council to try to alleviate the problem. But the idea that an individual officer, and this is still the case, an individual officer can make a decision on the spot about anyone. My stepdaughter once was going into the United States to take up a new job that she had in California. She had all her paperwork, but the Canadian Border Services agent didn't like her. She just said, nope, I don't believe you. I don't think you have a job. Back you go. There's no appeal. There's no place to go with that. We need to take a broader look at the Canadian Border Services Agency. One of my, it wasn't my constituent, but they asked me for help. They happened to be a couple I know from Cape Breton Island, where my family lives, and I'm from Cape Breton. The couple came to the border at the New Brunswick border with Maine, and they drove through up to the Canadian kiosk to say, "Here we are, we're coming home." And they said to the wife, "Well, you can come home, you're Canadian, but your husband can't come home, he's still a permanent resident." So they actually drove through. They had to leave one spouse at the border with all their luggage while the other was allowed into Canada because they weren't allowed to go back into the U.S. together. I mean, these kinds of things are nonsensical, and there has been, I think we need to actually look at Canadian Border Services Agency and make some policy choices and raise some other issues. We certainly know that we want, as a matter of policy, and I've heard this from many people in this House today, that we want the CBSA focused on stopping the smuggling of guns. We want the CBSA focused on the smuggling of contraband drugs. We don't particularly want the CBSA at the border to terrorize racialized people from other countries. We don't want them thinking their number one job is to find people whose citizenship is not quite right, whose paperwork as a permanent resident is not quite right, and get them deported as quickly as possible. So, yes, we have a lot of complaints about CBSA, and there are concerns about racial profiling in the RCMP. There are complaints that need to be heard. But I really want to emphasize the extent to which the CBSA in the past has brutalized Canadians. I'll give you one example because it comes from my own experience. I was just discussing it with the Member of Parliament in whose riding it happened before he was the MP from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. An Indigenous man born in the state of California, Indigenous, came across the border in the 1980s, maybe 70s, 1970s, with an Indigenous woman from Penelakut Island, from the Penelakut Nation of Vancouver Island. They married, they had kids, they had grandkids. There is a thing called the Jay Treaty, but obviously the CBSA had never heard of it, that gives additional rights to Indigenous peoples crossing borders. In any case, for some reason, they decided, and this was in 2013, to show up at the door of Richard Germain from Penelakut Island. They had not sent a note, such as we've noticed you don't seem to have all your paperwork done to be a Canadian permanent resident. They just showed up 4 days before Christmas, arrested him. I'm not exaggerating a bit. They put him in leg irons in the back of a van and drove him off Vancouver Island, the long ferry ride to Vancouver, where they placed him in a cell. I've seen the cells now because thanks to Senator Kim Pate, who likes to take other parliamentarians on tours of prisons, it's in the basement of Vancouver Airport. The people who are put there are rarely there for more than 24 hours. They are summarily deported. Since the time that I toured that facility, they've moved a different facility for deportation of foreigners. But this was a railroading. This was fast. This was taking someone from his home as a grandfather right before Christmas in front of his wife, who was a residential school survivor, and taking him for deportation without due process because, well, that was what the political mood wanted to do. We really do desperately need this legislation. I will be supporting it to get it through second reading and get it to committee, Mr. Speaker. It's the CBSA for a long time has had a high level of complaints. These have been noted by the Auditor General, complaints of racism, homophobia, transphobia, rudeness. It's an agency that desperately needs oversight. Now, I want to make sure that as other speakers have said, there are wonderful agents in the RCMP, wonderful agents in the CBSA, but this is crying out for reform. I will be presenting amendments on Bill C-20 because I want to make sure it's as rigorous as possible, as fair as possible to people who experience these issues at the border with CBSA. We also need to do much more to examine systemic racism within the RCMP. We need to do much more to pay attention to, and what if people don't feel they can actually make a complaint? We need proactive programs that are anti-racism programs within the RCMP, and we need to take a very, very close look at so-called wellness checks, which end up, and as in the case of Rodney Levi, who was a member of the Mi'kmaq Maliseet Passamaquoddy Nation, who in June 2020 was killed by an RCMP officer. Local complaint commissions, efforts at inquiries and coroner's reports are really where you don't want to start the efforts to ensure this doesn't happen again. The place to start efforts to ensure it doesn't happen again is specific anti-racism training, specific training to root out misogyny within the RCMP or the CBSA, and ensure that the agencies that are created to protect us, that we protect them, that we take steps to ensure that our RCMP and CBSA agents are protected themselves, and we need to make sure that this process set up under Bill C-20 is robust and fair and does its best to ensure that our law enforcement agencies meet our values as Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for her speech and also congratulate her on her re-election as leader of the Green Party. And I'm wondering if she could comment on the importance of this legislation and in strengthening this legislation, especially when it comes to the kind of spying and illegal spying against law-abiding protesters. I'm thinking right now of, Enbridge and the Northern Gateway pipeline projects, especially when it comes to First Nations activists. And also, the CRCC released a report after being sued by the BC CLA on the Mounties' use of arbitrary searches and broad exclusion zones when it came to Mi'kmaq protesters doing anti-fracking standoffs in New Brunswick. I'd love to hear her thoughts.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I really appreciate the Honourable Member for Victoria remembering the Elsipogtog standoff in New Brunswick. It was a non-violent protest. It's demonstrated in many ways to be a non-violent protest. And it was also widely supported. The Indigenous land defenders of Elsipogtog, a part of the larger Mi'kmaq Maliseet and Passamaquoddy Nation, were widely supported by settler culture New Brunswick residents nearby. There were people on the side of the road supporting the Elsipogtog Nation. The Elsipogtog Nation was letting emergency vehicles through. They were there to protect their land against the drilling for hydraulic drilling for what is called fracking. And the response, when the RCMP the night before had brought the nonviolent protesters tobacco, a suggestion that we were now in a stage for de-escalation and working together, only to have a pre-dawn raid the next morning that involved attack dogs, fully armed, like a SWAT team moving in. Those kinds of incidents leave a community traumatized. They should leave settler culture Canadians ashamed. And the incident was never explored. There were no answers given to anyone as to why the RCMP chose an aggressive, violent approach to shut down that particular effort to ban fracking. Fortunately, the government elected right after that event banned fracking in New Brunswick. The current government is wobbly on the point, but I see my time is up.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that in her speech, the member from Saanich Gulf Islands spoke about the experience that her stepdaughter had when entering the States. And the reality is that these various different experiences are so arbitrary and can be different depending on the person. They can be different depending on the circumstance. They can be different depending on just about any variable. And I'm wondering if she can comment on how she sees the setup of this structure as being something that would be beneficial in order for an individual like her daughter-in-law to have somewhere to go to file a proper grievance or complaint.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. She was my stepdaughter, and it was a real blow because you have the job all set up, and some arbitrary guy decides, nope, we're not letting you fulfill your life's dreams. It's my decision, and there's no appeal. So obviously having an appeal will help, but so too will really examining the day-to-day operations of CBSA and providing more guidance. For instance, an officer shouldn't have full discretion to decide by whether they like the cut of someone's jib, whether they're coming into Canada or not. They should have some criteria. And if the criteria haven't been met, well, then they have a reason to say no. But if there are no criteria, and it's often as subjective as that, just as the Honourable Member for Kingston the Islands suggested, it's arbitrary and it's discretionary and it's specific to each officer. So I certainly have had the experience of my constituents having completely different experiences at different airports with different CBSA officers on the same fact set, completely different decisions. So I do urge the ministers responsible, as we get Bill C-20 through, and I know it will be outside the scope of the Act, to say, and also CBSA officers should not have unfettered discretion to make decisions that affect people's lives as fundamentally as they do.
Time for a little interaction. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll make it quick. To the member opposite, thank you for your words. I was listening. I was not around when this was brought up twice past. Bill C-98 and Bill C-3 have both come up in the 42nd and 43rd Parliaments. They didn't come through. They both died on the order paper. Perhaps she could share some of her wisdom as to why she feels perhaps these didn't make it through. And here we are again debating pretty similar legislation for the third time.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thanks, my friend from Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante. I think that the government of the day, which happens to be the same government of the day, brought forward the legislation without a real commitment to see it through. Came through, dies on when legislation dies on the order paper. Sometimes it's inevitable, but in this case, we've been debating this. We've been calling for change. As I said earlier in a question to another colleague, I remember raising this in Parliament when the minister responsible was Ralph Goodale as Public Safety Minister. It wasn't that long ago, but this has been coming up for at least 7 years of deep concern that we need an oversight body for an agency with the powers that CBSA has. And I hope that this time, and the Honourable Member is a member of the official opposition, I hope that we can band together from all parties and say, we cannot let this situation go on. This time, let's get it over the finish line and make sure it's good law.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante.
No, I think.
Oh no, well, we flipped.
I think so.
All right. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Sorry, I think I freaked him out there just a little bit. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In fairness, I think that there was a little bit of confusion there, but yes is the best compliment that I've ever had. So thank you to the member from Barrie for allowing me to speak. But Mr. Speaker, we are talking today about a very important piece of legislation, Bill C-20, which would establish a new Public Complaints and Review Commission for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the Canadian Border Services Agency. It would enact accountability and transparency mechanisms that would provide a foundation for trust and confidence in Canada's public safety. Employees of both the RCMP and CBSA hold broad range of powers. Public trust that those powers are to be used appropriately is crucial to maintaining respect for the rule of law. There is a balance that needs to be established. On the one hand, Canada's public safety and security priorities, and on the other, respect for fair treatment and human rights. It is our system that balance is supported by ensuring civilian review of public safety bodies such as the RCMP and CBSA. This is a standalone bill. It provides these mechanisms not as part of enabling statutes of the RCMP or CBSA, but independently of those statutes. By doing this, we underscore the importance of the independent civilian review of organizations entrusted with maintaining public safety. Both the RCMP and CBSA employees interact with the public on a daily basis, including with vulnerable populations. One of those organizations, the Canada Border Services Agency, currently has no civilian review mechanism to deal with public complaints. The Canada Border Service Agency Act itself is silent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, this legislation would close a long-standing gap by providing a review body for the CBSA. The RCMP currently has a civilian accountability body in the existing Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, the CRCC. But over the years, there have been calls to update and enhance the CRCC. The CRCC itself has advised on the need to strengthen and expand existing review mechanisms for the RCMP. I want to thank the chairperson, Micheline Leahy, and her staff at the CRCC for their thoughtfulness, thoroughness, and dedication in recommending additional accountability and transparency mechanisms included in this bill. Bill C, and thank you to the page for bringing me that water. Just before I was about to start speaking, I felt as though I was going to start coughing, so I'm just going to take a quick sip.
We love our page.
I know my conservative friends would hate for me to miss a breath, so I'll continue as quickly as possible. But over the years, as I was saying, when it comes to that civilian accountability, Mr. Speaker, over the years, there have been calls to update and enhance the CRCC. The CRCC itself has advised on the need to strengthen and expand existing review mechanisms for the RCMP. Bill C-20 would see the new Public Complaints and Review Commission replace the CRCC. The PCRC would continue the CRCC's existing mandate for complaints and review, but with new accountability tools at its disposal, applying to both the RCMP and CBSA. On its own initiative, or at the request of the Minister, the PCRC would be able to conduct specified reviews on any RCMP or CBSA activities that do not involve national security. I would remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that national security issues are handled by the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. The PCRC will have the authority to investigate complaints about conduct and level of service in both the RCMP and CBSA. If a complaint is not satisfied with how these organizations have handled a complaint, the PCRC can conduct a review. When it is the public's interest to do so, the PCRC may initiate its own complaint and investigation into the RCMP and CBSA conduct. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that has underscored the need for a renewed and enhanced review system has been the time it has taken the RCMP in the past to respond to CRCC reports and recommendations. Frequent delays led to federal court decision that the RCMP must provide a response to CRCC interim reports within 6 months. Over the last year, the RCMP has improved the timelines with which it responds to the CRCC. We want to ensure this improvement continues. Bill C-20 includes timelines that codify when a response is required to an interim report, review, or recommendation from the PCRC. When the PCRC issues an interim report, the RCMP and CBSA will have 6 months to respond. Should the PCRC issue specified reviews and recommendations, the RCMP and CBSA will have 60 days to respond. Not only must these bodies report back to the Commissioner of the PCRC within these codified timelines, Mr. Speaker, the bill would obligate the RCMP Commissioner and the CBSA President each to submit an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety. These reports would detail the actions the RCMP and CBSA have taken within the year to respond to PCRC recommendations. In short, Mr. Speaker, the bill gives the PCRC tools that the CRCC did not have to uphold civilian review and the law enforcement system. But there are other tools in this bill that are designed to enhance, at another level, the trust and confidence that Canadians have for the public safety in our country. In their recommendations on ways to enhance the CRCC, the chairperson and her colleagues looked beyond the measures that would improve accountability. They considered ways in which a new review mechanism might enhance the public trust and respect for law enforcement in general and the rule of law itself. Among the challenges is the urgent need to increase knowledge about systemic racism in law enforcement. This includes work done by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, which are in the report entitled "Systemic Racism in Policing in Canada." I am pleased to say that this bill responds to the committee's recommendation that the government clarify and strengthen the mandate, independence, and efficacy of the CRCC. It provides for codified timelines for the RCMP's responses to the PCRC reports, for the RCMP to report annually to the Minister of implementing PCRC recommendations, and providing for the protection of the identity of the complainants. That which gets measured gets done, Mr. Speaker. And if we are to respond to systemic racism, we must first gather the data that will inform our solutions. This bill gives statutory authority to the recommendation that the new PCRC will collect and publish disaggregated race-based data of complainants in consultation with the RCMP and CBSA. Moreover, the bill provides the PCRC with a mandate to implement public education and information programs. These will help inform Canadians on their rights of redress should they have issues with how they were treated by the RCMP or CBSA officials. The programs will also increase, Mr. Speaker, knowledge and awareness of the PCRC's mandate and thus provide a better understanding of how the role of civilian review in upholding the rule of law. As with the collection of race-based data, the public information mandate will be especially important in helping earn the trust of Indigenous, Black, and racialized Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is a high priority for this government. Twice before, we have introduced bills to address many of these issues. They died on the order paper, but in the process, we listened to all points of view and remained determined to strengthen transparency and accountability. The bill before us now takes advantage of what we have learned. It responds to some of the issues that are long overdue, such as the need to provide a review mechanism to the CBSA. It responds to some of the issues that have presented difficulties in the past, such as the need to respond to recommendations in a timely manner. And it responds to issues that have gained more attention in recent years, such as the evidence of systemic racism in the law enforcement system and the urgent need to find solutions. The government has responded to those issues with a standalone bill that highlights the importance of civilian review of the law enforcement and border security systems. And Mr. Speaker, I would also add that I think that it is extremely important to ensure that we have such mechanisms in place for people to take their complaints and for their complaints to be heard. You know, we heard the example moments ago from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands of her, I think she said daughter-in-law, stepdaughter, thank you, her stepdaughter and the issue that she had. And that's not uncommon. We hear about these situations all the time. Quite frankly, I've heard of situations similar to this. And I think it's critically important that when people experience these situations, whether they're crossing a border or whether it's something with the RCMP, that they have an avenue to have their complaint heard. Sometimes those complaints are valid, sometimes they're not. But the reality is I don't think we're doing a service to anybody by not having the tool for those complaints to be heard. And the reality is, at least in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that having such a tool is not just a benefit to the complainant, but indeed a benefit to the individual or individuals that the complaint is being made against. Because quite often, especially in the world that we live in today, a complaint can be made and amplified through social media. And if it's sensationalized enough, it can gain traction and people can very quickly become and be made aware of somebody's grievance that they might have with a border agent or an RCMP member. We all see people that are filming and recording just about everything. And the reality is that a tool like this, for those individuals to bring this complaint forward, would indeed also give the opportunity for both sides of the story to be heard and the light to come out in terms of everything that has to be represented with individual circumstances and cases. And that's why I think that when we empower individuals within the Canadian government and the roles that they play to have such incredible discretionary authority like this, there has to be a mechanism in which we can have oversight and allow those who have potential grievances to come forward so that they can be heard and so that all individuals who are being named and and mentioned in this complaint have the opportunity to make sure that an independent review body has the ability to determine whether or not there is merit in the complaint, and if so, what the next steps should be. I also think, as I indicated in my prepared remarks, Mr. Speaker, that it's critically important that not do we just have this oversight, but that it is annually reported back to the minister, which is going to be happening. By having that tool, Parliament, through the minister's office, will have the ability to scrutinize more collectively what's going on in terms of those complaints and how they're being handled, and the timelines by which by which are being taken in order to ensure that the proper recourse is being taken. Quite frankly, as I indicated in my prepared remarks, sometimes it takes quite a long time to get a response, and that's unacceptable. And we don't need a court weighing in to determine what those timelines should be. Those should be codified, as this will be doing, so that those timelines are set in stone, and that if timelines aren't met, we can properly inquire as to why that is and get to the bottom of what needs to change, if anything does. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'll say that I'm very pleased to see this legislation come forward. I know that a number of members have spoken about the fact that this is the third time that it's been here, and indeed the third time under this particular government. But I hope that we can all appreciate, as I indicated in my prepared remarks, that the other two times have helped to inform where we are today. And I hope that because this has taken longer, the one silver lining in it is that we have even better legislation than we may have otherwise, because we have been able to inform ourselves along the way of the various different aspects of the bill that may need to have been improved. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this, Mr. Speaker. I get the sense from listening to the comments in the House today that this will be supported by all members of the House, and I look forward to it moving along so that we can finally get this very important piece of legislation in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. And as I listened to the words across from my member opposite, he mentioned that this has been brought up twice before, and I obviously agree with that. When Bill C-98 was introduced in 2019, and Bill C-3 was introduced in 2020, many stakeholders, especially the union that represents CBSA officers, spoke about the fact that they were not consulted on draft stages. Could the member opposite please inform me, was there much more consultation taking place this time? We do support this bill, but we just want to make sure all stakeholders were involved and it's being done properly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, as the member would know, any piece of legislation that comes before the House and is tabled is not public information until such time that it's tabled, including to members of the governing party. Quite frankly, there is a very important rule of this House that that legislation be tabled at the same time for every member of Parliament to be able to review it. So the degree to which consultation has occurred in the minister's office, you would have to ask the minister directly about that. We have question period in 7 minutes, and maybe there'll be a time to do that. But I think what's really important, and what I pointed out in my speech, is that what we have had, the benefit of this having come through the House twice already, is that we've heard individuals and organizations speak to various different aspects of the bill and the process, which hopefully we will have had the opportunity to get right by the time we get to this point. And then finally, I would say to that question, Mr. Speaker, one of the key times in our parliamentary system, in the democratic system that we have for establishing and reviewing legislation, is at committee. When this bill goes to committee, there will be the opportunity for Conservatives, NDP, Bloc, Liberals, to invite various different people forward to voice their opinions on this legislation and to get their opinions on the record. So although I would say that perhaps the degree to which the consultation has occurred might not be to the satisfaction of the Conservatives, the consultation has just begun, in that this bill is now just being introduced and will go to committee where the real consultation occurs.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see with admiration the work that my colleague across the way has done, because I see that he's very proactive in this House. He's always here to speak, to ask questions. He's almost even hyperactive. But I have a question at the same time, because I often see him, but I don't see many other of his colleagues do as effective work as he does. So I'm wondering if there's a reason to explain that. Maybe he could tell us more about that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I mean, I guess you know it's a pretty mundane bill, Mr. Speaker, when those are the questions that are being asked in the House. My role in this government is one of two parliamentary secretaries to the government House Leader. The government House Leader oversees the day-to-day operations in the House. Therefore, it makes sense that I would be in the House so much, and that's what my role has led me to being here. I'm sorry if the member thinks that my interventions from time to time are a little overboard. Perhaps he's not entirely wrong, but I'm here to do my job, and if he's saying that I'm here all the time, please refer that back to my boss, so my boss is knowing I'm doing my job too.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And of course, we on this side of the House will be supporting the bill. But you know, there's been concerns raised, and certainly I raised it in my speech today, about issues with the CBSA detaining children. The fact that this is still a practice in this country due to their immigration status. I think that's wrong. I think that's vile. I think it's vile that in this country that we detain children due to their immigration status. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, if he agrees with me that is wrong, and that we need to put legislation in place to ban this racist, discriminatory practice violating the rights of little children in Canada.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I most certainly agree with my colleague that if anybody is detaining individuals based on their immigrant status or their citizenship status, or race for that matter, it's completely unacceptable and wrong, and it's something that we should not do. I don't know if we need to actually put it in the legislation, because it would appear to me as though that would be unconstitutional in its own anyways, but I'm not against the idea of putting that in the legislation if that's what the committee determines when the committee does its work. I mean, I find it very alarming and very concerning, the suggestion that's coming from the member, and I take her word at it that she is aware of this happening. And but I mean, that's exactly why we need the measures that are put in this, so that those complaints can be heard and can be dealt with in a manner in which has a proper oversight of the very important agencies that have this discretionary power in our in looking out for our safety.
Seeing that I don't want to mix up the parliamentary secretaries to the government House Leader, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting, this particular piece of legislation appears to be supported by the Conservative Party, by the Bloc Party, by the NDP, and the Green Party, and obviously the government is proposing it. So it looks like it'll have unanimous support of the House. And it's the idea of the legislation has now been before us for a good deal of time in different ways, different legislation. It seems that everyone wants to see this thing pass. The concern is do we know if the Conservative Party is prepared to allow us to have the legislation pass, or does the member think that we might actually have to bring in time allocation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's a first, Mr. Speaker, that it would be my own colleague that's trying to get me hyper-partisan in here. But I will respond to that question. Listen, as I've said many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, I understand that the role of an opposition is to hold a government to account. I also understand that the most important tool that an opposition has is to delay. And that's what they should be using that tool when they find various pieces of legislation to be so egregious and represent so many problems that they feel as though they need to put a stop to it. You know, we see this quite often. We saw it in Ontario's provincial legislature recently when Doug Ford tried to use a notwithstanding clause, and we saw how the opposition acted there. They chose that as a hill that they wanted to die on. So the question is do Conservatives want to die on this hill when it's something that they agree on? I would suggest that they don't, because we know that they support this. So why not let this go on to the next stage of the process of the legislative of this becoming a law? Let's do that. Let's delay and use tactics to delay when there are issues so important to Conservatives that they feel as though they need to delay it, not just whenever they feel like, or not just for the purpose of slowing down government business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, seeing that we're pretty much close to the top of the hour, I just want to remind everyone as we go into statements by members to try to keep the noise down a little bit so all these great statements can be made here in the House of Commons. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the remarkable life of Dr. Peter Fowler, a giant and icon in the field of sport medicine. Dr. Fowler sadly passed away last Wednesday with his family by his side. In 1974, along with his mentor, Dr. Jack Kennedy, Fowler established an athletic injury clinic. This venture became one of the largest and most successful sports medicine clinics in North America, known as the Fowler Kennedy Sports Medicine Clinic. Fowler treated top athletes such as Eric Lindros and Steve Yzerman and served as the chief medical officer to Canada's national teams at the Commonwealth and Olympic Games. He was invested into the Order of Canada in 2018. He served as president of the American Orthopedic Society for Sport Medicine, only one of 2 Canadians to ever hold the position. And he was the first president of the International Society of Arthroscopy and Knee Surgery Orthopedic Sport Medicine, or the ISAKOS, considered the most influential sport medicine society worldwide. Dr. Fowler's legacy will live on through his family and those he mentored. There are many. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May his memory live in eternal peace.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as a young man filled with hopes and dreams, I came to Canada from Lebanon, a country rich in tradition. Here I found opportunities that led to a career, a family, and now the privilege of serving the people of Edmonton Manning in this House. I love Canada, but I will never forget my homeland. Today, the Lebanese people celebrate Independence Day, 79 years of democracy, of freedom from colonial rule. Lebanon today faces economic and political challenges, but its strength is its own people. Working together, they and we can help Lebanon become the beacon of the Middle East and a model of tolerance and openness for the entire world. Those of us of Lebanese descent are remembering their homeland with appreciation today. The values we learned there have made us better citizens in our new homelands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to mark the 30th anniversary of Odyssey Hall at Gatineau's Maison de la Culture. Over the years, this Gatineau cultural institution has become a leader in the Quebec performing arts scene, offering an exceptional experience and atmosphere. And that's not all. Odyssey Hall was named Performance Hall of the Year at the latest ADISC Industry Gala. This was the hall's 10th Félix. This well-deserved distinction is a testament to the excellent work of the team and the board of directors. Moreover, the program for the winter and spring of 2023 has just come out, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite my colleagues to come out and see local artists and experience the cultural life of Gatineau. So happy anniversary and congratulations to the whole team at the Maison de la Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was World Day of Artisanal Fishermen and Sea Workers. As the Bloc Québécois critic for Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard and the daughter and granddaughter of a sailor, it's a natural part of my job to highlight the invaluable contribution of fishermen and fishery workers to the Quebec and Canadian economy. I welcome the presence on the Hill this week of the Regroupement des Pêcheurs Professionnels du Sud de la Gaspésie and the Maritime Fishermen's Union. You can count on us to carry your voice to promote sustainable fishing and protect your fishing economy. You are the last bastion against the foreign mass investor. The survival of small and medium-sized fishing companies is essential to guarantee the vitality of villages and towns that make a living from the fishery. They are the key to their survival. The fishermen are experts in the preservation of the resource. Let's give them not only our ears, but also a say in things and some rights. Long live artisanal fishermen.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
As a father and grandson of a Holocaust survivor, I was deeply shocked to hear a proposal from the Quebec College of Physicians to legalize the killing of disabled children. Proposing to kill children with disabilities is a return to the darkest moments of human history. Children with disabilities have inherent worth and dignity. Children cannot consent, and killing a child is always a gravely despicable act. The college's suggestion that euthanizing kids is a purely medical issue, not a moral one, is nothing more than a cynical piece of rhetoric and a whitewashing of evil. The Conservatives proposed a motion in committee to condemn these comments, but we were the only ones to vote for the motion. I call on all parties to join us in affirming that the murder of children should never be tolerated and to condemn the position of the Quebec College of Physicians.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about an issue that, after 25 years of service as a United Church of Canada minister, including 6 years working in prison chaplaincy in Yukon, is very dear to me. In 2013, the Harper government chose to privatize prison chaplaincy, and almost all non-Christian chaplains had their contracts cancelled. Members of minority faiths incarcerated in federal prisons have not had adequate spiritual care since then. Spiritual care is not a luxury. It is central to the care of a person. It offers opportunities for healing and rehabilitation, leading to better outcomes when they return to society, which I would say is a key goal of our penitentiary system. Today, the National Council of Canadian Muslims, the Islamic Family and Social Services Association, and community leaders from across Canada will be meeting with members of this House regarding this important issue. I stand with them and with inmates who are trying to receive the spiritual care they deserve, something that will benefit us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as nationwide uprisings of the Iranian people have entered into the third month, I want to once again express my solidarity with the people of Iran. This uprising that began on September the 16th, after the barbaric murder in custody of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, has spread to nearly 240 cities in Iran and globally. These ongoing rallies across Iran and around the world demonstrate the tremendous courage and the thirst for freedom. Last Sunday in Toronto, there were hundreds of thousands of people who attended a rally in support of the Iranian people. Yet the despicableness of the regime in Iran has shown no limits. Thousands of people have been arrested and hundreds of people have been killed, including many of those being young children. Standing up against the 43 years of repression is a historic moment for Iran. And we, as part of the international community, shall do everything we can to help Iranians to continue the momentum of their fight for fundamental human rights and freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we often hear how important it is to bring the concerns of our constituents to Ottawa. Let me tell you about bringing the Government of Canada to the residents of Winnipeg North. Since the summer, we've had the Minister of Health come to Winnipeg North. We've had the International Minister of Trade come to Winnipeg North. The Minister of Foreign Affairs come to Winnipeg North. We've had the Minister of Seniors come to Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, we even had the Prime Minister of Canada come and visit Stanley Knowles in Winnipeg North. This is a government that understands the importance of connecting with real people throughout our country. country, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so proud to be a Liberal member of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Canadians are struggling right now. Our affordability crisis is a mental health crisis. Many Canadians are living day to day, some moment to moment. But there is hope.
From the top. If I can have order in the chamber so that we can hear the honourable member. She's got something that's very important to her in her writing. I think we should all listen. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha, from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Canadians are struggling right now. Our affordability crisis is a mental health crisis. Many Canadians are living day to day, some moment to moment. But there is hope. There is always a peak among the valleys. In my community, there are many examples of amazing people and organizations who give their time and kindness to make a difference. We have dedicated volunteers who step up and help those most in need, like the Porch Pirates for Good, who in one day collected 16,000 pounds of food for food banks, or the countless Lions and Kinsman service members who make Christmas parades a reality, and the Santa for Peterborough seniors who make sure every senior gets a Christmas gift. The list goes on. Every day there is a volunteer showing up and making a difference in someone's life. If you can volunteer, please do it. It truly does help. I would ask all the members in this House today to join me in acknowledging the volunteers across this country who go the extra mile. The power of one is the power of many. Thank you from all of us for your service, your kindness, and most importantly, your time.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, last Friday we lost a great man. Jean Lapointe was a character much loved by Quebecers, especially for his contribution to the Quebec cultural scene as a singer, actor, and author. Jean Lapointe was also known for his philanthropy. Having made his alcohol addiction public, Mr. Lapointe contributed to breaking taboos and prejudices in society. He also founded the Maison Jean Lapointe and the Jean Lapointe Foundation, which help people with addictions. He was then appointed to the Senate, where he served for almost a decade. In recognition of his service to Quebecers and all Canadians, he was named an Officer of the National Order of Quebec and an Officer of the Order of Canada. Mr. Lapointe is thanked for his many accomplishments, but Jean Lapointe's greatest legacy is his humanity. Through his humanity, he was able to touch the hearts of Quebecers and help our society advance. All of us in this room should be inspired by him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Never has a government spent so much to accomplish so little. This Liberal government promised a life-changing housing plan. Well, here's the change, Mr. Speaker. Students are living in homeless shelters. Healthcare workers are living in tents. Hard-working Canadians are left on the street. They did everything we asked them. They worked hard. They got an education. They got a good job. And now they're left out in the cold. $4.5 billion. That's the amount these Liberals have spent on 6 different housing programs so far. And now the Auditor General reports that they have no idea if this money is making any difference or not. The Liberals have failed. And the proof is in the sprawling tent cities across this country. The proof is in the young people still living in their parents' basements. The proof, Mr. Speaker, is in the seniors that are losing their homes they've worked their entire lives to pay for. All this, while the Liberals force you to pay more, earn less, and pay higher taxes to pay off their sprawling debts. We already know these Liberals can't or won't fix this mess, but the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that after the next election, the Conservatives will.
Yeah. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, with the Christmas season fast approaching, Canadians are concerned about ever-increasing cost of living. Do you hear what I hear? I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if this government hears what I hear. That the cost of diesel fuel, which recently reached over $3 a litre in my home province, is causing a spike in the cost of all food and goods that are trucked and shipped. Do you hear what I hear from concerned seniors who are wondering if they can keep the lights on for another month? Do you hear what I hear from students and young people who see the dream of home ownership slipping away due to rapidly rising interest rates. Mr. Speaker, do you hear what I hear from farmers, truckers, and business owners who are facing crippling input cost and fuel prices? Mr. Speaker, does this government hear the people everywhere who have seen their grocery bills double? Now their home heating is tripling. If they did, perhaps they would consider canceling the tripling of the carbon tax on heating, eating, and meeting. That, Mr. Speaker, would bring all Canadians goodness and cheer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you hear what I hear?
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, on November 22nd, Lebanon, the country of cedars that gave birth to the alphabet, will mark its 79th anniversary of its independence. Born of the war in 1943, the challenging destiny of this small state, its history rooted in several civilizations, as well as its rich culture, make it a jewel of the Middle East that I am particularly attached to.
It is a symbol of resilience, of community, and of diversity. I invite you, colleagues, to join me in highlighting the contributions of the Lebanese community in Canada at tonight's event. I am sure, Mr. President, this event will reinforce the bilateral relationship between Canada and Lebanon and will bring both cultures closer together. Comme la démocratie.
Since democracy is also about knowing how to communicate in order to better understand each other, I hope this evening will be an opportunity to celebrate the community, the dialogue, and the peace the world needs so badly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of a toxic drug crisis. We need a health-based approach to substance use that reduces stigma and addresses the root cause of addiction. And it is critical that organizations providing harm reduction services have long-term stable funding. The Victoria Safer Initiative is an incredible program run by AVI Health and Community Services. They offer an innovative model of prescribed safe supply that is community-based, nurse-led, and grounded in principles of harm reduction. Participants are welcomed, nurtured, and treated with respect. Resources on how to access treatment options are always available. SAFER has been at capacity since they opened in 2020, and their staff and volunteers have been working around the clock. But they may be forced to close if they don't receive continued funding from the Substance Use and Addictions Program by the end of this year. This would leave many of the most vulnerable in our community at even higher risk of death. The federal government must respond to the toxic drug crisis with the urgency and resources needed to save lives.
L'Honorable. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, with great respect, I'd like to underscore the outstanding work of one of my constituents from the University of Quebec in Montreal, who will soon be retiring. Since January 2018, she has directed this institution with a student body of 40,000 people. She's a very dynamic person, and she broadened the institution's horizons in order to help it thrive. And that has led to the opening of a new campus in Saint-Constant, and I will be eternally grateful to her for that. I'd like to commend her on her patience, her friendliness, and of the whole team, in fact. They embarked on this project when I proposed the idea to them, so I'd like to thank them once again for having put their hearts into it. This project made it possible for me to see how effective and efficient you were and how deserving you are of your great reputation. I'd like to thank this individual for her contributions and best of luck in the future.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Do you feel like everything in Canada is broken? Well, you're not alone. Whether it's a record high 1.5 million Canadians who now rely on food banks to put food on their tables each month, or the Liberal-made inflation disaster that's causing people to choose between heating and eating, or the housing crunch that is forcing 30-year-olds to live in their parents' basements, or the opioid crisis that has taken the lives of the people we love way too soon. This Liberal government cannot get anything right. We are the breadbasket of the world, yet we have universities sending out fundraising letters asking for money to feed hungry students. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, 56.8% of university students are going to bed hungry. The campaign is called Knowledge, Not Hunger. This tired Liberal government has failed Canadians, especially young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, instead of trying to build back better, why don't you put it back the way you found it?
I just want to remind the honourable members to speak through the Speaker, not at the Speaker. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past Halloween, we challenged the youth of York Centre not just to trick or treat, but to trick or eat and collect non-perishable food for local food banks. It's my pleasure to share that the Stanley Green neighbourhood in my riding of York Centre answered the call and collected an amazing 120 pounds of food in one night. Their collective kindness will allow the North York Harvest Food Bank to provide over 100 meals to members of our community who are in need of support. It takes a village, Mr. Speaker, to look out for one another and make sure that no one gets left behind, and I know of no better one than the residents of the Stanley Green neighbourhood in York Centre. I want to thank Kim Thompson for organizing the food drive and everyone in Stanley Green who generously came together for their annual pumpkin walk night walk and to donate non-perishable food items. I look forward to our community surpassing that goal next year. I also want to thank the staff of the North York Harvest Food Bank who provide such an important service to those who are facing food insecurity in our communities with integrity and compassion each and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, ce gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, this government is told Canadians that interest rates would stay low for a long time, and as a result, a third of mortgages are variable rate, which means that when interest rates rise, people will be paying more. According to the Bank of Canada, this is going to cause financial difficulty for many families. And yet the government is causing more interest rate hikes with its inflationary deficits. When will the government turn around with its policies which are pushing families to bankruptcy? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, people are going through a difficult period worldwide, and Canada is no exception. They are having trouble making ends meet, and that is why we have a plan to help people pay for housing, to reduce student loan charges. We are also going to double the GST credit. In less than an hour, the Conservatives will have the opportunity to vote with this government to support Canadians. I hope they will do the right thing.
Happy Canada Day. Your gas bills, your heating bills, and your grocery bills have just gone up. That's the message from Liberals to 3 Atlantic Canadian provinces who will be hit with the carbon tax increase on July the 1st. These same Atlantic Canadian provinces have 40% of their citizens already living in energy poverty. Yet these Liberals want to triple the carbon tax as we are going into a winter where heating bills are already expected to double. Will the government give relief to Atlantic Canadians, all Canadians, on Canada Day and every day by cancelling the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you will find that the answer to the question is in the member's question itself. There will be no increase in carbon pricing in Atlantic Canada before July 1st, not before this winter. And in fact, people will start getting the climate incentive payment before the increase in carbon tax in July 1st. No increased cost to Canadians this winter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
First, the carbon tax hasn't worked. They haven't hit a single solitary emissions reduction target in the 7 provinces where the tax is already imposed. And now they want to impose it on 3 more provinces. Second, Canada ranks 58th out of 63 countries for climate action performance. And third, these so-called rebates do not pay for the full cost of the carbon tax. 60% of Canadians who pay this tax pay more than they get back in rebates, according to the parliamentary budget officer. So instead of stating and restating these falsehoods, why won't they give Canadians a break on their heating, eating, and housing bills so that Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, 8 out of 10 Canadians will get more from the climate payment incentive than what it costs. That's a fact. They can debate it and they can go into the alternative views of the world, but Canadians will get 8 out of 10 Canadians will get more. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm interested to know is when will they have a plan to fight climate change? When will they help tackle this issue that is costing Canadians billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, year after year? That's my question to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the real question is when will they have an environmental plan? Because they haven't hit a single target that they've set for themselves, and that's not our opinion. That is the finding of their own departmental reports. And it was the parliamentary budget officer that this Prime Minister appointed that came to the conclusion that the vast majority of Canadians pay more in the carbon tax than they hope to receive in any rebate. And now a report shows that Canada has come in 58th out of 63 when it comes to climate action, falling behind China and Indonesia. So when will they finally accept the science and admit that they have a tax plan, not an environment plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Accept the Science Minister coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. Their Minister of Science did not even believe in the theory of evolution, Mr. Speaker, and they would like us to say that they believe in science. That's very rich. And newsflash for the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker, emissions have gone down in 2019 and 2020. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, their entire premise is based on falsehoods. They said the carbon tax would reduce emissions. They've gone up. They said it would be revenue neutral. Canadians pay more in the carbon tax than they get back. And they said that the carbon tax would never go up, and they plan to triple it. And now, just in time for Canada Day, on a day when Canadians are supposed to come together and celebrate all that we have in common, they are going to make the carbon tax apply in 3 new Atlantic Canadian provinces in Newfoundland, PEI, and Nova Scotia. So is this part of some bizarre national unity strategy to bring Canadians together by making sure that Canadians in every region hate the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Unlike the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker, Canadians believe that we need to do our fair share when it comes to fighting climate change. They believe that climate change is real, and they believe that we need to be doing something about it. Now, for 10 years, they didn't do anything about it, for sure, and now they're blaming us because of their inaction, Mr. Speaker. That's a bit rich. We are playing catch-up because for 10 years, nothing was done when it comes to fighting climate change in Canada, but we are now have one of the best plans in the world, and our emissions have started going down, and
it's almost like a wave. It starts at this end with the Honourable Member. Well, yes, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, and it moves over. He does have a beautiful voice, but it's very loud. So I'm going to ask him to tone it down. So we'll go over. Nous allons continuer. L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, according to Global News, China meddled in the 2019 federal election by funding at least 11 candidates. This is very concerning. And yet, when the opposition questions the Prime Minister, he goes on the offensive. This morning, at a press briefing, he compared the opposition parties to Donald Trump. Wow. My question is simple. If Chinese interference in our election isn't important, if it doesn't matter that they tried to fund candidates, if there's really nothing to worry about, then why did the Prime Minister take the time to bring it up with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the G20? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Protecting Canadian democracy is something this government takes seriously, and it's a responsibility that we will always act
act to ensure that our Canadian democracy is protected. And that's why we're taking real action on this. It includes our national security agencies who conduct investigations and use all the tools available to them. We as a government will always ensure those agencies have the resources that they need, and we will pursue all options that are available to protect Canadian democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Député de la Prairie.
The honourable member. No one is questioning the integrity of the election. That's not the issue. The issue is that there is a foreign power trying to interfere in our democracy, and the Prime Minister is not giving accurate information about it. He can't help it. He's incapable of being transparent. Ultimately, we don't care if the candidates targeted by China are Liberals, Conservatives, Bloc, or NDP. We just want to know who and what China is doing in order to prevent it from interfering in our democracy in the future. What does the Prime Minister not understand about this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's comments that this is an issue that impacts all members of this House, not just the Liberal Party, but all members of this House. And that's why we established an independent panel which confirmed that the 2019 election was free and fair. But we have our eyes wide open, Mr. Speaker. We passed laws to modernize the Elections Act, to close the gaps on foreign funding. The intelligence community and law enforcement investigate all allegations. Mr. Speaker, we will always take action to protect Canadian democracy.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Oh, my microphone wasn't on. Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't stop. The big grocery chains, like Metro and Loblaws, are continuing to line their pockets at the expense of struggling families. They're continuing to take advantage of a crisis to rake in obscene levels of profits. Loblaws brought in 29% higher profits. Meanwhile, people are having to skip meals and there are overflowing lines at food banks. Yet the Liberals refuse to stand up to the big grocery stores and make them control their greed. When will the Liberals make these wealthy companies pay the public what they owe and help people? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not the only country facing high food prices. We know that this is a problem throughout the world, but the Minister of Industry has asked our Competition Commissioner to ensure that large grocery chains don't overly raise prices. We are taking this very seriously. We will continue to follow the file. We need a food system that works well for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, it's worse than that. 500 Alberta workers who need to feed their families in Alberta are being laid off. All while their employer, Loblaws, rake in excess profits to the tune of $1 million a day, Mr. Speaker. These layoffs are intimidation tactics designed to scare workers. It's clear the Liberals are standing with big corporations like Loblaws, while New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, stand with workers. When will this government stop covering for Loblaws and start protecting workers' paychecks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we know that Canadians are concerned about how much they're paying for gas and groceries, and earlier this year the Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation contacted the Competition Bureau to make sure that it was using all of its tools to detect and deter unlawful behaviors in the food sector. Following up to prevent businesses from taking advantage of high prices and profiting off of Canadians, we've asked the Bureau to immediately look into these matters. We will continue working to make life more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Liberals continue to throw fuel on the inflationary fire and caused home heating costs to go up. Instead of addressing the real issue, Liberals are spending $250 million to make Canadians buy heat pumps they can't even use this winter season. Today we learned that this government will impose its crippling carbon tax on all Atlantic provinces, forcing families to take a heating pump handout instead of letting Canadians choose what works best for their own homes. Why won't this Liberal government do the right thing, get out of the way, and axe a carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've said many times in this House, addressing climate change is an existential threat to the future of the human race and certainly is of critical importance to our children and our grandchildren. But we must do so in a manner that addresses the affordability issues and that actually has a plan for creating a prosperous future in a lower carbon environment. We have put into place a number of measures, not simply the $250 million we announced with respect to heat pumps, which is very important, but the Green Buildings Program and a whole range of other things that are ensuring that Canadians can make the transition in an affordable way. Climate change is real. We need to fight it with thoughtful and effective plans.
Honourable member for Calgary, Forrest Swan.
Well, they failed on the climate and the economy. And what the minister fails to acknowledge is the government has failed to hit a single climate target, failed to lower emissions, failed to deliver a real plan, and ranked 58 out of 63 on their failed carbon scheme. Their only answer is a tax plan. Canadians are out of money, and this out-of-touch government thinks heating pumps are going to save them. Contrary to what the finance minister wants us to believe, the carbon tax isn't helping anyone, and neither is cancelling Disney Plus subscriptions. So again, why won't the Liberal government get out of the way and axe a carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
I think it'd be important to remember that less than 2 years ago, the Conservative Party voted that climate change wasn't even real. Then last year, the leadership of the Conservative Party decided that it indeed was real, and it brought forward a campaign platform that it had at least a weak climate plan, the centerpiece of which was putting in place a price on pollution. All of the Conservative members in this House were elected on that platform. And now, once again, they don't talk about climate change, and they attack the idea of of pricing pollution. I would say, how can you believe anything these folks say?
The Honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
The snow is here. And the calls are coming in across the country from families who are wearing their winter coats inside their homes just to keep warm and save money on heating costs. The temperatures are dropping across the country and home energy bills are rising. Many Canadians are faced with the horrible choice of having to cut back meals and turn down their heat in their homes just to get through this winter. Will the Liberal government do the right thing and cancel the carbon tax on home heating?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Speaker, my honourable colleague talks about some of the difficult choices that Canadians have to face. And on this side of the House, we understand that. That's why we've been there continuously for the last 7 years to help Canadians in need. Now, my honourable colleague in her caucus has a chance today to support the fall economic statement that would help Canadian families with the enhanced Canada Worker Benefit that's going to come 4 times a year as opposed to once a year. Will help students with eliminating permanently the interest on the federal portion of their student loans. Mr. Speaker, if they really do care about Canadians, I hope they demonstrate it today by voting in favour of initiatives that will support them.
Honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
There are at least 1 million Canadians that will go without heating their homes this winter. The Liberals don't have an environmental plan. They have a tax plan. They have not met one single environmental target. The Liberals' irresponsible and reckless spending is the cause of this inflationary nightmare. And now they plan to tax their way out of this mess on the backs of Canadians. The people who are least able to afford it will be punished by this tax. Will the Liberals finally admit that they were wrong and cancel this cruel inflationary carbon tax on heating?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
What's cruel, Mr. Speaker? What's cruel is talking about the spending that we did in the pandemic that supported millions of Canadians. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit helped millions of Canadians. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy helped millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we were there for Canadians in their time of need, and we continue to be there. What we haven't seen is the Conservative Party of Canada and their members of Parliament be there to support Canadians. But I hope that they decide today to do the right thing, to be there to help the most vulnerable and support the fall economic statement.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this holiday season is looking melancholy for Canadians. With food prices reaching record highs, tables are likely to be bare. With gas prices at record highs, some families will have to give up on visiting their loved ones. Add to that the cost of heating, which is skyrocketing. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Will this government follow our recommendation and remove the carbon tax from residential heating bills in this country? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we have a strong plan to meet the needs of Canadians exactly when they need it. In less than an hour, the Conservatives can vote with us to cancel interest on student loans, double the GST credit, and also reduce taxes for SMEs. Mr. Speaker, they can help Canadians buy their first home. But I'm guessing that they're going to vote against that. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. My colleagues should stop playing petty politics and instead show some compassion, Mr. Speaker. We want action now, not costly solutions that will take months. I'm repeating the demand that our leader and all my Conservative colleagues have been making. Will this government give Canadians a break by removing the carbon tax from their home heating bills? It's so simple and clear. The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend in Edmonton, Mike and Laurie approached me at the All Is Bright Festival to thank our government for having cut childcare costs in half, because that is helping them pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, Brad asked when he will be getting his $500 to help with his housing. The answer is the check will be sent out because we did our homework. If Conservatives want to show some compassion, they can vote with us today. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment owes us a great many answers on Canada's role at COP27. He fought hard to prevent the inclusion in the final statement of a line about the importance of reducing our use of all fossil fuels. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has changed so much since he used to be with Greenpeace, but surely he hasn't changed so much that he would deny that there is no solution to climate change if we don't reduce our oil and gas consumption. So why did he fight to prevent the countries at COP from recognizing that clear fact? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that Canada's work has been congratulated by groups like the Canada Climate Action Network, which said that we were one of the first countries to move forward, and that the president of the International Energy Agency said that Canada is a leader in the fight against methane pollution. The Bloc Québécois is just trying to create problems, whereas the Canada Climate Action Network, well, we can trust them. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Canada's performance at COP27 is a step back on three fronts. First of all, the Prime Minister wasn't even there. Secondly, Canada invited oil companies to take part. And in third place, the Minister prevented COP27 from talking about the importance of reducing our oil and gas consumption. What grade would our climate champion have given once upon a time to our government behaving like that? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, peut-être que la...
Mr. Speaker, perhaps next time the Bloc Québécois should have sent my honourable colleague to the meeting, because she would have heard from my own lips the fact that in front of media from throughout the globe, we supported the UK's proposal for a text to include a requirement for the elimination of fossil fuel emissions that are not sequestered by 2030. And that's a commitment we already have in Canada. And that's something that we talked about with partners at COP27. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Canada's grade at COP27 is a big zero. The next step is COP15 on biodiversity. But while the minister was in Egypt, do you know what was going on in Newfoundland? 5 oil companies got the green light to carry out exploration in a protected marine area. Canada doesn't even allow fishing in these areas in order to protect biodiversity, but it's allowing companies to destroy the seabed to find oil. So what's Canada's credibility to talk about biodiversity at COP15? Perhaps that summit is already also condemned to failure. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague should know that the organization that authorized that exploratory drilling is an independent organization, arm's length from the federal government. Independence seems to be a term, in my opinion, that the Bloc Québécois should like. It was not the federal government, but that other agency that authorized these measures.
Of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke with Chris in Grand Falls, Windsor, just this morning. He explained how the $5,000 that was announced yesterday would only be a drop in the bucket to help convert his elderly parents from burning oil to heating their home with a heat pump. His parents struggled last winter, and now their oil bill is nearly doubled, and that's without carbon tax. In the new year, carbon tax will add another 20% to their home heating bill. Will this Liberal government stop forcing carbon tax down the throats of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these are challenging times for Canadians, and we want to help. The price of home heating oil has certainly increased over the past year, and we want to make sure that people aren't forced to choose between heating their home and putting food on the table. That's why yesterday the Nova Scotia Regional Minister announced a program that will give up to $5,000 to low and middle income families to help with the cost of replacing their furnace with new and more efficient heat pumps. Transitioning away from heating oil will save families thousands of dollars on their heating bills, Mr. Speaker, reduce pollution, create new jobs across the country. And today, Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, the carbon price rebate was announced will more than compensate for any increases in home heating oil and fuel for cars.
Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, that member should have better sense. He knows that program is garbage. The carbon tax cult opposite continues to gloat about the need to tax Atlantic Canadians. But the evidence is in. Carbon tax isn't working. We rank 58 out of 64 countries in fighting climate change. Canada's emissions are higher now than ever. Carbon tax just fuels inflation. When will this Liberal government stop forcing their failed carbon tax down the throats of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, certainly affordability is extremely important, and we have taken significant steps to address affordability issues, including the investment of $250 million for heat pumps yesterday. It's also the case that no matter how much the Conservatives try to mislead this House, 8 out of Canadian families actually get more money back than they pay with respect to the price on pollution, and certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador it will mean money in the pockets of folks there. I would also say, as I said before, it bears stating that every member of that side of the House campaigned on putting in place a price on pollution in the last election. What do you say to your constituents? My goodness.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Nova Scotia surpassed the Liberal federal government's 2030 emission targets already and will reach net zero by 2050 without a carbon tax, but these Liberals today are imposing one, and that carbon tax is going to add $360 to a tank of home heating oil when 40% of Atlantic Canadians are living in energy poverty. Liberals seem more focused on ineffective taxes than they are on actual results. So when will this Liberal government stop forcing Canadians to have the failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the member opposite should listen to the Leader of the Opposition, who recognized earlier that this will not take into effect before July of next year. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but in July, I don't tend to heat my home very much. They would like Canadians to continue to be dependent.
The Honourable Minister from the beginning so we can all hear the answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, during this question period, this will not take into effect before July of next year, Mr. Speaker. And in the meantime, we are helping tens of thousands of Canadians to get rid of their home heating oil, which is more expensive, more polluting, and less efficient. So they would like to condemn those Canadians to continue being dependent on systems that will cost them more and more over time, as opposed to a system that will save them thousands of dollars every year, Mr. Speaker. That's the unfortunate truth.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
So these Liberals are proud that in 2023 they're going to add $360 to a tank of home heating oil. And then the 2015 election, this Prime Minister said the provinces that do the hard work of reducing carbon emissions will not have the carbon tax imposed. Yet, Nova Scotia has already surpassed the 2030 carbon reduction targets of this Liberal government. So I'll ask again, when will these Liberals live up to their campaign promise and stop forcing their failed carbon tax on Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, what we are proud of is that we do have a plan to fight climate. With respect to the comments that have been made on the other side, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely unbelievable that they are still denying that climate change is real. When we look at Atlantic Canada, and my colleague who asked this question, in his province of Nova Scotia, we have seen the devastation firsthand. We realize that we have to tackle this, and we have to tackle it immediately. Again, I asked my colleague, why is it that they are against focusing on really fighting climate? Because it is an emergency that we have to deal with right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment is back from COP27 empty-handed. He spent his time defending the interests of big oil companies, and today he had a chance to make carbon pricing fairer and ensure that big polluters really pay what they owe. But again, he failed Canadians. So why is it so hard for this minister to stand up to big polluters?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I would quote the words of the Canadian Climate Action Network, who said that on the issue of loss and damage, which was one of the victories of the COP27 conference, Canada was a first mover, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, first mover amongst rich countries to make this thing happen. We fought for this. We fought for stronger language in the text on eliminating the use of coal all around the world, Mr. Speaker, including obviously in Canada, and we fought for stronger text on the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week Manitoba's Conservative government announced a plan to privatize healthcare services in our province. Hospitals in Winnipeg are overflowing after years of cuts, and what is their answer? Moving towards a system where the size of your wallet determines the quality of your care. Public administration is one of the 5 principles of the Canada Health Act, and it must be defended. Will the Liberals stand up and stop this attempt to dismantle our public health care system piece by piece?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate very much. I think we all do the question posed by the member. We're all very mindful of the challenges our public health care system is going through now, with health workers being tired, leaving in large numbers, sometimes thinking about their future, nurses in particular. That's why we want to maintain and to support our public health system, and that's why exactly we need to do that in collaboration and in support to provinces and territories.
Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, myself and other colleagues in this House had the opportunity to participate in the Halifax International Security Forum. It's a forum that brings together political, military, and industrial leaders from around the world to talk about today's security challenges. I remember being a part of the forum last year when the Russian buildup in Ukraine we were trying to contemplate whether or not this was just a provocation. A year later, we know indeed that's not the case. The terrible, illegal invasion that we've seen and the challenges it has created. We know the importance of Canada's relationship with NATO, and I asked the Minister if she can provide an update to this House on an announcement she made in Nova Scotia that matters to Canada and NATO's relationship in providing security. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada stands firmly on the side of democracy and the rule of law with our allies. That is why we will continue offering unwavering support to Ukraine.
Hear, hear. This
weekend, Canada announced that Halifax would be the location for the NATO Defence Innovation Accelerator, Diana, which will bring together innovators, tech companies, and researchers to solve critical security challenges. As we face new threats and pressures, this is exactly the type of leadership that Canada will continue to offer.
Member for Thornhill.
I don't feel safe in Canada. That's the message from Iranian Canadians, and it's being ignored by these Liberals. Canada's spy agency says that it's investigating multiple death threats on Canadians who stand with the tens of thousands protesting the brutal regime who kills its own people in Iran. Death threats.
They are pleading for protection from this government. So when do they go from the platitudes of monitoring the situation to actually protecting our own citizens here in Canada?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we will always stand with Iranian Canadians and with Iran as these protests are going on, and that's why we have taken serious action to ensure that the entities that must be treated severely are being treated severely, and that we will always stand with Iranian Canadians in standing up to the actions of the Iranian government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Global News reported that last January, the Prime Minister was briefed by CSIS about a vast campaign of interference by Beijing in the 2019 election. After 2 weeks of silence, suddenly and narrowly, the Prime Minister claims that he was not briefed about candidates. But that, of course, does not address the broader question about whether the Prime Minister was briefed about Beijing's interference. So was the Prime Minister briefed, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will remind this House that the purpose of foreign interference is to sow chaos and throw our democratic institutions into disarray. That's why we're taking action to combat attempted foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, beginning with our national security agencies, who conduct investigations and use all the tools at their disposal. It also includes significant work to shore up Canada's institutions and critical infrastructure, like Bill C-26, to bolster cybersecurity and give new tools to the RCMP. I invite all members of this House to support the government in supporting Bill C-26.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, my question was about what the Prime Minister may have learned in January. Non-answers like that and incomplete information from the Prime Minister after 2 weeks of silence hardly instill confidence that the Prime Minister is being open and transparent with Canadians. So again, with respect to January, was the Prime Minister briefed? Did he receive intelligence memos? What does he know about Beijing's interference?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will repeat again that safeguarding our Canadian democracy is an issue that we will always take seriously, Mr. Speaker, because it poses a threat to the health of our very democracy. That's why we have listened to the independent panel, which confirmed that the 2019 election was free and fair. That's why we passed laws to modernize the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker. We will always stand up and protect our democracy because it's a responsibility that we take seriously, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's not by not answering the question that Canadians are going to feel that they have trust in their elections. We're asking a very simple question. For 2 weeks now, we've been asking the same question to the government. Did the Prime Minister get briefed on foreign interference from the Chinese Communist regime in the elections in 2019? We've been asking this very simple question. He said that he wasn't briefed on the funding of 11 candidates. Was he briefed on this foreign interference from Beijing in the election?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will repeat what I have been saying in this House numerous times, that we need to take a step back and remember what the purpose of foreign interference is. It is to create chaos in this country. We will stand up for our democracy. We will always ensure that our democratic institutions are protected. That includes, Mr. Speaker, providing resources to our security agencies, to the RCMP, to ensure they have the tools to investigate when they need to. We are trusting that we will always stand up for Canadian democracy, Mr. Speaker, and I invite all members of this House to join us.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just returned from the La Francophonie Summit in Tunisia. And while he was there, he repeated, hand on heart, the importance of promoting and protecting the French language. But it's the same thing as with the environment. At COP27, Canada says one thing outside of the country and then it does something different in reality. Has the Liberal Prime Minister explained to his allies in La Francophonie why his Bill C-13 will continue to anglicize Quebec, the only Francophone nation in North America? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, we are the first government to recognize the decline of French around the country, including in Quebec, and that's why we are moving forward with an ambitious bill, a bill with teeth, to ensure that we can do our fair share to contribute to reversing the decline of French. Mr. Speaker, for a few weeks now, the Bloc and the Conservatives have been playing political games at committee, and I don't understand why they don't want to move forward with a bill that is going to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. I would like to remind the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier that just because he's not looking at me, that doesn't mean that I can't see him yelling in the House. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the countries represented in La Francophonie will do everything except follow Canada's example when it comes to promoting the French language. Because if they were to imitate Canada, they would be tabling bills like C-13, which allow a slippery slope towards English in workplaces. They would ban 80% of Francophone African students, and they would find it normal that Francophones in the public service feel uneasy about working in their own language or uncomfortable working in their own language. Do the Liberals realize that if other countries did like they did, La Francophonie would be weaker around the world? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we need is partners from the opposition benches to help us move this bill forward, a bill that's going to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. But what are we seeing right now, Mr. Speaker? Well, once again, political games that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives are playing. I don't understand why, Mr. Speaker, they don't want to move forward with this bill. It's a bill that's going to give an opportunity to Francophones outside of Quebec to work in French, in federally regulated businesses, and also ensure that there's a strong Francophone presence outside of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
92%, Mr. Speaker. Gang-related homicides are up 92% since 2015. Let that sink in. 124,000. 124,000 more violent crimes this past year than in 2015. When will this Liberal government learn their hug-a-thug approach to crime in this country is literally costing Canadians their lives? But if you listen to them, everything's fine. Will they abandon this soft-on-crime approach?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And the timing of that question couldn't be better, because this afternoon we are starting clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-22, which will be transformational legislation when it comes to gun control in this country, Mr. Speaker. But that's not all we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're also ensuring that communities have the resources that they need to support young people from starting involvement with gangs. We've put $1 billion into the border to make sure that we are bolstering our border to prevent guns from being struggled. We know that we need a multifaceted approach, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Laval has told me that most of the crimes committed in his city are linked to illegal firearms and to organized crime. He says that we need better control at the borders to stop the smuggling of illegal weapons. And in the Prime Minister's imaginary world, the solution is to eliminate weapons that are used by hunters and to give criminals lighter crimes. When will he start prioritizing the safety of Canadians instead of prioritizing criminals? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Canada, we have eliminated a number of mandatory minimums. Mr. Speaker, that means that we are turning the page after the failure of the Conservative Party and their tough-on-crime policies. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has said, we are going to move forward with a clause-by-clause study today for Bill C-21, which will fight firearms and handguns and assault weapons in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and we need to devote resources in that direction to continue to fight organized crime in Canada. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Gaulte-Saint-Charles. Well, it's quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. The failure is from the Liberals. StatsCan has just published results that indicate that murders have been up over the last 3 years. 40% of homicide victims are attributed to the use of weapons and street gangs, and street gangs have free rein because they know that the Liberal government is taking away mandatory minimum sentences. They know that they have free rein to do what they want. When is the Prime Minister going to get serious and stop misleading Canadians and make sure that Canada's streets are safe? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the misleading statements come from the other side of the House. After years of Conservative government where there were cuts to border services, cuts to police services, and that cuts to their means to fight smuggling and gangs, we have to undo what the Conservatives have done. We are investing in our borders. We're investing in anti-gang programs. We're increasing maximum crimes for gun smuggling, Mr. Speaker, and that's the right direction. We are going to make Canada safer. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, Canada's representatives at the 27th United Nations Conference on Climate Change have worked extremely hard to find agreements with other countries around the world to work towards an agreement. Yesterday we heard the Conservatives mislead this House on carbon pricing at the international level. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please correct the facts? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And misleading statements from the Conservatives will come and go in this House, but when it comes to carbon pricing, the international community agrees. Chile, the European Commission, Indonesia, Colombia, Mexico, New Zealand, South Africa, and South Korea, and the fourth and fifth biggest economies of the world, Germany and the United Kingdom, have all joined us when it comes to putting a price on carbon, Mr. Speaker.
For Cypress Hills grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals break everything that they touch. In 2015, there were 15 LNG projects proposed for Canada. 0 have been built. Energy East and Keystone XL could have provided paychecks for Canadians rather than dollars for dictators. Neither project was built. In 2015, they inherited a balanced budget, only to spend their way to an inflationary crisis not seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals quit breaking everything that they touch and instead let Canadians have back control of their lives?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times in this House, it's extremely important that we are moving forward in a way that will build strong economy in a lower carbon universe, ensuring that there are good jobs and economic opportunities for our children. It's also important that we are ensuring that good projects actually can move ahead. We have moved forward to reform the environmental assessment process after the Conservatives changed it significantly and created chaos with respect to actually moving through that project. It's also important, I would say, as I said before in this House, that we are addressing climate change, that we are doing so in a manner that is going to promote economic opportunity and prosperity going forward, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is broken. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Small business insolvencies are up. Mortgage renewals will cost on average $7,000 more per year. The government could help by cutting carbon and home heating taxes. Liberals claim to have an environmental plan. That's broke. In fact, Canada was ranked 58th this week in the Climate Change Performance Index, behind Saudi Arabia, Russia, and Iran. Will this Liberal government stop making it hard for Canadians and allow them to take back control of their lives?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, more alternative facts on climate change today in this House. Emissions have gone down in 2019 and in 2020, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about what the rebate payments that we announced this morning. A family of 4 in Nova Scotia will get 4 times a year, $248. In Prince Edward Island, $240. In Newfoundland and Labrador, $328. They will get that 4 times a year, Mr. Speaker. We're there to have Canadians back and fight climate change.
The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal coalition is breaking records. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Food prices are rising at the fastest pace in 40 years, and we are seeing the highest usage of food banks on record. Canadians want to take back control of their lives, but this NDP Liberal government keeps fueling the cost of living crisis. Will this Prime Minister quit making it harder for Canadians who just want to put food on the table?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have a golden opportunity today, in minutes from now, to do the right thing and support Canadians, to help first-time home buyers, to make sure that students don't have any more interest on their student loans, to make sure that we reduce taxes on small business. Mr. Speaker, are they going to break the hearts of Canadians or do the right thing and support them? The choice is theirs. We will always stand on the side of Canadians, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, we all know community organizations and nonprofits were hit hard by the pandemic, with many charitable organizations stepping up to help their communities despite the financial pressures of their own that they experienced. That's why our government announced in Budget 2021 that we would help them help Canadians in need. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the Community Services Recovery Fund and how our government is supporting the charitable sector from coast to coast to coast to get back on their feet as we move past the pandemic?
Minister of Families.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Whitby for this important question. Today, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to announce the launch of the Community Support Recovery Fund, a $400 million
Interrupt. There's some shouting that's starting from way over at the other end. We finally got this side quieted down, and now it's starting from down there. I'm going to ask everyone just to quiet down, and on that side, way in the back. So I'm going to ask everybody to take a deep breath, and let's finish off on a high note. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Whitby for his important question. Today, I was really pleased to announce the $400 million Community Services Recovery Fund for the charitable and not-for-profit sector here in Canada. We are going to be working with national funders, the Red Cross, Community Foundations of Canada, and the United Way to deliver this for those folks and organizations that are on the front lines of delivering the most important services right across this country. I encourage all members to let organizations in their community know that they can...
Member for Vancouver East.
Today is National Housing Day. 1 in 5 Canadians cannot afford a safe place to call home. The Liberals are completely out of touch. They are building homes families cannot afford and have done little to end homelessness. The cost of rent has soared all over the country. The average one-bedroom in Toronto is now over $2,500, in Vancouver, $2,600. The Liberals opened the door for housing profiteering, displacing seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income renters. Why are the Liberals treating housing like a stock market and instead of a necessity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. And we both share the same concern, and that is that we need to make sure that all Canadians have access to affordable housing across the country. And that's exactly what the first and only national housing strategy in Canada has as a goal, and we will continue to work to make sure that all Canadians have access to affordable housing.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 Saskatchewan First Nation sisters have served nearly 30 years of a sentence resulting from a wrongful conviction. Tomorrow, the Kewazon sisters face a bail hearing where Saskatchewan appears to be using every trick in the book to keep them in custody. Nearly 50,000 Canadians have signed a petition calling for their release. What is the Minister of Justice doing on this case, and how much longer will Canadians have to wait for the Wrongful Convictions Commission we need to bring an end to these injustices?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I know we share a passion for justice in criminal matters. Mr. Speaker, I can't comment on an active case of a wrongful convictions file because of the potential role that the Department of Justice and my office and even myself might have to play down the road. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the creation of a Miscarriage of Justice Commission or a Wrongful Convictions Commission is in my mandate letter. I have received a report from former Justices Harry Laforme and Juanita Westmoreland-Traoré on the potential architecture for such a commission. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member and I can assure this House that I'm working hard to make sure that that Miscarriage of Justice Commission sees the light of day very soon.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est le temps que nous avons. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you see it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, given that international sporting governing bodies have a moral obligation to support players and fans in highlighting the fight for equality against homophobia, transphobia, and all forms of discrimination in sport, the House condemn the decision of FIFA to threaten to penalize players and teams who wear One Love armbands at the World Cup in Qatar.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
It being 3:15 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Halan to the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-32.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Mr. Land, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moved the following amendments. May I dispense? No? Okay. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. La Chambre.
The House decline to give second reading to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, because the bill brings in new inflationary spending that is not matched by an equivalent saving and does not cancel planned tax hikes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kimmich. Mrs. Thomas. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hallan. Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Moore. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Richards. Mr. Small. Mr. Berthold. Miss Finley. Mr. Abultaif. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Viss. Ms. Rood. Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Generou. Ms. Gladue. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Block. Ms. Ferreri. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Williams. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Allison. Mr. Reid. Mr. McLean. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Steinley. Monsieur Leroux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Tucker. Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster. Mr. Van Popta. Madame Vien. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Rempel-Garner. Mr. Cram. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Nater. Mr. Muse. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Brock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Morans. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Fogg Provencher. Mr. Lake. Monsieur D'Entremont. Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Epp. Mr. Motz. Mr. Weber. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shields. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Annan. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Guilbeault. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Hutchings. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Jasek. Ms. Chager. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Gros. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Murray. Ms. Gould. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ian. Ms. Haidu. Monsieur Miller. Madame Le Boutillier. Monsieur Serré. Mr. Casey. Monsieur Arsenault. Ms. Vandenberg. Mr. Sheehan. Monsieur Sanson. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Dabroussen. Madame Lalonde. Monsieur Elkoury. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Van Couverden. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Kellaway. Ms. Sachs. Mr. Beach. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Ms. Suds. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Fragiscados. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Chang. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Long. Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sabara.
Madam Lambropoulos.
Madam Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madam Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpic.
Mr. McDonald Malpet.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Sinclair-de-Gagny.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre va maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Idlout.
Against.
Against, contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 112, 112. Nays contre 203, 203.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur Blair.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Blair.
Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion to be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division, please.
Here, here. Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux...
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidou.
Ms. Haidou.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutellier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouver.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Fargascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultave.
Mr. Abultave.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Petzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Speaker.
The House will now wait for the The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de
The electronic voting period has ended, and the House,
due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 201, 201. Nays contre 112, 112.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that due to the recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes.
I believe we have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am rising to add to this morning's point of order raised by the NDP House Leader concerning the application of Standing Order 69.1 to Bill C-27 in general, and we've reviewed the Honourable Member's submissions and concur with them. That said, there are a couple of additional citations I wanted to put before the Chair for your consideration. First of all, and I won't repeat the arguments because you've already got them before you, but we do agree that the measures proposed in Part 3 of Bill C-27 are significantly different and unrelated to Parts 1 and 2, such as to warrant a separate vote at second reading. As my NDP counterpart articulated, the purpose of Parts 1 and 2 of the bill concern privacy protections privacy protections and the powers of the Privacy Commissioner and the establishment of a new government tribunal. Part 3, meanwhile, would create a whole new law respecting artificial intelligence. The mechanisms under the Minister and Department's powers are completely unrelated to those in Parts 1 and 2. And that last point is significant in view of another aspect of the March 1st, 2018 ruling of Mr. Speaker Regan, which my colleague cited. Allow me to quote your predecessor. Quote, as each of the first two parts of the bill does indeed enact a new act. Now, this is Speaker Regan. If you just pay attention. I did say that at the beginning of the quote, but that's fine. As each of the first two parts of the bill does indeed enact a new act, I can see why the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconaget would like to see each one voted separately. However, my reading of the bill is that the regimes set out in Part 1, the Impact Assessment Act, and Part 2, the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, are linked in significant ways, reflected in the number of cross-references. For example, the Impact Assessment Act provides for a process for assessing the impact of certain projects, but contains specific provisions for projects with activities regulated under the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. There are also obligations in the Canadian Energy Regulator Act that are subject to provisions in the Impact Assessment Act. Given the multiple references in each of these parts to the entities and processes established by the other part, I believe it is in keeping with the standing order that these two parts be voted together, end quote. Deputy Speaker Bruce Stanton also encountered a similar situation in his June 18, 2018 ruling at page 21-196 of the debates. Unlike the case which I quoted just now, Mr. Speaker, respecting the pipeline killing former Bill C-69, the current Bill C-27 does not feature any significant or intertwining cross-references. So, in other words, Speaker Regan found that the two parts should be voted on together because of all that intertwining and the cross-referencing. So many parts in one part mentioning and referencing parts in the first part, this is not the situation that we have today with Part 3 of Bill C-27. In fact, Part 3 of Bill C-27 does not explicitly cross-reference the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, which Part 2 would enact. Furthermore, there appears to be only one single, tiny, solitary cross-reference to the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, which Part 1 would enact, and that is solely for the purpose of proposing that a definition of personal information, which would be common to both of those laws. Certainly not enough to warrant any kind of grouping when it comes to votes. Part 3, meanwhile, would create a whole new law respecting artificial intelligence. The mechanisms under the Minister and Department's powers are completely unrelated to those in Parts 1 and 2. That last point is significant in view of another aspect of the March 1st, 2018 ruling of Mr. Speaker Regan, which my colleague cited, and I think I've already covered that part. So anyway, Part 3 is completely separate. It's its own independent section. There isn't anywhere near the level of cross-referencing or intertwining that previous speakers have ruled as justification for deciding not to have a separate vote. So it's clear in this situation that Bill C-27 should be, should you agree with the arguments, should be dealt with in such a manner that there can be a separate vote on Part 3. And I really do believe that the spirit of Standing Order 69.1, which is a relatively recent innovation, it's only been in the last number of years that speakers have been given this authority by the House to separate aspects of bills for separate votes. And I'll just read it very quickly. In the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motion for second reading and reference to a committee, and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage. If we think about the context in which this standing order developed and was ultimately passed by the House, it was to allow members more flexibility and more latitude to make their vote count on various aspects of the bill. And it's important to think why the House decided to adopt this measure. There had been over the course of several parliaments across different governments of various times, more and more subject material being included in bills, and this was done at the time to give members the option of voting in favor of some aspects of the bill or opposed to others, and to clarify for their constituents and for Canadians which parts of the bill they support and which parts of the bill they oppose. And the reason why I'm talking about this context is because I don't believe that at the time and the rationale, the impetus for the inclusion of this measure in the standing orders was meant to be terribly restrictive. The whole point of the standing order was to be more permissive, to allow greater latitude and flexibility. And this is a relatively new innovation that has only been used a small number of times in parliamentary terms, certainly a very small number of times. And I do believe it would be not in keeping with the spirit and with the intent that was guiding members when we adopted this, to start off early on in its new measure and its new use to be very restrictive, because things around here tend to go in one direction, and powers or flexibilities that are often accorded the chair often over time get more and more rigid as rules and precedents kind of develop around them. So if the Speaker were to adopt a very restrictive interpretation of this standing orders, I do believe it would take away the point of this innovation as it was proposed. Now, I don't believe that it would take a permissive interpretation of this standing order to agree with my honourable colleague from the NDP and the points I raised here today. It's very clear that these parts are separate, that Part 3 of Bill C-27 is completely independent, stands on its own, and is not related, intertwined, or cross-reference earlier parts of the Act. I only mentioned the point about the restrictive interpretation on this as one further point to urge you to consider, Mr. Speaker, that in keeping with the spirit and the guide and the intent and what the purpose of this innovation was meant to do, to allow members to clearly differentiate which parts of legislation they support and which parts they don't, that I would certainly urge you to keep that in mind as you study the arguments that were put for you. And obviously, I hope that you will find in our favor and allow members to vote separately on Part 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his input, and I will certainly take it into consideration as I come to a decision. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just further to the honourable opposition House Leader's point on that same point of privilege. Thank you very much. Just to understand a key point of the difference in this bill, parts 1 and 2 deal with the privacy of an individual's personal information and the powers of the Privacy Commissioner to review breaches of that and impose penalties, and the creation of a new tribunal, all related to an individual's personal privacy, whereas Part 3 is about regulating an entirely new industry that has nothing to do with the Privacy Act and the replacement of APITA in artificial intelligence, and it gives all the regulatory power and all the administrative, investigative, and penalty power to the minister, and has no connection whatsoever to the Privacy Commissioner or the new tribunal that the government's creating. So again, I would add that in for further consideration for you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Nothing else. We're good. I want to thank the honourable member for his input, and certainly we'll take it into consideration when making my decision or my ruling. And now we'll go to orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commun, resuming consideration of second reading of Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Okay, I just want to make sure we've got this all straightened out here.
Yes, he had 1 minute for questions and comments.
Okay, 1.5 questions left for the honourable member or the honourable parliamentary secretary. Seeing no questions. No. The honourable member for, I'm drawing a blank to Langley Alderbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member opposite for his speech on C-20 to enact to amend the Public Complaints and Review Commission. So when we're and this is going to now include not only the RCMP but also the CBSA. So when we're talking about the CBSA, I think it's also very appropriate to ask whether the CBSA is properly financed and resourced for the demanding work that we expect of them, stopping the smuggling of guns coming across the border. It's one thing to hold them to account for misconduct, but it is quite another, then we should also expect them to be properly resourced so that they could do their work. I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm not sure how the question particularly relates to the piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. You know, this legislation was specifically about bringing in oversight and review bodies to look at the work of the CBSA and the RCMP to respond to complaints that are out there. When it comes to properly resourcing our individual agencies and departments, yes, we have an obligation to do that, to provide them with the resources so that they can deliver on the expectations and what we're asking them to do. So I would, I think it goes without saying that I believe every member in this House would agree that providing the proper resources is absolutely critical, in this case to CBSA and to the RCMP.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to join my voice to the debate on Bill C-20, an act to establish the Public Complaints and Review Commission. This commission will replace the current Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. It's more than just a change of name. There's also change of provisions. The commission will have an expanded role also to receive complaints and to deal with them. about the activities of the Canada Border Services, the CBSA. Now, this hits home to me in my home community of Langley because my riding my community has both the RCMP as the police force, and we are also a border community with the border crossing at Aldergrove between the Canadian town of Aldergrove and the American town of Linden. Many people in my community have friends and relatives in Washington State. I would be one of them. 4 of my grandchildren live in Linden, Washington, just a 45-minute drive from my home in Langley, not counting the time that we might have to wait at the border, sometimes a long time, sometimes very short. And in the hundreds of times that I've crossed the border, from Aldergrove into Linden, I have never had a bad interaction with anybody from the CBSA. I can say the same of the RCMP. Not that I've had that many interactions with members of the RCMP, but any that I have had, have always been good, have always been positive. I have the highest regard for both people that work for both agencies. Our police officers and border security guards are at the front line of public safety, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. I think of Burnaby RCMP Constable Shaylin Yang, who was stabbed to death on October 18th, just over a month ago, trying to save a homeless man's life. Constable Yang was attending at a city park along with a bylaw officer from the city of Burnaby to serve an eviction notice on a person who was camped in a public park. On approaching the scene, Constable Yang noticed that there was evidence of the man overdosing. She entered into the tent with a naloxone kit. She did not come out alive. I didn't know Constable Yang at all, but I know people who do know her, who worked with her, who trained with her, and who loved her. Her death is a reminder to her colleagues, and indeed to all of us, that working on the front line, whether it's with the RCMP or other police service in Canada, it is dangerous work. To all police officers and other frontline workers, thank you for your service to your community. We owe you a debt of gratitude. We are grateful for your service. And Madam Speaker, it is in that context that I now want to join the conversation about complaints against the RCMP. During my time on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, we heard from many witnesses about failings of the RCMP and other police services across the country. Last year, we studied alleged systemic racism in the RCMP. It was an exhaustive study. It was an exhausting study. We had 19 meetings. We heard from 53 witnesses. The study resulted in a report of 125 pages and 42 recommendations. We heard from community organizations providing services to or advocating for Indigenous communities. We heard from academics working in the fields of law, law enforcement, and social services. We heard from people working with people suffering of mental health and addictions. And of course, we heard from representatives from various police services. Is there racism in policing in Canada? That was a question that we were tasked with. Now, the first job, as always, is to define our terms. One of our witnesses, Alan Babineau, a law enforcement consultant, social justice advocate, and a former member of the RCMP, gave us this working definition. This is what he said. Systemic racism is when the system itself is based upon and founded upon racist beliefs and philosophies and thinking, and has put in place policies and practices that literally force even non-racist people to act in a racist way. Close quote. Now, I've met many police officers. I have a family member who is an RCMP police officer. I went to law school with several former RCMP officers who then went on to become lawyers, and I've formed lifelong friendships with them. I have colleagues who have had full careers in law enforcement prior to coming to this House. I attend church with several people who are RCMP officers, and I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that not one of them is racist. They are all honest, hardworking people, law-abiding citizens who have nothing but the best interest of their communities, their neighbors, and their country at heart. Our report at the Public Safety Committee was not about whether individuals within the RCMP are racist. The evidence is clear that we do have societal problems. But it's not a problem just of the RCMP, just of the CBSA, just of the Vancouver Police Department. The problem is in our society. When we think about racism, we might be tempted to point the fingers at others, point the fingers to the Fathers of Confederation and residential schools and say, wasn't us. We may think about our ancestors' role in slavery and say, that wasn't us, we weren't there. A little closer to home, we might talk about the Chinese head task and say, well, that was before my time. Or a little closer to home in Vancouver, we might think about the Kamagata-Maru incident, where law enforcement agencies turned a ship around and sent it back to India. Or to make it current, we could point the finger to the RCMP, but finger pointing isn't going to get us anywhere. Certainly not going to help us find solutions to racism. We recognize that we're all part of society. We're all a product of our shared history. We're all in the same boat, so to speak. But here's the good news. We're all also part of the solution. And it is in that context that I hope people will read this report, and I hope they do read it, from the Public Safety Committee, a report that we simply called Systemic Racism in Policing in Canada. So here we're today talking about Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission. This draft legislation is backed up by the report that I just talked about that our Public Safety Committee tackled last year. I mentioned that the report contains 42 recommendations. Now, 5 of those 42 deal with what we call, under the current legislation, the Civil Review and Complaints Commission. Evidence that we heard at committee made it clear that we have a problem. The current review and complaint structure is dysfunctional, and it needs to be fixed. Witnesses raised concerns about the transparency of disciplinary process from the RCMP. For example, we heard from Professor Christian Luprecht of the Royal Military College. He suggested that the RCMP should be required to make public all disciplinary decisions. That goes to transparency. Professor Samuel Wortley of Carleton University pointed out that transparency of disciplinary processes for police who engage in misconduct is required to ensure that there's public confidence in the system. We want to know what's going on. Ellen Babineau and the Honourable Michelle Bastarache suggested that the RCMP does not appear to be capable of addressing discrimination within the organization itself, suggesting that change must come from the outside. Now, all this evidence presented to the Public Safety Committee brought us to some recommendations. There were 42. I'm going to just highlight 3 of them. Recommendation number 1 was that the Government of Canada should clarify and strengthen the mandate of the Public Complaints Commission, the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. We weren't contemplating that the whole commission would be revamped and given a new name, but so be it. This would include creating statutory timelines for responses by the RCMP Commissioner to reports coming from the Commission, and requiring that the Commission publish its findings and recommendations. It all goes to transparency. The second recommendation was that the Government of Canada should increase accessibility and transparency by simplifying the process for initiating a complaint. The third recommendation was to allow for meaningful engagement of Indigenous participation in the Complaints Commission. Don't forget, the study was about whether there was racism in the RCMP. So does Bill C-20, the legislation that we're talking about, answer those challenges? The answer is, in large part, yes, it does. The legislation creating the new PCRC, the Public Complaints and Review Commission, which in many ways mirrors the existing commission, requires establishing of timelines for dealing with complaints. That was one of the concerns that we heard at committee. It would require, the new legislation will require implementing education and information programs so that the public better understands the process, something else that we heard complaints about at committee. The new legislation outlines how complaints are to be submitted, investigated, and reviewed, and that there should be an annual report to the minister who would then submit it to this Parliament, and that report is to include information about whether service standards are being met, the number of complaints, and data about the complaints so that we can develop policy based on good, reliable data. There's a lot of details in the Act also about what information that the Commissioner might encounter is to be treated confidentially to protect complainants and security for security purposes. There's information about the hearing process, about the powers that the Commission will have, powers of a superior court of record, including the power, the ability to be able to subpoena witnesses and order them to give evidence. The Commission will also have the ability to recommend disciplinary action, although not to carry those out. Madam Speaker, the legislation appears to be straightforward in achieving its objectives. We will be supporting this draft bill at second reading, and I look forward to a deep dive at committee into the details and to listen to experts. Now, Madam Speaker, when we are talking about police oversight, this is the police policing themselves, and border staff oversight, when possible discipline might happen, we need to ask the question whether these agencies are properly resourced to do their work. We know that the police services across the country are facing a recruitment and retention crisis, like almost every sector in our economy. We have a shortage of new people coming into the police services at the same time that older people are leaving police services. And all at the same time that we are demanding more from our police services. Police recruitment is down and crime is up. There's been a 32% increase in violent crime since 2015 when this current Liberal government took office. There have been 125,000 more violent crimes last year than there were in 2015. So, Madam Speaker, crime rates are going up. We're expecting more from our police. We need to make sure that they are fully resourced. We have similar statistics with CBSA. Shortage of workers, retiring people, not enough people coming in, and higher demand on their work. Another study that we had recently completed at the Public Safety Committee was about guns and gangs. We learned that most firearms used in violent crime in Canada is a handgun smuggled in from the United States. One of our witnesses stated the obvious. We live beside the largest gun manufacturing society in the world, and we share the longest undefended border with them. So this presents a big challenge for us, and we expect a lot from our CBSA to intercept guns that are being smuggled into our country. It's not an easy problem to solve, and I can assure you that C21, and I know we're talking about C20, but I just want to make a quick reference to C21, which makes owning a handgun in Canada illegal, or even more illegal than it already was. It is not going to solve the problem, as the people committing violent crime are already illegal gun owners, just to state the obvious. So Bill C-21 doesn't add much value, certainly doesn't keep Canadians any safer. It just further stigmatizes legal gun owners, trained, licensed sport shooters who are good and honest citizens. Our neighbors, Bill C-21 does not help, but that's for another day. We're talking about C-20. The Public Review and Complaints Commission. Our report on guns and gang violence recommended that funding for the CBSA be increased. If we're going to enhance a complaints review process for our workers, I think it's only fair that we make sure that they are properly resourced so that they can do their jobs properly. Let's also make sure that they're adequately resourced with people and money so that they can do the work effectively. We expect a lot from our border security people. They should expect to receive a full complement of a workforce, of financial resources, of tools to do their job effectively. I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to the CBSA workers, including many who live in my riding of Langley. I just told you that we live on a border, and there's several land border crossings, and I have a lot of friends who work in one or other of those border crossings. I want to talk about something else that touches on policing the police. Our safety committee met with Mr. Justice Bastarache, formerly of the Supreme Court of Canada. He presented his report to us, this is a couple of years ago in the 43rd Parliament. He presented his report to us entitled, Broken Dreams, Broken Lives. This retired judge was tasked with the unenviable task of distributing and dispersing court-awarded money under the so-called Merlot-Davidson Settlement Agreement to victims of sexual harassment within the RCMP. Merlot and Davidson were the two named plaintiffs in that case. The judge's report is a stinging rebuke of a culture of sexual harassment within the RCMP. His report starts with these words: for more than 30 years, there have been calls to fix sexual harassment in the RCMP. The report then goes on to talk about the 3,086 claims over that 30-year period. He and his staff conducted 644 interviews with victims. And at the end of all his work, they awarded some compensation to 2,034 victims. It's widespread. It's not a good situation. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, as I read through the report, I wondered whether my pride in our national police force was misplaced. In our discussion with Justice Bastarache at committee, I related a story from my childhood when my parents took me and my brothers, my siblings, to see the RCMP's musical ride. My parents were new immigrants from the Netherlands, and they told us that one of the things that they were very proud of about their new country was that we could actually be proud of our police force, something that isn't true, sadly, for every nation in the world. Mr. Justice Bastarache told me that, in his opinion, it was still appropriate for us to be proud of our RCMP service. It has a proud history, and it is redeemable. But in his opinion, it would require outside resources, outside influences, because the RCMP could not reform itself. So, Madam Speaker, I will be voting in favor of C20 at second reading for it to go to committee for a deep dive, a line-by-line review. There I will be looking for not only how the RCMP interacts with the public, who expect the police to keep them safe and to do no harm, but also on how this legislation will steer us towards improving the internal culture of this agency, the RCMP, that we all want to be proud of. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually very encouraging to see the support that's coming forward for this legislation. Earlier today, prior to question period, we had a very clear indication whether it was obviously the government who's proposing the legislation, to support coming from the New Democrats, the Bloc Party, even Green Party members are supporting the legislation, and it's become very clear that the Conservative Party is going to be supporting the legislation. So I would like to think, given the type of support that it's getting from the House, that there would be a willingness to see it go to committee, given that we've had a great deal of opportunity over not only months but years to have that discussion both informally and formally, inside the chamber, outside of the chamber. And I know the standing committee, Madam Speaker, would be anxious to actually receive the legislation so it can get down to work and listen to public and so forth on it. I'm wondering if the member is in concurrence with me that we should try to advance this, even if it means getting the support to sit till tonight. I, for one, would be happy to be here till midnight if there's more members that want to speak on the legislation. But let's see if we can get this legislation passed. And I'm wondering if the member would provide his comments on how important it is to pass the legislation.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his question. Yes, I do want to see this go to committee, and yes, I will be voting in favor of it, and I'm assuming my whole caucus will be. But we hear this often from this member, that if we're all in agreement, why don't we just accelerate it through the whole process? The process is important. It is important for me to give the speech today, even if the member opposite didn't think it contributed a lot. Members in my community think that it does. They want me to hear me talking about things that are important to them, and this is important to them. And therefore, I don't think that we should be accelerating this needlessly. We need to debate it. That's why we're here.
Commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and yes, I would like to follow that. I had the excellent speech from my honourable colleague. It shows us that when there are bills that are high quality, that were well written, and that everyone agrees upon, then Parliament works well, and that shows us, I'd like to hear his comments on the matter, the many time allocations from the Liberals are necessary if we can work well together. We will be going to committee because this bill is ambitious and there are many details, and we should listen to witnesses and stakeholders who will be able to tell us more about this bill, especially unions. I would like to hear from my colleague who should appear before the committee. What will this committee's use be to make sure that this bill be as optimal as possible at third reading?
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. I would like to thank my colleague for his thoughtful question. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this bill going to committee for a deep dive, line by line, and yes, we do have to hear from experts in the field. The study that we conducted at Public Safety last year, I think is a good indication, gives a good indication of who should be called as witnesses. People that work with Indigenous communities, for example, we definitely need to hear from them. People who work in law enforcement right from one end of the country to the other, we need to hear from them. We should probably hear from Mr. Justice Bastarash, who wrote the report, Broken Lives, Broken Dreams, I forget what it was called. He would have something very, very important to say to the committee. That would be a good addition. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of course, the NDP thinks it's a good idea, and I do too, that this bill passed. The CBSA is the only major law enforcement agency in Canada without an independent review mechanism for the bulk of their activity, and that's an oversight that needs to be changed. But I was interested in my friend's comments about interdiction at the borders, and I've done a bit of research. Just the Port of Vancouver, with its 4 terminals, has 1.5 million containers coming every year. CBSA examines only 50,000 of them. That's about 4%. That means 1,450,000 containers pass through just that one port every year that are not examined by CBSA. The average container ship carries 10,000 containers. If 4% are shipped, that means 9,600 containers per ship are not searched. So I'm just wondering about his party's promotion of interdiction as a preferred method of dealing with guns or drugs. And would he not agree with us that there's just no way that CBSA is ever going to have an effective interdiction policy with respect to those figures?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you. It was a great question. And it seems almost impossible. I agree with you. The task is so large. But I would narrow it down with this, that most of the guns that are used in a crime in Canada are smuggled in from the United States. not from China, not in containers that are coming into the port of Vancouver. Maybe some, but most of it, like 80%, handguns smuggled in from the USA. So let's focus on that. I was talking to some border security people in my riding about the ArriveCan app, and they said it was a waste of time. They were sitting there looking at their computer screens as cars were driving by, instead of doing what they normally do, look at the person whose windows just got rolled down, and face-to-face contact, body language. And that's the way they're going to interdict illegal things being smuggled in, including handguns. Thanks.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, I just want to, drill down into the answer that the member gave to the member from Winnipeg a couple questions ago, Madam Speaker. Can he explain to the House why it's so important that he speak for 30 minutes on this issue? Like, I heard what he said. He said it's important that he express his position on this, but let's just analyze this for a second, Madam Speaker. He spoke for 30 minutes, right? And if all 118 Conservatives spoke for 30 minutes on this, that would put us into the position of having to literally debate this bill for weeks, if not months, just to get it to committee. So is the member basically saying that occupying all of this time and for him to give his speech is actually more important than the legislation getting adopted? Is that what he's saying? Because in theory, that's what he's saying. He's saying that I need to speak to this for 30 minutes, and if we let everybody do that, it literally won't go anywhere.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would just reiterate that it is important for me to speak on this. It is important to my constituents that I speak on this. I've been involved with the Public Safety Committee, and I'm somewhat informed on the issues, so I think it is completely appropriate for me to speak to this, and I'm sorry if the member thinks that it's not important, that people Conservative members who want to speak to the issue should be able to. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just before I begin, I just wanted to let you know I'll be sharing my time with the member for Milton. Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to speak to Bill C-20. It's a bill that establishes an independent body called the Public Complaints and Review Commission. It is to review and investigate complaints concerning the conduct and level of service by the RCMP and the CBSA, conduct reviews of specified activities of the RCMP and the CBSA. It authorizes the chairperson of the Public Complaints and Review Commission to recommend the initiation of disciplinary processes or the imposition of disciplinary measures in relation to individuals who have been the subject of complaints. It amends the CBSA Agencies Act to provide for the investigation of serious incidents involving officers and employees of the CBSA. It amends the English version of federal statutes and orders, regulations, and other instruments to replace references to the force with references to the RCMP. Madam Speaker, this isn't the first time that I've risen to speak about the importance of having oversight for the CBSA. You know, we hear very regularly that how important it is for open, transparent government, how important it is for us to ensure that Canadians and everybody within the Canadian border have the ability to be treated fairly, have the ability to conduct their affairs within a certain decorum of respect, and to be able to enter our country, to be able to not be judged based on their shell. And as much as I respect the work that the CBSA has done over these decades and years, with their ability to bring in and to be able to recognize and to go through hundreds and thousands of people on a regular basis through over 1,000 ports of entry within our country, I wonder what the impact is to people that may look differently, people that may have different abilities, that may not speak to or speak the same language that our CBSA officers speak. It's not a question of what and whether our CBSA officers are able to contribute and support our borders and our entry points across the country, Madam Speaker. It's a question of how are we maintaining and supporting the integrity of Canadian values in this country. It's a matter of, are we ensuring that everybody who comes in has that equality of opportunity, has the due process? And as we give discretion to CBSA officers as they process these intense applications on a day-to-day basis, are those applications processed in a manner that is fair, that is objective, and that is in value to what we hold dear as Canadians? And as hundreds and thousands of travelers, of permanent residents, of citizens cross the border on a daily basis, I wonder about how CBSA officers are ensuring the integrity of the process. And I wonder about what are those cases that have been missed. I know it's been in the news recently about a number of refugees from Egypt that came in through Vancouver Port that were intervened by CBSA officers and are now alleging that they have been discriminated against, as Muslims who have come in from Egypt have been linked to the Muslim Brotherhood and have no way of recourse from the CBSA officer that intook them to what their refugee applications would have looked like. They have spent years trying to find a home, having really wanted Canada as their home, and are now in a situation where they don't know where they belong. And had we instilled this legislation at the moment when you had first introduced it a couple of years ago, I wonder if they would be still in that same situation. What this legislation does, Madam Speaker, is that it gives people the opportunity to really delve deep into whether or not their claim, the way that they're treated as they enter into or exit from Canada is fair, is a way that we, as with our Canadian values, would feel respected or would feel proud of. And I can tell you that those refugee claimants out of Vancouver who have had their dealings with the CBSA without having any recourse with the way that they have been treated by the CBSA out in Vancouver with those specific cases, I doubt that they feel that they've been treated fairly. But if we had a way for there to be adjudication, for an independent complaint system to listen to take in the facts, to understand what had transpired in this case, if that whole regime had been available, I doubt that those people in Vancouver would be feeling that. I commend each and every member of the CBSA, Madam Speaker. I know how great work they do, saving lives, going through people day by day by day, protecting the national security of this country, ensuring that we are secure as Canadians. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, if there is no oversight to the discretionary power that is given to CBSA officers that are dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, we wonder just how open and transparent we can be. We wonder what equality of opportunity looks like. Canada is a country that is revered across the world. We take in a lot of people looking for homes. And we have become the adopted home for hundreds and thousands of people, including myself, Madam Speaker. And I wonder, how can we improve that process? How can we ensure that the entry point to this safe haven that is Canada can be improved? How can we ensure that the people that are having to deal with those first officers as they try to enter the country are treated with respect, are treated with dignity, and are treated without bias, regardless of where they come from, Madam Speaker? It is an independent oversight body that allows us the privilege of being able to provide that oversight, of being able to provide that equality of opportunity to everyone who is seeking refuge within our country. This legislation has been really delayed in coming, Madam Speaker. It is so necessary, it is so important that we include this independent oversight body to ensure that our borders are not only protected, but that they are free from the bias, the subjectivity that our Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects Canadians from on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. We have to move forward on this legislation, and I'm really looking forward for this to go through committee and finally receiving royal assent, Madam Speaker, because I believe that this is how we continue to achieve equality of opportunity in our country. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, which was very interesting. She explained in her speech that the current system to handle complaints against the CBSA can lead to injustices, especially towards some minorities which can be targeted. Just before her speech, the member for Kingston and the Islands rose in this House and said that speaking about this bill in the House makes us lose our time and delays the swift passage of the bill. So here's my question for my colleague. Does she feel that her speech made us waste time?
Madam Speaker, this chamber, this place, is for debate. It is for expressing the opinions of my constituents for each and every one of our constituents. And so I know for a fact that my constituents want this bill to go forward. I know for a fact that each and every member across the aisle, and I've sat here and listened to their speeches, have something to contribute to this bill. I would like to see this bill get to committee as soon as possible. I would like for this bill to be implemented into law. I really am looking forward to having an oversight for the CBSA, and I encourage the member to support this bill throughout its entirety. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really was listening to the words of the member today, and I appreciate the words around being treated fairly and with respect. And Madam Speaker, I had a question for the member, which is around the LGBTQ+ community, which we spoke about in the House today. But this relates specifically to respect and being treated fairly around those that have been misgendered by the RCMP. And I just wanted the member's thoughts about how this would be able to allow persons that have been misgendered to file a complaint, which right now is not available to them. Thank you.
Well, member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And that's a really, really good question raised by my friend. It's this bill this proposition of having an oversight body is really about equality of opportunity. It is about righting wrongs, regardless of what those wrongs are. It is about using our Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a baseline to ensure that Canadians are protected within our country. It is about transparency. It is about openness. And I am looking forward to having this bill have impact, a positive impact on transgender communities, on the LGBTQ2 plus communities, on all racialized communities and religious minorities as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable députée Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. She commended the work of border agents, and we do too, and we understand that the current complaint and review mechanism can have issues, and the new mechanism can be helpful for those who have seen their rights violated. But does the member feel that it's important to consider the situation of border agents, those working at the borders, ensuring our rights? They have been harmed because there's a lot of pressure on these workers. There are fewer of them than previously. So how does the government intend to consult these workers and take their point of view under consideration so that this doesn't add additional pressure and burden for them?
Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'll commend the member for a really important question. Madam Speaker, our frontline service members, the ones that really get out there and provide those services at the front end, are doing our country a wonderful service. They are to be commended for their wonderful efforts. What I'm trying to say, what this bill is trying to implement, is to ensure that what services we provide at that front end are objective, are fair, and those that feel that they have not been properly treated, that those that have not received those services fairly, have a way to recommence themselves, to be able to find a way to make themselves whole if they feel that they have not been treated properly. I, for one,
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Sport.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to rise in the House today in order to speak to this very important bill, C-20.
Here today, standing on traditional Algonquin territory. We are indeed debating Bill C-20, which would enact a new standalone statute, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act, to provide an external review regime for both the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and Canadian Border Services Agency. Madam Speaker, when it comes to law enforcement and border protection, nothing's more important to the proper functioning of these systems than trust and accountability. Canadians are watching, and indeed, the world is watching. The RCMP and CBSA provide world-class services to keep Canadians safe, and Canadians, rightly so, expect nothing less than consistent, fair, and equal treatment for them. It's about balance, Madam Speaker. Public safety is, of course, paramount, but so too are human rights. To ensure our system remains balanced in this way and to maintain public respect for the rule of law, it's essential that we pass Bill C-20 and establish a robust civilian review system. Under this new PCRC, enhanced reporting requirements would apply, as would an independent review mechanism for the CBSA. By establishing these mechanisms independently from the enabling statutes of the RCMP and CBSA, we are walking the talk. We are demonstrating the importance of the very independence we seek to enshrine in law, distinct from the organizations in question. Madam Speaker, I would like to use my time today to delve into some of the details of this bill. And first, Bill C-20 would add specific new accountability and transparency mechanisms. These would entail codified timelines for the RCMP or CBSA to respond to reports, reviews, and recommendations from the PCRC. But not only that, there would also be timelines for information sharing between the RCMP and the CBSA, as well as the PCRC, For example, the RCMP and CBSA would have 6 months to respond to an interim report of the PCRC. And when the PCRC has issued a report after having reviewed specific activities of the RCMP and CBSA, the latter would have 60 days to respond. Not only must these bodies report back to the chairperson of the PCRC within these codified timelines, but the bill would also obligate the RCMP Commissioner and the CBSA President each to submit an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety. These reports would detail the actions of the RCMP and the CBSA have taken within the year to respond to PCRC recommendations. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the RCMP for their efforts to improve the timeliness of responses to the CRCC over the past year. And the provisions of this bill would ensure this timeliness continues. Madam Speaker, another highly important aspect of Bill C-20 is the provision compelling the PCRC to report on disaggregated race-based data. Canadians have said it loud and clear, and we agree. Eradicating systemic racism in law enforcement is an urgent priority. And collecting and establishing, as well as publishing race-based data on complainants is one of the ways that acknowledges those gaps around the systemic racism would be filled. In addition, Bill C-20 directs the PCRC to implement public education and information programs to increase knowledge and awareness of the new Commission's mandate. With increased public information and engagement through such mechanisms, the bill aims to earn the trust of Black, Indigenous, and all racialized Canadians. Of course, this all builds on the work done by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security and their report entitled Systemic Racism in Policing in Canada. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we are following through on that report's recommendation that the government clarify and strengthen the mandate, independence, and efficacy of the CRCC. What this bill also does, on top of improving RCMP review, is to close a long-standing gap regarding reviews of the CBSA. Currently, public complaints are handled through internal CBSA processes, and there are no independent mechanisms available to review public complaints regarding CBSA employee or conduct service. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, this is a very ambitious and truly important bill. But as we've had multiple opportunities to introduce such legislation with both Bill C-98 and Bill C-3 dying on the order paper in 2019 and 2020 respectively, we have also seized the chance to continue building out this bill. This work has been accomplished through extensive consultations with stakeholders, the broader public, and governance experts like Mel Kapp, and particularly with the CRCC itself. I must single out CRCC Chairperson Micheline Lahaye for her dedication. Many of her thoughtful and thorough recommendations have shaped this bill into a framework for accountability and transparency, and that is why we are here today. Madam Speaker, I began my time today by asserting that Canada's new law enforcement and border services organizations are world-class, and I stand by that statement. And it's exactly why this legislation is so critical. To remain world-class and to uphold Canada's hard-won reputation for equity and fairness on the international stage, we must keep up with our international counterparts. And this bill does exactly that, aligning our border agency review function with that of countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. Internally, Bill C-20 also aligns the new PCRC's review functions with other public safety accountability bodies, like the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and the newly created National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. Madam Speaker, to sum up, Bill C-20 is much needed and long overdue. Without it, the CRCC does not have all the tools it needs to uphold civilian review of the law enforcement system. And the Canadian public does not have the tools it needs to continue trusting, or indeed to rebuild trust in many cases, in the services that the system provides. This bill responds to the urgent priorities that date back years and those that have more recently come to the forefront, such as systemic racism. I know my honourable colleagues share our concern for both the public safety and the right of all Canadians to live free from discrimination, and I urge everyone in this House to join me in supporting this expeditious passage of this legislation. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments today. One of my worries that I have often when we have legislation brought forward, when we announce things in this House, is that there aren't the resources available to do the work that needs to be done. So for example, we've seen with our sanctions regime that we don't have the resources for CBSA to do what they need to do. With regards to forced labor, we have seen only one shipment be identified by CBSA for forced labor, and that was returned. So my worry is that we will put this legislation in place, but that there won't be the resources to actually make sure that it is effective. What steps will the government take to ensure that there are adequate resources for this work?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, for engaging on this important issue today. You know, resources come in various shapes and forms. There's human resources and financial resources. Indeed, the latter will be available to ensure that there is, all the money necessary to build up a new organization of accountability. That is a commitment that I know this government has already made. On the issue of human resources and making sure there's enough personnel, for example, to fill all the important positions within the CBSA, the RCMP, and this new accountability measure as well, we're going to rely largely on immigration in this country to fill a lot of those positions. Canadians these days are simply not having as many children as the economy will require them if we'd like it to grow. And this is one of those important areas where we need to rely on immigration for our workforce and for that human resource capital that Canada so desperately needs.
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his presentation. I come from a riding that I have 5 CBSA crossings in my riding, and for over my 7 years as a member of Parliament, I've heard many times from my constituents on both positive and negative issues on the CBSA as they dealt with it, and even more so lately with COVID and then the shutdowns of borders, and in particular right now the issue of when are they going to get back to their regular hours. But that's another conversation. That's not the conversation today. My question to the member is, this has been the Liberals have been saying this is going to happen for these past 7 years, and yet it's taken this long just to get to it. Why has it all taken so long to get it to this stage, and why is it being rushed at this last point?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I stated in my speech today, this bill indeed has died on the order paper twice now, and we don't want that to ever happen again. This bill has been debated over and over again. It has been modified on those 2 occasions as well to fit more current studies being done at various committees and things that we review and decide collectively as priorities. So why is this important now? Because time is of the essence on this bill. I do believe that after it has died twice on the order paper, it's important to act expeditiously. I don't suspect that there's an election on the horizon, but at the same time, this House has important work to do, and this is one of those opportunities that we all have to come together and collectively make some progress happen before the holiday break. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And this bill has died on the order paper a couple of times now. In 2004, already 18 years ago, Justice O'Connor had already recommended that this type of process be created. Now, that being said, I would just like to piggyback on the question from the NDP. What does this represent in terms of investments? Are we talking about millions of dollars? And what we're talking about, how many positions? 10 positions, 10, 50 positions? What does this represent in terms of funding and in terms of human resources? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question and for the attention that he is giving to this bill. Right now, I don't have any economic specifics. I don't have any details around the funding for this project yet. But I think that all members in this House believe that this is a very important bill. And it's not a question of funding or money. It's a question of addressing systemic racism and to respond to the questions of our constituents. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am therefore rising to speak to Bill C-20, which is an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. The Bloc Québécois will be supporting this bill at second reading. This bill would ensure that Canadians would be able to file complaints with the CBSA, which sometimes misuses its authority. Right now, there is an independent oversight mechanism, but it has only to do with national security matters and must be broadened. Canadians who wish to complain must do so directly to the CBSA, but the information is not public because the mechanism is internal and thus is not completely neutral and objective. There is therefore no external review commission to deal with public complaints, and that is what this bill seeks to correct. Therefore, the Bloc Québécois is supporting this bill because we believe that having a complaints processing mechanism is positive for Canadians. As my colleague said, 18 years ago in 2004, Justice O'Connor recommended the creation of an independent process to address complaints from the public against the CBSA. For example, in January 2020, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada found major flaws with regard to the search of travelers at electronic devices, which means that it is very important to have such a complaints process. And we need to hear from different groups, including the unions. And I'm going to come back to say what this changes in terms of unions and from the viewpoint of victims. This bill amends the Act to modify the complaints process and allowing people to complain directly to the CBSA. This bill is similar to Bills C3 and C98, both of which died on the order paper for the simple reason that the government never made them a priority in terms of debate here in this House. All parties had supported Bill C98, whereas C3 never made it to the voting process, to the voting phase. And so now it is important we pass this bill. This bill for example, puts in place the Public Complaints and Review Commission as a replacement of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in order to review and investigate complaints concerning the conduct and level of service of the RCMP and the CBSA personnel, and to conduct reviews of specified activities of the RCMP and the CBSA. It authorizes the chairperson of the Public Complaints and Review Commission to recommend the initiation of disciplinary processes or the imposition of disciplinary measures in relation to individuals who have been the subject of complaints. It amends the CBSA Act to provide for the investigation of serious incidents involving officers and employees of the Canada Border Services Agency. And the most important of all is that it will allow these different activities to be investigated and to conduct investigations of these different complaints. But with C20, the PCRC will be able to hear directly, or rather they can send these complaints directly to the RCMP and the CBSA, but they also can do follow-up investigations. If an individual is not satisfied with these investigations, it can refer it up to the PCRC, and in such a case, the PCRC will be able to present its conclusions and formulate recommendations. And the RCMP and the CBSA will have to respond in writing to the reports of this commission, and therefore, this would be an excellent mechanism. In addition, complaints related to the Human Rights Commission, the Official Languages Commissioner, or the Privacy Commissioner will not be dealt with by the Commission, but it will transmit the complaints to the appropriate organizations. It will be composed of civilians who are not former members of the RCMP or the CBSA, and therefore that is removed, and therefore the body is made more independent. Another aspect of this bill is that the timelines for responding will be prescribed, because often the timelines were much too long in terms of the response, and so this commission will have to respect certain deadlines. This bill will also compel the RCMP Commissioner and the Chairperson of the CBSA to present an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety to advise them of what their organizations are doing to follow up on the recommendations of the Commission. The Minister will have to transmit to the House of Commons and to the Senate a report within 15 days. And there will also be a more targeted form of data collection to determine if racism is being demonstrated against certain groups. There will also be an awareness-raising campaign to inform travelers of their rights. The Commission will have to monitor serious incidents, for example, serious injury, and it will consent observers to ensure that the investigations of the CBSA and the RCMP are carried out impartially. It will be able to examine on its own initiative any activity of the RCMP and the CBSA that is not linked to national security matters, and the reports would include conclusions and recommendations in terms of compliance with laws and directives, and would ensure that the guidelines and the procedures for the CBSA and the RCMP are accurate. And one difference is that this commission will be incorporated by a specific law, whereas in the former version, it simply changed existing laws. The commission will not be able to compel the CBSA or the RCMP to undertake disciplinary measures, but both organizations must report to the minister and justify the reaction to the recommendations. And these will be made public 15 days after the minister has received them. So this bill seeks to create an independent oversight process of complaints and of the work done by the CBSA. This new entity, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act, will also replace the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. So this new commission will deal both with the RCMP and the CBSA. This new organization will allow complaints to be made directly to the CBSA and to the Commission itself as the complainant desires. And where a person is not satisfied with the response from the CBSA or the RCMP, that person will be able to ask the Commission to examine the complaint. Now, the process is still long and complicated, and probably most individuals will give up before the end of the process. For example, if an officer makes a sexist or racist remark against a traveler, filing a complaint with the CBSA and waiting for an answer and then referring it to the Commission could be more complicated and demanding than simply giving up. We'll have to see in committee if the process proposed by C20 is appropriate or must be reviewed. The creation of this new body is very necessary, though, according to Mary Foster, a witness who said that in 2019 that filing a complaint with the CBSA or the led nowhere. So being able to contest the conclusions of the investigation is essential to keep the Canadians' trust. All parties had supported C98 during the 42nd Parliament, as I said earlier, but C3 did not even make it to a vote. So this would be a good bill for Canadians and Quebecers because the current system does not allow them to complain adequately. Many freedom advocacy groups have been calling for the creation of such a body. For example, the Canadian Press had obtained under ATIP a list of the complaints that had been filed directly with the CBSA by travelers. These documents showed some 100 complaints that had grounds where travelers were the object of racist or disgusting remarks. So these complaints are now processed internally with little transparency, and this is something that C20 will fix. Secondly, if we look at this from the point of view of unions, the national chair of CIU, Mark Weber, fears that C20 will exercise more pressure on relations between employer and employees, which are already very strained, so we have to remember that. Some officers might be put on leave without pay until an investigation is completed. Also, customs agents often work very long hours and are stressed out, which doesn't help. So the Bloc Québécois has already been calling for a special, or rather for the federal government to withdraw from this matter and to leave it to Quebec. The lack of CBSA personnel is well known, and that creates tension between travelers and the officers. So the government has to look to this as well. The CBSA has a great deal of power, especially to search Canadians and to expel them, so that it's incomprehensible that the CBSA has not yet been the object of an external investigation mechanism. The Library of Parliament, in its legislative summer, refers to the case of Maher Arar, who was arrested in New York when he was coming back to Canada. In 2004, an inquiry commission led by Justice O'Connor suggested that this new civilian organization be created to examine the activities of the RCMP and the CBSA. 18 years later, this still hasn't been done. And we must also mention that the Bloc Québécois is not blaming the officers of the CBSA or of the RCMP and is not trying to impugn any motives to them. Instead, we feel that it is the government that is responsible for the lack of oversight and the lack of transparency with regard to these bodies, and the Liberals and the Conservatives are responsible for having put up with this for too long.
I need to make an announcement before we go past 5 p.m. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions that will be raised at adjournment this evening.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, Cannabis. Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford, apologies for the interruption. Not at all. What you announced is very important. It's part of our work as parliamentarians. So I repeat, the lack of resources allocated to these agencies does not help, while some customs officers can be exhausted, which can lead to more tense situations with some travellers. Because as we saw in a Radio-Canada article recently, complaints have been piling up against CBSA officers for the past 2 years, just as we read that a new complaints commission is in the works. So Bill C-20 would replace the oversight body that handles public complaints against the RCMP with a Civilian Complaints and Review Commission, which would handle complaints against the RCMP and the CBSA. If the bill is to be adopted, this new Civilian Complaints and Review Commission would be able to review all of the CBSA's non-national security-based activities, either on its own initiative or at the request of the Minister. Mr. Webers, head of the union, stated that he would like to see the new body also deal with management misconduct. That is also important to note. He noted that if a complaint indicates a systemic problem, the Commission should address that problem rather than directing everything to the one person with whom the traveller interacts. He stated that CBSA officers are often forced to work mandatory overtime and sometimes deal with hundreds of people a day. The number of border officer misconduct investigations increased last year, despite a dramatic reduction in international travel due to the pandemic. The misconduct mainly concerns the granting of passes, for example, or disrespect for customers, among other examples. The CBSA reports 215 investigations of its officers last year, compared to 171 in 2019. The numbers are going up. An increase occurring as border restrictions were put in place to control the pandemic. This significantly reduced the number of trips to and from Canada, but complaints have gone up last year. The total number of recorded trips in and out of the country by air and land was just over 25 million. A far cry from the nearly 94 million recorded in 2019. The agency notes, however, that not all of these cases of misconduct were travel-related. The number of cases varies from year to year, and it is important to note that not all misconduct is related to public complaints or international travel, according to CBSA spokesperson Rebecca Purdy. Jean-Pierre Fortin, National President of the Customs and Immigration Union, points out that some ports of entry have continued to experience high traffic over the past year. Third, Madam Speaker, from the perspective of the complainants, the 200 or so investigations conducted last year resulted in 170 officers being reprimanded, many of whom received temporary suspensions. According to an access to information request obtained by CBC News, only 8 CBSA officers have been fired since 2018. One officer was fired for interfering with the immigration process. The internal investigation found that he tried to assist an immigration lawyer by legally removing items that would have raised questions in a client's file and issuing a temporary resident permit. Other officers have been fired for demeaning clients, making inappropriate comments about colleagues, abusing their authority, and sharing private CBSA information. The border agency, which employs about 14,000 people, said disciplinary action is managed on a case-by-case basis and is based on the seriousness of the allegations as well as mitigating and aggravating factors. Janet Dent, Executive Director of the Canadian Council for Refugees, is far from convinced by the CBSA's claims. She believes that we need independent oversight and that there are probably more cases of abuse that are not yet known. The tip of the iceberg, if you will, Dent emphasised the need for external and independent oversight of the CBSA, which is the only public safety agency in Canada without an independent oversight body. She calls the current configuration ineffective. A bill to expand the mandate of the civilian body responsible for handling public complaints against the RCMP to also cover the Canada Border Services agencies failed to pass the Senate before the end of the last parliamentary session. The federal government has not yet retabled the bill. The CBSA has, however, stated that so far this year it has opened 41 substantiated investigations which have resulted in 3 dismissals. CBC had obtained, through an access to information request, documents showing that in 2 years, January 2016 to mid-2018, the CBSA had received 1,200 complaints about its own employees, including some potential harassment and misconduct cases. The number of complaints deemed credible was not made public, nor did the release indicate what action had been taken to address the issues deemed credible. In amongst the complaints received, there were 59 allegations of harassment, 38 for criminal association, and 5 allegations of sexual assault. As spokeswoman for Status of Women, this is severe. A woman deported to Guatemala alleged that CBSA officers seriously injured her by pushing her to the ground and kneeling on her back. In this particular case, the CBSA has not confirmed whether its officers actually used force to arrest a woman. The Canadian press, with data obtained under the Access to Information Act, stated that 105 complaints against the CBSA were found to have merit in 2017-2018, representing 12% of the 875 conduct complaints filed. The Civil Liberties and Monitoring Group of Toronto believes that the definition of substantiated complaint is too vague to allow for changes in the culture of the agency and for the public to be properly informed, and that the limited information about available raises concern, particularly about allegations of racism and slurs. One report indicated that a traveller stated that a CBSA officer was rude and shouted at her until she lost consciousness. The officers responded that she was in medical distress and received first aid. The inquiry finds that the officer played absolutely no part in the medical distress. Other complaints say that an interpreter was not available and that they were denied access. The Liberal government uses the example of the Privacy Commissioner's report to illustrate why C20 should be passed. In conclusion, and having worked for an MP, Madam Speaker, in a border riding, I have been very interested in the fact that governments have divested themselves. The Conservatives and Liberals have disinvested themselves over the years in border crossings, creating resource shortages and additional pressure and strain on staff. When I was working, it was about opening hours, it was about staff allocation. But one last thing, Madam Speaker. Let us give back a neutral space to analyse in a completely independent way the complaints and abuses that could occur in the 2 agencies concerned by the bill discussed today. Let us not forget that agents and agencies also need us to reinvest, and that we concern ourselves for the well-being of workers as well, who work in this very important agency. So let us restore confidence for the well-being of all, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've made reference to this before in terms of it's great to see that the bloc, in fact, all members that have spoken to the legislation thus far are going to be supporting it, which is great. And that includes members from all political entities inside the House. And I guess what I would ask is related to the importance of establishing and reinforcing public confidence. And when I think of the commission that's being created here to deal with both Canada Border Control and RCMP, its independence and the ability of the chairperson to be able to come up with a disposition in situations where it's warranted, where inappropriate behavior, for example, has taken place. I see that as a very strong thing because it reinforces, Madam Speaker, confidence, public confidence in the system. I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts in regards to how important it is to have a public that is confident in the system itself.
Honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Shefford. I would like to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for his question, because this goes to the very heart of the concerns in this bill. And unfortunately, since the beginning of my term, far too often have I been working on files regarding investigative independence with regards to the CAF, where there were studies showing that over the past few years we need an independent process. We need to make sure that they are studied in a neutral environment, and I was able to, at National Security, replace my colleague for Avignon Investissement and Matapédia. It's the same thing. When she was there, we were studying cases of abuse in the RCMP, and that was a request. Having an independent eye so that the public can regain its trust in the system. That's what also athletes are asking for. Gymnasts who came to the status of women yesterday, asking for a neutral space where victims can safely denounce any abuse. These are issues that are so delicate, that lead to a lot of fragility. It's very difficult to denounce people in this situation. Victims need to have full trust in the system, and that is really an essential question for the bill.
Comments? Questions? The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater or Medonte.
Thank you, and thank you for your great words this afternoon. I'm just wondering, this was a Liberal promise back in 2015, and the Conservatives are for this this bill that's being processed through right now. It's been before the House twice already. It's died both times. I'm just wondering if you're optimistic and hopeful that this time we're going to get this through successfully.
Remember that you speak through the chair. Thank you.
I know, it's hard. I hate talking, you know.
Are you optimistic, Madam Speaker?
Are you optimistic, Madam Speaker, that it's going to get through this time and make it through and become a good bill that's needed to be? The Conservatives will be supporting this. We'll be reviewing it at committee, which I sit on. I'm looking forward to that. But maybe we can hear a few words about that through you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Oh, well, Madam Speaker, I see a magnificent smile, so I'm sure that you are also very optimistic about the adoption of this bill. You seem to be raring to go. Well, in any case, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I hope, because we've seen that with the studies upon studies upon studies all the way down, for the Canadian Armed Forces, for the RCMP, even for Heritage Canada and Sports Canada, studies have been published in 2022 after having seen far too many cases in far too many domains federally, in far too many agencies. I hope that we are ready to move forward, Madam Speaker. I want to go beyond wishing. I think that it is imperative for us to move forward and put forward tangible measures in order to have this culture shift that is essential, that is necessary. And so I hope that I share the optimism of Madam Speaker that this bill will be adopted. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too welcome the progress of this bill, even though it's at a snail's pace, because having a review commission with CBSA will allow us to examine some of its questionable practices, one of which I want to ask the member from Shefford about today. CBSA routinely places refugees and migrants in detention, most often in provincial jails. And that's several thousand people a year often. So 4 provinces, BC, Alberta, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia, have canceled their contracts for this, placing people in detention. Quebec has not. So does the member for Shefford support CBSA's policy of routinely placing migrants and refugees in provincial corrections facilities in Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like to split it into 2. Part A, with regards to time, and I realise I didn't touch upon this enough in my previous answer. We can only denounce the fact that this bill has not been adopted yet. There were delays in the adoption of this bill, which is perfectly logical. Liberals and Conservatives have been dragging their heels, and they have divested themselves when it comes to investments in border posts. Workers are tired, which doesn't help matters at all. Now, point B, what is sure is that we have to treat everyone with dignity. So I'd like to re-insist on the fact that we need to talk about the safe third country agreement, rather. We have refugees appearing at our border. There are many people, many humans who absolutely need to be processed in a dignified way. And unfortunately, that is not the case right now. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to commend my colleague for Shefford for another brilliant speech, Madam Speaker. With positivity, we are welcoming the creation of this Public Complaints and Review Commission. I have a friend from Martinique who's now Canadian. She often goes back to Martinique and comes back to Canada by plane. 90% of the time, she gets taken aside at customs and she is searched, her luggage is searched. And she's saying it's completely illogical, it's racism. She doesn't look like a trafficker, but 90% of the time, Madam Speaker, she is taken aside. In all my life, it's only been once. Now, I hope that no one, I hope I'm not jinxing myself for the future, but all that to say, I've spoken to someone from the CBSA who said, well, she's just unlucky. So my question to my colleague, and I'm getting to it, Madam Speaker, I don't have a lot of time. My question is, whilst this PCRC is created, should we not also have a new test of trust so that good training can be created against racism? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my more than honourable colleague for Drummond, that I would like to commend for all of his work on the file. I would like to go back to what he said, but as I said in my speech, first of all, the aim of this bill is in part to better document, will allow us to better document this data regarding racism. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's thanks to this data that we will be able to bring about change. It takes data, it takes numbers to have a full portrait, and that is what the bill will allow us to do in order to avoid this kind of situation. And as I said earlier, we've all heard stories from people who have crossed the border and some people who find it more difficult than others. I worked for a border MP, and I heard all sorts of stories. And this bill will allow us to better document what is going on. And I hope that we will have a full and deep study in order to have better trust.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When one talks about borders, different subjects come to mind. Very often this has been problematic: vaccines, COVID, what we wanted, what we didn't want. There's Roxham Road, safe third countries, waiting times at the border, trust between both governments. So the border is generally a bit of a conflictual headache between the United States of America and Canada. For the past 7 years, why has the government not been able to reduce tensions? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for his question. I would like to say that this divestment from both Liberals and Conservatives stems from even before 7 years ago. I was, as I said, an assistant for a border MP, and there were tensions. There were already tensions then. We need to be able to competently manage what happens at our borders. Unfortunately, we've seen it during the pandemic. This is an aspect for which the Liberal government has absolutely failed. The Liberal government did not interest itself enough in the question, and so this is one of the reproaches we could emit. And we have to resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Barry Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the rounding applause there from my colleagues. Very heartwarming. Just want to let you know, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from South Surrey, White Rock, this evening. Madam Speaker, It is an honor to rise in Parliament today to speak on behalf of the residents of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. I am pleased that the government has finally brought up Bill C-20 for debate. Bill C-20 seeks to create the Independent Public Complaints and Review Commission to review complaints against RCMP and CBSA employees. This proposed commission aims to replace the current review body for the RCMP and create for the first time an independent review body and forum for complaints about the conduct of CBSA employees. The brave men and women who wear the RCMP and CBSA uniforms are tasked with protecting our borders, our national security, and our safety. The immense responsibility that comes with this line of work requires oversight. The creation of a coherent, independent oversight body for the RCMP and the CBSA is certainly necessary. This is something all Canadians, hopefully, can agree on. While Conservatives are supportive of the intent of this legislation, I can't help but be concerned that this bill will suffer the same fate that the previous iterations of it have in the past. Both Bill C-98 in the 42nd Parliament and C-3 in the 43rd Parliament died on the order paper, despite Conservatives supporting both bills in an efficient manner. This government claims that the creation of oversight bodies for all federal law enforcement agencies has been a priority since 2015. If that is the case, why is this legislation, which would accomplish that goal, died in the order paper, not once, but twice? Another concern of mine with regard to the bill is an apparent lack of consultation with stakeholders. When Bill C-98 was introduced in 2019 and Bill C-3 was introduced in 2020, many stakeholders, especially the union that represents CBSA officers, spoke out about the fact that they were not consulted in the drafting stages of this legislation. Once again, we are hearing from Indigenous communities that they were not consulted in the drafting process, and the government has made no assurances that there will be Indigenous representation in leadership positions on the Review Commission. Before discussing the specific merits of this bill, I want to acknowledge and thank all the public safety professionals who work tirelessly to protect our national security and ensure the safety of all Canadians. My colleagues and I on the Standing Committee for Public Safety and National Security have heard repeatedly that our border agents are strained due to a lack of funding and resources, and that both the RCMP and CBSA face critical labor shortages. We saw evidence of this for the past year with travel delays affecting individuals across the country. Just recently, the union representing CBSA employees said that it needs between 1,000 and 3,000 new hires to process travelers entering the country efficiently. Another example of the impact of labor and resources shortages at the CBSA comes from testimony my colleagues and I heard at the Standing Committee for Public Safety and National Security. Mark Weber, the National President of the Customs and Immigration Union, told us that as of 2019, only 1/1,000,000th of a rail cargo was effectively being examined by the CBSA. According to him, due to this lack of capacity, there is almost a 0% chance that any illegal weapons that enter the country by rail will ever be found. With a 92% increase in gang-related homicides since 2015, it's clear that resources must be turned towards stopping the illegal guns that are smuggling across our borders from the United States. Conservatives believe that to protect our borders and national security, the CBSA needs appropriate resources in both manpower and equipment in order for officers to do their job effectively. We must listen to the needs of our frontline public safety professionals and ensure that they have all the resources they need to protect Canadians. I also want to draw attention to the mental health issues that our frontline public safety professionals are facing on a daily basis. A few weeks ago, I met with representatives from the Canadian Institute of Public Safety Research and Treatment, who do outstanding work to promote the mental health of public safety professionals, including CBSA and RCMP officers. They made it clear the toll that the work these individuals do places an unprecedented strain on their mental health, and supporting their mental health is critically important. According to them, nearly half of public safety professionals experience symptoms consistent with one or more mental disorders, and 1 in 10 will attempt to die by suicide in their lifetime. Investments in the mental health of our public safety professionals and ensuring the departments they work are improperly resourced would be a welcome step towards public confidence in our institutions. There are aspects of this legislation that my Conservative colleagues and I support fully. We believe that an independent review commission will help improve oversight and help both CBSA and RCMP officers by more effective in their roles as stewards of public safety. In 2021, the Standing Committee for Public Safety and National Security, which colleagues past and present have done excellent work on, released a study entitled Systemic Racism in Policing. As you may recall, one of our recommendations from that study was to make drastic changes to the public complaint system for the RCMP. I am pleased to see that recommendation is addressed in this bill. However, during this previously mentioned study, committee members heard repeatedly that the RCMP Commissioner has failed to respond to reports from the RCMP's current Commission for Complaints Review, and complaints themselves have faced massive delays. Just recently in 2021, a British Columbia Civil Liberties Group sued the RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, arguing that the time it takes her to respond to public complaints is undermining police accountability. Conservatives are committed to finding solutions to these accountability and oversight issues, which are clearly prevalent. This government must take steps to ensure that complaints are addressed expeditiously. As I mentioned previously, public safety professionals are often faced with psychological stress due to their working conditions. For example, CBSA employees must routinely search vehicles, persons, and belongings in order to ensure the safety of our borders and prevent criminal activity such as drug smuggling and trafficking. These officers should have clear guidelines of what is expected of them so that they may feel confident carrying out the duties of their positions without fears of reprisal. While these changes appear to be promising, I would like to ensure that the Commission's complaints process is fair and balanced. As I mentioned, this system should be efficient, but this system should also be cautious and thoughtful when dealing with complaints and when recommending disciplinary actions. Bill C-20 requires the Public Complaints and Review Commission to submit an annual report to the Minister of Public Safety with a summary of all complaints and an anonymized data about complainants. Bill C-20 also aims to raise public awareness about the complaint process through education and information campaigns. Easily available and clear information about the Public Complaints and Review Commission will ensure that complainants are not bogged down by endless bureaucracy when trying to put forth a complaint. I agree that these measures will ensure greater transparency and confidence in our law enforcement agencies. While I applaud the steps that the CBSA and RCMP have taken to address and prevent discrimination such as anti-racism and anti-bias training, some measures in this bill, such as the collection of disaggregated data, are a promising step towards addressing disproportionate outcomes in Canada's law enforcement and criminal justice system. However, to reiterate, I am concerned about the government's lack of consultation with Indigenous communities while drafting this legislation. The government should always consult with stakeholders who will be affected by the legislation while it is being drafted, rather than placing the onus on committees to do that work for them after it has been tabled. Finally, I would like to ensure that this review commission is free from political interference. Time and time again, the current RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki has been subject of political controversy and accused of political interference. Most recently with regards to the enactment of the Emergencies Act in the investigation of the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Conservatives see clearly that there is a pattern with this government's tendency to interfere in RCMP investigations. We must ensure that they take steps to restrain the minister's authority over this commission and that it remains wholly independent. Canadians should not trust this government to stay away from court proceedings and RCMP investigations in the past. How do we know they will stay away from this commission? Our frontline public safety professionals do outstanding work and often put themselves in danger on the job. I want to thank them once again for keeping the public safe day in and day out. Canadians are right to expect an oversight body for federal law enforcement agencies that is efficient, effective, and rigorous. Conservatives are certainly supportive of this principle. My Conservative colleagues and I are cautiously optimistic about this legislation, and I look forward to studying in committee with my colleagues across all parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I want to follow up on a thread that I started with his colleague from Langley Aldergrove, which is his, I guess, testing the theory that we can interdict our way out of dealing with drugs or guns or other things coming across our borders. I've done some research, and the U.S. border between Canada and the U.S., the longest undefended border in the world, has 12 million vehicles that pass by every year. That includes the Canadian vehicles going into the U.S. and coming back, and U.S. vehicles coming in. That's about 1 million vehicles per month. And I've already pointed out at the Port of Vancouver, we have about 1,450,000 containers every year that come in that CBSA can't inspect. So my question to him is, does he really think that interdiction at either the Canada-U.S. border or our ports is going to make a serious dent, or is a wise policy in terms of trying to go after these kinds of goods that are coming across our borders, or do we need something?
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Yeah, I do believe in deterrence. I believe, as I mentioned in my speech there earlier, we had someone from our rail institution saying 1/1,000,000th of all cargo that comes across is checked. I think that's just atrocious. That's a ridiculous number. I can't even fathom what that is. It's next to nothing. So I do believe that there's a common saying in law enforcement, and that is that you want voluntary compliance of a law. And I believe if there is some deterrence, if there's some fear, quite frankly, at a border or at a crossing that you could get caught, then yes, I think people will stop doing it. I think right now our unattended border is poorly managed. I think being from just north of Toronto, I hear constantly, and we studied it recently in our committee, about the issue with illegal guns coming across our border. We need to do something about it. We can't just throw up our arms and say, come across. But yes, we do need to have some deterrence there, and we do.
I'm sorry, I do need to allow for more questions. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Speaker, I find it tough. Members said, well, illegal firearms that are coming across the border, and we need to do something. Well, remember Stephen Harper, what he did is he reduced the number of border crossing support, ultimately not recognizing the importance of properly funding Canada border control, where we actually lost agents. My question is more so in regards to, at the end of the day, we're talking about bad apples. There are bad apples in border control and the RCMP, but the overwhelming majority, whether it's the RCMP officer or the border control agent, should be complimented for the efforts that they put forward day in and day out, 24 hours a day. And I think during this debate, I don't think we should lose perspective of that. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that this commission is going to assist in restoring and adding value to the public confidence in the...
I am chairing here, and so if anybody else is interested in doing that, they may want to come and approach their leaders. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Well, and thank you for that question. I do have to mention that I grew up in a law enforcement environment. My father spent 32 years on the Ontario Provincial Police, so I have nothing but the utmost respect for law enforcement. And I mentioned that many times in my speech. So yes, I agree. There's bad apples in every organization. Hopefully this commission, this oversight, will help weed out that, and people who put on that uniform day in and day out and do a great job will be proud to have it. And as you mentioned, the bad apples will be weeded out, and that's why this is here, and I look forward to this coming into effect and going forward with it.
Here, here. And the member, he's to address all questions and comments through the chair. Questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires. Questions. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to add my voice to that of the colleague who just asked a question. I worked with a member for Brome-Missisquoi, and we met with Jean-Marc Fortin. Around 2000, we saw the effects of the Conservative government's cuts to the CBSA, which led to some really frustrating situations for CBSA agents and employees. The member mentioned illegal weapons at the border, and I'm wondering how he feels that cuts impact border control and arms control.
Please.
Well, it's going to be brief because I do have to apologize, Madam Speaker. I had a very tough time hearing the question. I think the question was about this commission overall, and yes, the Conservatives are in favor of it. We're looking forward to bringing it into place. It's been a long time overdue. It was a promise in 2015. It's time to bring it in now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to bring a British Columbian perspective to the debate on Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act. This legislation creates a framework for reviewing complaints against Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers and Canadian border service agents. These law enforcement professionals work tirelessly to keep our community safe, and they do deserve the respect and support of this House. Unfortunately, the federal government is complacent about protecting Canadians, making a difficult job even harder for border agents and RCMP officers. BC cities, including my home of Surrey, are facing an onslaught of crime, including gang activity, property damage, and violence. And it's no wonder why. In 2019, the Liberals passed legislation that directed a principle of restraint when imposing bail conditions. Under this soft-on-crime policy, police are often forced to release known criminals on a promise that they will show up in court, a practice known as catch and release. This approach is not working in BC. Last December in Surrey, a man with a criminal record of 23 convictions of assault attacked her mother and her 11-month-old child. Last year, another man stole a ferry vessel from Victoria Harbour. He was arrested, released, and later caught shattering the windows and doors of local businesses. In Kelowna, one man is responsible for 346 complaints to local police in the last 6 years, leading to 29 convictions for assault and property crime. And this is not unusual. The BC Urban Mayor's Caucus has sounded the alarm bells, calling for action to prevent this cycle of crime. The Surrey Board of Trade, an organization normally associated with economic development in my region, is expressing their concern with crime on the streets. It recently said, quote, "The economic development of any community relies upon its reputation as a safe, viable region in which to locate and do business, with supporting infrastructure, community assets, and most importantly, customers willing to walk in the door." However, if customers feel unsafe, they won't come. If the reputation of a region is suspect, businesses won't come, end quote. The breakdown of public safety has hit my community of South Surrey White Rock and nearby areas hard, but the problem extends far beyond BC. It's a national mess. We all watched with horror this summer at the mass killing on James Cree First Nation in Saskatchewan. The perpetrator had been charged with over 120 crimes and was convicted 59 times, but none of that prevented him from taking 10 Indigenous lives. To make matters worse, the Liberals have rewritten sentencing for serious crimes, putting criminals back on the street sooner than they ought to be. They lowered sentences for crimes like assault with a weapon, abduction of a minor, and participation in activities of a criminal organization, making these crimes eligible for summary convictions. The Prime Minister expanded house arrest for other serious offences, including sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, motor vehicle theft, and arson. The government is also failing when it comes to gang prevention. Just yesterday, a prominent member of the Indo-Canadian community in Surrey...
I'm sorry, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston, Indiana. The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government House Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Forgive me, but this is completely off topic. This issue that we're talking about here is directly with respect to the oversight bodies that are going to be set up for the CBSA and the RCMP. And this member, like so many Conservative members that have spoken today, have gone way off topic. Perhaps you could encourage the member to get back on topic.
I'll remind the honourable parliamentary secretary that there is some latitude during the debate. However, I also want to remind parliamentarians that when they are debating that their subject matter needs to be related to the bill before the House, and I would assume that they will make sure that they mention the bill during their discussion, their speeches. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Point of order.
A point of order. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I take great offence to that member's point of order because I did mention the bill at the beginning. I set it out, and as I am talking about it, kind of things that the RCMP officers and border agencies who will be the subject of these complaints are dealing with on a daily basis. That is very relevant to why we should have a complaints commission, what they deal with on a daily basis, and that is exactly what I'm talking about.
again want to remind everybody that there is some latitude, and I also want to remind members that it's not about just mentioning the bill once. That maybe throughout the debate we can just kind of bring it back to parts of the bill. And so I just want to remind members, yes, there is some latitude, and yes, we need to try to make sure that the information being provided is as closely related to the bill as possible. So the honourable member for South Surrey Right Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just yesterday, a prominent member, and I'm repeating a bit because of that interruption, of the Indo-Canadian community in Surrey told me of significant gaps in the evaluation of gang prevention programs. He noted that some programs haven't been evaluated since 2012. That's 10 years ago. He asked, quote, "How can you monitor effectiveness, assess performance targets, or implement lessons learned if you continually lag behind in program evaluation?" End quote. This government likes to make announcements with big dollar figures, but if the money doesn't help at-risk youth access employment, deal with their trauma, then the government is failing. And just last week, with the support of the NDP, the Liberals eliminated mandatory prison time for serious gun crimes, including robbery or extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging a firearm with intent, using a firearm in commission of a crime, and reckless discharge of a firearm. While the Prime Minister is bringing in bills like C-20 and letting drive-by shooters and gun runners back into our community, he had the gall to come to Surrey recently to announce new gun control measures. His plan targets legal firearm owners, including hunters, sports shooters, and collectors, forcing them to hand over their property to the government. On the one hand, he's punishing and confiscating the assets of law-abiding citizens, and on the other, giving criminals a break. It doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, in the middle of the opioid crisis, he eliminated mandatory prison time for drug dealers. For context, over 31,000 Canadians lost their lives to overdose since he became Prime Minister. Now the crime of producing heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, or crystal meth is not subject to a mandatory minimum sentence. The same goes for drug smuggling and drug trafficking. And what are the 13 NDP MPs from BC doing about it? They voted for this reckless plan. All of this comes as the violent crime rate is spiking to a level not seen since the end of the Chrétien-Martin era, up 32% since these Liberals took office. Just last month in Burnaby, Constable Shaylin Yang was stabbed to death. My thoughts and prayers remain with her family and the BC policing community. The member with whom I'm sharing time today, the member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte, he just had the heartbreaking job of attending the funerals of 2 Barrie police officers who were killed in the line of duty in October. He knows the pain that this tragedy inflicted on his community and beyond. These stories are becoming commonplace in Canada. Under the watch of the Liberal Party, homicide rates are up nearly 30%, gang-related murders up 92%, and sexual assaults increased by 61%. Police reported hate crimes have increased 72% over the last 2 years. I will be unequivocal.
And there's another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have Bill C-5 before us, which deals with minimum sentences. We have Bill C-21, which deals with guns. Now she's going over some statistics, Madam Speaker. I realize there's a great deal of latitude. I'm just pointing out that she might want to save parts of her speech for other pieces of legislation that are more...
Again, I do want to remind the member, and he's mentioned it himself, that there is some latitude in, and I actually have the bill before me, and there is a lot that can be brought forward during the debate based on the bill. And so I want to again, just remind members to please be respectful and to please understand that there is a lot of latitude within this type of bill. So the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock can continue.
Madam Speaker, I have faith in your pronouncements, not on the heckling from the other side. So I'll be unequivocal. Our justice system is broken, and the blame rests with this Prime Minister. He changed the system to cater to sensibilities of left-wing activists who want to defund the police rather than support communities who want safe streets for their children and grandchildren. The new justice system puts criminals first and the victim last. It took the Justice Minister almost a year, Madam Speaker, to appoint a new victims ombudsperson. It puts the wants of one offender ahead of the needs of a whole community. It frees the felon while tying the hands of law enforcement. Despite these challenges, the RCMP in White Rock and Surrey do yeoman's work to serve and protect the residents of my riding, as do the CBSA agents who work at the Peace Arch and Pacific Highway border crossings, including migrants illegally crossing into Canada daily, not at points of entry. They are the first line of defense for my community against human trafficking and the legal importation of guns and drugs. The Liberals threw CBSA a curveball last year when they implemented the costly and ineffective ArriveCan app. Their $54 million boondoggle frustrated traveling seniors, hampered our tourism sector, and put border agents in the untenable position of enforcing the mandatory use of the app. As always, CBSA agents conducted themselves with professionalism. With that said, the public should always have a right to question the decisions and actions of any law enforcement agency, including the RCMP and CBSA. We lean into and support these agencies, but also believe in transparency and accountability. That's why Conservatives will support Bill C-20. This legislation requires the RCMP and CBSA to share information related to public complaints with a new body, the Public Complaints and Review Commission. The Commission will make recommendations for potential disciplinary action to the relevant law enforcement agency with legislated timelines to respond. The bill requires both the RCMP and CBSA to report on actions taken in response to the Commission's recommendations. The legislation also requires the Commission to report disaggregated race-based data to Parliament. While I will vote for the bill, I'm taking this opportunity to raise a word of caution. We cannot allow our public safety institutions to erode any further. Come the next election, whenever that may be, voters in the Lower Mainland and on Vancouver Island can count on Conservatives to clean up the mess made of our cities and of our borders. We will restore safe streets and protect the rights of victims. I have been talking, Madam Speaker, about Bill C-20 throughout. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, she didn't. What she did was she talked about guns, and she talked about various different crimes, and she talked about her position on this government, all very important stuff. But I listened to her speech from beginning to end, and it was only 2 or 3 sentences at about the 9-minute and 30-second mark where she actually then brought it back to saying, and this is what we're going to vote on, is about oversight on all of this stuff. I'm wondering if she would like to take the opportunity now to comment on why it is important to have this committee or this oversight committee set up in order to look into the conduct and the actions and indeed the complaints that are brought forward. That's what this bill is really about.
The Honourable for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, actually, Madam Speaker, it's a commission, not a committee, and I don't believe that the member who kept referring to me as she, as opposed to being more respectful, using the term of either member or even my riding, he clearly wasn't listening to my speech. The whole point of my speech was that we are supporting C-20. We believe in transparency and accountability. We believe the idea of a commission to put forward complaints and filter them through and facilitate is a good idea. But it is also to point out the very hard work and challenges that both the RCMP and CBSA agents face on a daily basis. That's the point. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Madam Speaker, well, I think one thing we can all agree on in this place is that the tragedy of the opioid overdose crisis is something that's of concern to everybody. And I would point out, though, that opioid overdose deaths did not begin in 2015. I represent Vancouver Kingsway, and in the Lower Mainland, thousands of people died of opioid overdose crises before that. And I would posit that one of the reasons, if you talk to the families of people who died, is that most of these people were getting their drugs from organized crime, who don't care at all about the drugs that they're selling. And they're buying tainted, dangerous drugs on the street from organized crime. And this is what is the cause of their immediate deaths. And I'm just wondering, what does my honourable colleague say to that? Does she think that we can interdict our way out of that? Oh, pardon me, does the honourable member believe that? Right. Does it?
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Caribou Prince, for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
We all heard it. I would just ask that this member apologize. Thank you.
So the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
I only heard the member from Vancouver Kingsway commit the same sin that I did, and that was to accidentally call the member she. I apologize.
So again, I just want to remind members to be respectful of each other, and I'm going to leave it at that. I think that it's not appropriate to get into a debate about the word she at this point. I know that the honourable member was referring to the member, and so again, I think it's all an interpretation. The honourable member the honourable for Vancouver Kingsway can finish his question.
Thank you. I certainly meant no disrespect. Does the honourable member believe that we can interdict our way out of this problem? And what does she think about the prospect of trying a new approach other than the failed war on drugs and trying to make sure that at least people can get the drugs that they're addicted to, at least from a, let's say, pharmacy or some other place where they can at least be assured that the quality of the drugs they're getting won't kill them?
Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we believe on this side of the House in trying to help lives lost to drugs. We believe in recovery. We believe in helping people make better choices and get to better places in their life so they can get back to being productive. We also believe in being compassionate, and I've spent a lot of my volunteer time over many years now working with recovery programs and working with those who are the subject of addiction, something that touches on so many lives in Canada and so many of us here in this House and our families. And I appreciate the respect that the member of Vancouver Kingsway showed me in the way he spoke to me, as opposed to the previous member from the Liberal Party. Thank you. We have time for a brief question. Une brève question. The honourable member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I'm just going to relate my question to the previous comment from the NDP, where they talk about people who are gang members that are poisoning our people with drugs. I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on the fact that the NDP are similarly and at the same time lowering sentences for people who are doing this very pernicious activity and inserting this risk into the community. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock. A brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my friend also, having been a prosecutor before he came to this place, is well aware of the havoc that is wrought by drug dealers and drug smugglers and those who would traffic to our children and even incorporate them into gang life at a very young age, and partly do it through getting them addicted to drugs. So yes, it is very serious that the NDP are supporting the Liberals in their soft on crime approach. Thank you.
We have time to start the next speech. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence, but I will have to interrupt him.
I realise that, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity as Member of Parliament for Sagamore-Preston Chesapeake to speak on this debate and second reading of Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. Madam Speaker, Bill C-20 would enact a new standalone statute establishing a Public Complaints and Review Commission for both the RCMP and the CBSA, and replaces the existing Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP. This bill also enacts additional accountability and transparency mechanism, including codifying timelines for RCMP and CBSA response to PCRC interim reports, reviews, and recommendations. This bill also includes a provision of mandatory annual reporting by the RCMP and CBSA on actions taken in response to the PCRC recommendations, as well as the provision for mandatory reporting of disaggregated race-based data by the PCRC. The bill provides for a mandatory PCRC public education information program. This bill will provide a statutory framework for governing the CBSA responses to serious incidents. Madam Speaker, I'd like to provide...
Unfortunately, it being 5:54, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper, and the honourable member will have 8 minutes and 15 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-228, Pension Protection Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gladue.
Debate. The honourable Parliament, the honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Tout d'abord.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton for having brought forward this bill 228, which seeks to protect the pensions of our workers and our seniors. First of all, I would like to lay out the current situation. Right now, there are businesses that offer pensions that are defined in both their amounts and their eligibility. Except that in situations of bankruptcy of these companies, it is possible that these pensions may not have enough funding to meet the promises that these businesses had made their employees. Now, we saw that with Nortel here in Ottawa, that it was the largest employer in the national capital at the time, and that giant of technology went bankrupt. And there was a flaw in the pension fund, which meant that there was not enough money to provide the promised payouts to retired employees of that business. And there were a number of employees who asked why the business shouldn't pay those employees money out of the sales of its assets to fill in this money gap. And at the time, and it said that the Act said that in the case of insolvency or bankruptcy, the business would have to sell all of its properties, all of its assets, and pay out with the proceeds to pay out to the other people, or rather individuals and companies, who were owed money. But obviously, in the case of bankruptcy, there's not enough money to go around, and so someone loses out. It may be banks that have loaned money to this business. It may be services that were provided that don't get paid for. But it could also fall upon retirees because the pension fund doesn't have enough money to pay out the funds promised. So there is no good solution. There's always someone who's going to lose out. And in most cases, it is good people who lose out. In addition, pension funds are in a bad place when bankruptcy happens, because usually this happens these bankruptcies happen at the same time as the economy is doing badly. So stocks go down, and so it often happens that there is simply not enough money to pay out the pensions because of the economic context. Now, obviously, these businesses should normally have put aside enough money to ensure that even in the case of bankruptcy, even in the case where the stock market goes down, that there is enough money to pay out these pensions to these deserving retirees. But currently, they are not compelled to pay out these pensions until they have to pay out the other people to whom they owe money, the other creditors. And so it is the retirees who lose out. Now, there are some people who are opposed to the idea of making pension funds a priority because they say that it's going to make things more difficult for a company to get the money from the investors, because bankers will say, well, I'm not going to loan you money because if you go bankrupt, it is pension funds that will come first. And that's true. It is difficult if the pension fund doesn't have enough money in its coffers. But it means that CEOs have to properly fund these pension funds to ensure that investors trust or have confidence in the fact that if a bankruptcy happens, the funds will be there. So I believe that this is not only a compassionate bill for people who have worked hard all their lives and who expected to receive this money because it was their due, but in addition, it is a way of forcing the market to take into account whether pension funds are adequately funded today, not in 20 years when the company goes bankrupt.
And it will force CEOs today to invest enough money in order to secure the future and the pensions of their workers. And if they want to obtain loans, they will have to make sure that the market knows that they're good for it. Those who work all of their lives should receive a pension. And that is the reason for which the official opposition will be voting for this bill, and we will work to implement it. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sarnia Lambton, who represents working class people in her constituency. We know of the grand refineries that do so much of the necessary energy refining for Ontario, that turn our raw materials into final end-use products. And these are the people, the hard-working people, who should be able to count on their pensions. And that is why our colleague, the member for Sarnia Lambton, has brought this initiative forward. Now, quick background. Right now, when a company goes bankrupt, all the creditors are roughly on equal footing, unless they have secured credit, unless they have collateralized their loan against a particular asset within the company. That means that the money can run out as the liquidation happens before a pension shortfall is corrected. This happened to Nortel when it went bankrupt in Ottawa. The largest private sector employer at the time went bankrupt, and the pension fund was down. Often with bankruptcies, they happen when the economy crashes, and that's just when the stock market crashes, which means that the funds invested in the pension fund drop dramatically, and that awful convergence of factors means that pensioners can be down 30, 40, 50%. This bill would put pensioners at the top of the list, give them super priority in the event of bankruptcy, so that when the assets are sold, the pension fund gets made whole before the other creditors get paid. Now, some will say that will make it harder for businesses to raise money. Well, that's only the case if their pension is not properly funded. Because if it is funded properly, then the investor will not have to worry about being knocked back behind the pensioners in the event of bankruptcy. The pension fund will already have sufficient dollars with a significant buffer that will protect the viability of the pensioners, and all the other creditors will be in the same position they were without this bill. What it will actually do is it will incentivize CEOs to make the investments today to make sure their pension funds are in good shape down the road. What happened during the 2008 financial crisis is, Warren Buffett said, when the tide goes out, you find out who wasn't wearing a bathing suit, right? Well, that's the case with pension funds, is when the tide goes out, the economy crashes, you find out which companies were not investing enough in the viability of their plans, and they then are in trouble and they're looking for a bailout from everyone else, including the workers, who then have to take a shortfall. Now, I would like to think that CEOs today would put aside the money for that ugly day down the road when there is a recession, so that if, God forbid, they go bankrupt, or God forbid the markets crash, their pension fund is secured. And this bill would incentivize them to do that, because if they didn't, then lenders would be worried about lending to them. A lender would go to them and say, listen, I would like to buy your bonds or give you a directed loan, but I'm concerned that your pension fund isn't fully solid and that I would fall behind that fund in the event of a bankruptcy. And that would put real-time, immediate pressure on the management of every company to solidify its pension funds in the here and now while times are good in order to be able to raise debt and raise capital for the future. And it is for that reason, and for the reason that we must be compassionate to those who've worked hard all their lives and who are counting on those pensions to pay for their golden years, who have earned that and have been made a promise, that that promise will be kept. And that is why Conservatives are proud to be supporting the bill by our fellow colleague, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, to secure and protect the pensions of our hardworking Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to rise and deal with the bill that's before us today. You know, I think it's really important for us to recognize that Canadians do deserve peace of mind when it comes to terms of careers and the amounts of effort that are put in and sense of commitment from workers to employers. You know, I can recall many years ago out in the Transcona area walking a picket line and talking with a number of individuals that were working for a particular manufacturer at the time, and the amount of money that they were actually receiving was such a small amount in terms of after a number of years of working with the company, a relatively small amount of money towards a pension. And I'm talking under the $500 level, Madam Speaker. And for me, personally, I like to think that over the years,
I would just ask members who are having discussions to please take them out of respect for the members who have the floor at the moment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And the point that I'm trying to make on this is that Canadians from coast to coast to coast invest the most valuable resource that we all have, and that is time and commitment. And when it comes to the work environment, that sacrifice is often made because of the benefits or because of contributions that are being made towards things like a pension. I don't think there's anyone inside the House that would try to devalue or take away the importance of pensions. We have, virtually since forming government back in 2015, taken a look in many ways in which we can support Canadians with respect to pensions. That's one of the reasons why one of the first actions we had taken was to reduce the age from 67 to 65 in terms of the collection of OAS, Madam Speaker. It's one of the reasons why we had discussions with all the different stakeholders, specifically our provinces, Madam Speaker, to deal with the issue of CPP contributions. Because unlike the Conservative Party, we see CPP contributions as a pension for deferring income once they retire, much like the defined pension plans that we're talking within this legislation. There is an expectation, and that expectation will be met through CPP contributions. There's an expectation in the private sector when you're contributing towards a pension, and there's an obligation with the private sector to contribute to that pension. After you've worked a number of years, whatever it might be, that you will be entitled to receive those benefits, Madam Speaker. It is a contract agreement of faith in which there is a responsibility for private sector pension plans, defined or not, to be able to maintain that commitment. The unfortunate reality of economics, and I would suggest to you poor management from different private sector companies, have led to that contract being violated. the leader of the Conservative Party made reference to Nortel. And Nortel is a good way to amplify the issue. And I think that's why there's a great deal of sympathy towards it, Madam Speaker. We all agree that we should be doing what we can to increase the protection of those pensions. And in Nortel's situation, so much money was lost because the corporation didn't do its part in terms of maintaining its contributions to a fund when ultimately the company disappeared, Madam Speaker. And the people that were hurt were the workers. I like to think, Madam Speaker, that I, over the years as a parliamentarian, have been a very strong advocate for workers. Virtually from day one back in 1988, when I debated late into the evenings on the issue of final offer selection. And from that point to walking picket lines, understanding the importance of advocating for workers and always doing what's in the workers' best interest, Madam Speaker. That is something in which I have strived for since being a parliamentarian. That's why, when we formed government, I was very pleased with some of the first pieces of legislation that we actually brought forward, because it was to protect the workers, albeit through unions, Madam Speaker. Bill C-4, for example. Bill C-4 dealt with two pieces of other private members' legislation. And it repealed those two pieces, Madam Speaker. And it was good that it did it. We can talk about other commitments that are made, even within this debate in regards to the fall economic statement, where we have the labor mobility tax deduction. We've had a great deal of discussion lately in regards to the whole idea of banning replacement workers in strike situations or lockout situations. And there's a great expectation from me and others that we will be able to move forward on that file. We've brought in legislation that is passed through pay equity. And as the member will know, when you bring in legislation, especially labor legislation, it is so critical that there is an appropriate amount of consultation that has been done. And I was interested in listening to the leader of the official opposition when he focused his entire discussion on the pension issue. And I respect that, because that's what the legislation itself dealt with virtually from first reading coming into this. So that when we had the draw, members had the opportunity to look into it and start doing the things that they need to do in order that they can feel comfortable in the manner in which they will be voting on the legislation. Because the member was effective at working with some of her colleagues, she was able to even get it advanced. And I applaud her on taking the initiative in order to make that happen, Madam Speaker. To me, it shows her genuine attitude in recognizing first and foremost that there is a serious, fundamental problem that's there. And I would suggest to the member that there is no one inside the House that would not appreciate in any sense of the way when we get private sector companies operating in bad faith and not necessarily financially supporting those pension funds to the degree in which they should be. So in the case of a collapse, that those funds are not there, Madam Speaker. I really look forward. Tomorrow we're going to be having the vote on the legislation. Based in terms of the comments that I hear, I'm anticipating in all likelihood that the legislation will be in fact passing. I have not personally even made up my decision on it, but I can tell you that I am exceptionally sensitive to the needs of pensions. We in Parliament and politicians have a fairly good pension, and it's guaranteed. We sacrifice a great deal, but no more than what the factory worker puts on the floor. And I want that factory worker and the benefits that he or she is entitled to be realized, as I want the member herself pension to ultimately be realized, Madam Speaker. I find that the issue of pensions is something in which the older you get, the more you want to focus on it. And I can tell you, in the discussions that I have had, Madam Speaker, I think that government needs to move towards ensuring that people's way of life is enhanced as much as possible as they grow older. And that's why I support many of the measures that we have taken, and I'm very much intrigued by what it is that's being proposed before us, and I look forward to the actual vote tomorrow.
Reprise le débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Wow, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have many descriptive words that come to mind when it comes to talking to Bill C-228 today in this House. Very close to voting on this bill. My descriptive words are privilege, honour, pride. Why? Parliamentarians, we have a rendezvous with history. So, hoping that something historic will be adopted, either correcting an injustice that has existed for far too long, and this by protecting, which is the objective of the bill, by protecting, in case of bankruptcy, people's pension funds. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe that there should be no hesitation tomorrow when it will be time to vote, and I believe that we should all unanimously rise in this House so that once and for all we can tell all Canadians, all workers, we can tell unions who have been lobbying for years to try and convince we parliamentarians to correct this situation, asking us to finally render justice, and that is the call I would like to make this evening. I would like to commend the member for Sarnia Lambton, the Conservative MP, for having tabled this bill. I would like to commend the non-partisan work done on this bill from the NDP, from the Bloc Québécois. What we see is that when we have the capacity to work together for the progress of workers' rights, it's non-negligible. I really invite Liberals, because I heard the last speech from the Parliamentary Secretary, who said that he was still hesitating about tomorrow. But what hesitation should anyone have? There should be no hesitation at all on this matter. Listen, right now, if we just take one bankrupt company, we are confronted with human drama, job losses, relocalization, unemployment, full reorganization. And when at the same time, when creditors decide that pension funds are not solvable and that they have not been capitalized, then these are huge losses for retirees' pensions. There are businesses like Nortel, Avios. These are all situations with workers and retirees who saw all their savings disappear like snow in the sun. Because we have to remember one thing, something fundamental. One's retirement is a deferred salary. It's a deferred salary given to you when you are retired, and when a company goes bankrupt, and when these funds are not protected, well, thousands of workers suffer. And this is of concern to everyone in Canada. I would also like to exceptionally commend the work of my colleague for Manicouagan, because in the Côte-Nord closure, with the bankruptcy of that company in the Côte-Nord, she stood up, she worked diligently in order to propose a bill that at the time sought to protect workers and to make sure that this would never happen ever again. 1 hour of debate. At the time, the government was against this kind of idea, but it allowed us to know that since then, many bills have been tabled, but never have these bills been adopted so as to correct the situation.
The last bill, it was C-372, I believe. I don't remember the numbers. It was in 2021. It passed second reading. It was unanimously supported in committee, but unfortunately it died on the order paper because of the useless elections. When I say that we'll be making history tonight, well, it's important to keep in mind that for workers, unionized workers, they already have their unions fighting for them in collective agreement negotiations. Often, this is a sticking point with employers who sometimes want to slash pension funds. There have been so many union disputes about salaries, of course, but also about pensions. Imagine you're a worker, you work 30, 35 years, you accumulate your pension plan, then all of a sudden, you're left in the dust. Why? Because you weren't sufficiently protected by those who should have protected you, who should have fixed this situation. This is our role as parliamentarians. We are elected officials. This is our role to change things, to make things better, to ensure a safety net and security protection for our workers. This will make it preferred creditors. So salaries, wages, pensions will be preferred. Not priority, but preferred. And no one should even hesitate about this. The government, the Liberals, they often say in this House, we're here for workers. We will never leave workers behind. We want to protect workers. We will protect retirement funds and pension funds. Well, it can't just be all talk. There needs to be action, too. If the government really wants to protect workers, it needs to strengthen labor rights, which means protecting all pension funds in case of bankruptcy. There should be no doubt about this. We should all pass this bill. Now, for years, workers have been asking us for this. There have been so many labor conflicts because employers, federally regulated employers, hire scabs, which makes labor conflicts and union conflicts go on and strikes go on. So we should also legislate on that. We should stop talking and consulting and actually legislate. The Canada Labour Contract, the Metal Workers Union, they come and lobby on the Hill often. They talk to parliamentarians, the Steelworkers Union and other unions about the realities of the labor market these days, and they want us to improve labor rights and protections. How are we even still debating this? If we legislate to protect retirement funds and pension funds, that is a real protection. Financial security. So then, in a situation like, for example, the recent pandemic or an economic crisis, there will be protections. The Steelworkers Union on the North Coast, through legal means, was able to get funding, but in fact, 9% of retirement and pension funds were lost. So imagine a retired worker, a pensioner who's 86 years old. An 80-year-old pensioner is not going to go back to work. So that's all of their savings, their nest egg, just disappearing before their very eyes. Imagine how hard that makes it to live, to get by. We shouldn't even have to imagine anyone in that situation. Why? Well, we are Canada. We have a reputation as a country which protects basic rights and which protects the basic rights of workers in case of bankruptcy of their employer. Let us protect people's savings, their nest eggs, their pensions. I commend all unions and all parliamentarians which have stood up and worked hard to make this possible to get us here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about this very important bill today. I am on the left, I am a progressive, I'm a unionist. In all those capacities, it's very important for me to stand tonight to support the member's private member bill, to support this initiative. This initiative matches with the NDP's core identity and core values. We have always stood with workers since the very creation of our party. We have always fought to ensure good working hours for workers, good working conditions, strong insurance, benefits, protection. We also support workers earning decent wages in order to have a good life and ensure good lives for their families. We need to stand up to protect retirement plans and pensions in the case of business bankruptcy. The NDP has always cared deeply about this because we are the workers' party, the laborers' party. This isn't the first time we're debating this matter. I'd like to commend NDP colleagues from previous NDP caucuses who led these efforts, championed them. Chris Charlton, Wynne Morrison, Scott Duval, who in fact championed this issue before stepping away from a life in politics. Many current and previous NDP caucus members have worked on this, and I think that we are finally about to reach a solution. It won't be perfect, but it will be positive. That said, I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't mention that when Chris Charlton, Wayne Morrison, and Scott Duval tabled similar bills to protect pensioners' rights, the Conservative Party systematically voted down those bills. Today, the situation is different. The tides have turned. The Conservatives seem to have seen reason. It's quite a 180. I hope this isn't just opportunistic. I hope the Conservatives are not just doing this to act like friends of workers for an upcoming election. I hope that they seriously believe in this. I support this 180, especially I always support 180s in the right direction. But I'd like to remind this House that the current leader of the opposition, when he was a minister in Stephen Harper's government, when it came to workers' rights, he would slay workers' rights. He was a major opponent of workers' rights. He was always against union movements, for instance, with Bill 525 and 377, which were against the Quebec union movement. So I remember this, and I have a bit of mistrust, you'll forgive me, because as a minister, the current Conservative leader constantly opposed unions which defended workers' rights, and I think that we all need to remember this. That said, I do commend the Conservative member who is sponsoring this bill, which we support. In the past, there were very drastic situations where Canadians had worked for a company their whole lives, who had contributed to their pensions. Then, when their employers, when their companies went bankrupt, they ended up in very difficult situations. For example, when Sears declared bankruptcy, we saw in Ontario, in Western Canada, pensioners and workers whose pensions were reduced 20 to 30% per month. Canadians who lost hundreds and hundreds of dollars because they weren't considered a priority debt, because banks were seen as a higher priority than workers who had dedicated their whole lives to those businesses. Pensions are not charity. Pension payments are not a gift to pensioners. No. In fact, it's wages that workers contribute to their whole lives, month after month, year after year, for their own futures. It is thus positive that we parliamentarians, we the House of Commons, are going to take action soon to help workers, to ensure this protection, and to avoid awful situations like what occurred with Sears. I'd like to share a personal anecdote, Madam Speaker. I come from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. My grandfather, Urgel, who passed away when I was an adolescent, he worked for 44 years at Singer. It was the biggest factory in our riding, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. He worked there for 44 years. Then he retired. And unfortunately, a few years after his retirement, Singer declared bankruptcy and took all the pension plans. So Singer workers had to fight before the courts for years and years and years in order to recover even a portion of their earned pensions. And unfortunately, when this was all resolved, my grandfather had passed away, like many other pensioners who never got the pensions that they had earned working for Singer. So I experienced that personally. It really had an impact on me and on my family. We were impacted by the fact that this protection did not exist, that this guarantee did not exist. We need to ensure that pensioners are prioritized ahead of banks and lenders. We need to defend pensioners first and foremost. Some who oppose this bill say that if we prioritize pensioners over banks, that it'll be the end of the world. No, not at all. There will still be investors who will learn the rules, who will understand the consequences of bankruptcy, and who will understand who will be paid first and who will be prioritized. Now, this bill, it could be improved. My NDP colleague, the member for Elmwood Transcona, tried to move an amendment to this bill in committee, an amendment which would have improved the bill. He moved an amendment to also protect severance pay. In a very bizarre move, the committee chair said that the motion was not in order and that it was outside the scope of the bill. This was rather odd because it was a friendly amendment which was well received by the member sponsoring the bill. It's thus incredibly odd that the Liberal committee chair did not accept a friendly amendment, which I feel was perfectly in order because it's in relation to workers' rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the majority of committee members agreed with the friendly amendment. The chair, though, maintained the decision. We, the NDP, tried to pass a unanimous motion to undo the chair's decision, which was legitimate, but unfortunately, Liberal committee members refused to dissolve the chair's ruling, refused to respect the committee's will, and refused to protect workers with regard to severance pay. What's also rather odd is that the member for Winnipeg North said, "I'm not the only one who said no." So he, the member for Winnipeg North, admitted that he said no to the NDP's request for unanimous consent to have the majority's will upheld and respected in committee. He never explained why he, as member for Winnipeg North, why the Liberal Party seems to be against protecting severance pay in the case of business bankruptcy. He says that he supports unions and workers. His party says they support workers and worker rights. So why does the member for Winnipeg North oppose that? Why did he stand opposed to it? All three opposition parties supported the NDP amendment, but no, in fact, the member in this place said no to workers' rights. And I'd love to hear him explain that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak to my colleague's bill, C-228. I would like to thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for introducing this bill and providing me with the opportunity to participate in this debate. This bill comes at an important time for Canadians. Bill C-228 seeks to protect the pensions of workers in the private sector so that when a company goes bankrupt, pensioners receive the benefits they have worked long and hard to receive. It combines elements from previously introduced bills and will do three things. First, it would require that an annual report on the solvency of pension funds be tabled in the House of Commons. Second, it provides mechanisms for companies to transfer funds to keep their pension funds solvent. And third, in the event a company does go bankrupt, pensions would be paid out ahead of large creditors and executive bonuses. For better clarity, this bill not only seeks to ensure that pension funds remain solvent by requiring annual reporting that demonstrate that pension funds are fully funded, but it will protect Canadian workers' pensions as it creates mechanisms to help companies keep their pension plans solvent. Should a company's pension fund become insolvent, they will be able to transfer money into the pension fund without any tax implications. Encouraging companies to keep their pension funds solvent and providing them mechanisms which help them to achieve that is something which ultimately helps and protects working Canadians. The solvency of pension funds is especially important as we are in a cost of living crisis. Seniors are struggling in particular at this time as they live on fixed incomes which are being stretched by rising prices and inflation. Inflation which this government is fueling with their inflationary spending. This government continues to deny the consequences of their inflationary spending, but we are confronted by them daily. Canadians call every day asking how the government expects them to keep up with the rising prices which are being caused by this government's out-of-control spending. This government has created an unpredictable economy with record-high inflation. Now, with their plan to triple the carbon tax, Canadians living on fixed incomes are being pushed to their limits. With the unpredictability of the economy, record high inflation rates, and the Liberal plan to raise taxes, the protection of pensions is vital. Canadians need to be secure in the knowledge that their pensions, which they have contributed to for many years, will not be at risk of disappearing overnight. As inflation continues to rise, those who rely on pensions from the private sector are more vulnerable. Not only do they have to worry about their monthly payments being stretched thinner and thinner, but also that the company paying their pensions may go bankrupt and use their pension fund to pay off its debts. Over the past 2 years, we know that many businesses have struggled. Many have not survived, and many may be on the verge of making the decision to close their doors. Should this happen, many people may find their pensions at risk. Pensioners should not have to worry about the security of their pension. The dream of retiring for Canadians should not be washed away because the pension fund of their company was used to pay off debts and give bonuses to executives. That is why our party believes that pension plans should be invested by independent trustees for the benefit of employees and should be held at arm's length, not accessible by the company or its creditors. By doing this, the pension fund will be solely focused on serving the workers that are contributing to it and will be drawing pensions out of it. And remove the ability for corporations to interfere with pension funds or cause them to become insolvent. Another important aspect of this bill that is supported by the independence of pension funds is that, in the event of bankruptcy, paying out pensions will become a priority, ensuring that seniors are not left behind. This will ensure that the many years of hard work by Canadian workers will still be rewarded with the pensions that they have earned. It will also ensure that even in the case of bankruptcy, the dream of retirement will not be lost. Canadians will still be able to depend on the investments they have made in their company's pension funds and plan for the future. I am sure that many of my colleagues in this place have heard from Canadians that they are finding it difficult to plan for their future when there is so much uncertainty due to the Liberals' inflation and their rising taxes. This bill provides an opportunity for members to vote in favour of giving Canadians security in their golden years, allowing them to retire and enjoy the fruits of their labour. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is very clear. We want to protect the pensions of hardworking Canadians. This bill seeks to bring more stability to private pension funds and ensure that Canadians do not lose out. This bill is a step towards giving Canadians more certainty and control over their own lives and hard-earned money, making sure that the money they have earned ends up in their own pockets. I know similar bills have been introduced in this House previously, and I am happy to see that Bill C-228 has had broad support amongst other parties. Again, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton and hope to see more initiatives in this House to help support Canadians. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton has right of reply, 5 minutes. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here at the final reading of this bill before the vote tomorrow and hopefully on to the Senate. It has been a long journey. Over the last at least 10 years, possibly longer, there have been numerous efforts to bring forward bills to get the pension protection that Canadians deserve. And basically, when I looked at the work that had been done, in every one of them there was something that not everyone could agree on. And so I cherry-picked from all of the different ideas that people could agree on and said, let's at least do something. Let's move in the direction of good. And that's how Bill C-228 came into being. Now, previously, there was a Bill C-253 in the last parliamentary session that did make it to Industry Committee. It was on the priority of pensions. This bill does 3 things. Tables a report in the House on the solvency of pension funds so that we can have greater transparency and know which funds are in trouble. And then it creates a mechanism for us to transfer funds into an insolvent fund from elsewhere in the business with no tax implication, so that we can fix this problem before it becomes a difficulty for the pensioner. Then, in the event of a bankruptcy, we would pay out pensions in priority over secured creditors like large banks, and preferred creditors and unsecured creditors. So that will put pensioners in a much better position. The pension funds will be solvent in general, and when there's a bankruptcy, certainly large creditors are way more likely to be able to survive one company going bankrupt than an individual that has actually paid into their pension and is counting on it for their retirement. And so I think that the bill has had much study. It's heard input from all kinds of stakeholders, and we're here today with what I think is a really good balance of all of the rights of the pensioners and the rights of the suppliers, I think we've got a very acceptable balance. I want to say thank you to a number of people. The member for Elmwood Transcona and the member for Manicouagan and Joliet, as well as all the Finance Committee members. There have been numerous people who have helped this bill along, provided their input, provided suggestions to improve it. And I want to thank the member for La Prairie, who traded his private member's spot for today to move this up quickly to get it over to the Senate. You know, it just shows that there's broad support for the bill. I think that when we look at the concerns that were raised about the bill, there was one amendment that was made at committee to include severance pay and termination pay in the priority. And I supported that. I said I supported it at second reading, but it was ruled out of scope by the chair, and eventually back in the House, the Liberals did want the Speaker to rule on that. And I think the Speaker correctly said committees don't have the power to put things in that are out of scope. But then we brought a unanimous consent motion. The member from Elmwood Transcona brought that motion to have the House decision be to put that amendment back in. And unfortunately, at that point, the Liberals did not support that amendment, and it was not supported with the unanimous consent motion. But now that amendment is out of the bill. That was the controversial part. I think the rest we can agree is the right thing to do for Canadians. And so I'm happy to hear the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader say tonight that he hasn't yet made his decision on how he's going to vote. I would encourage him to vote yes to Bill C-228. Now is the time in this parliamentary session for us finally, after 10 years of bringing various and sundry bills, to do the right thing for Canadians, to protect people who have worked their whole lives, have paid into a pension fund, and to put it with the priority that it needs to have. I look forward to the vote tomorrow, and I look forward to having all parties in this House support Bill C-228.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Epp, moved that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, and the Pensions Benefit Standards Act 1985 be now read a third time and do pass. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 23, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Is the Honourable Parliament? No, okay, so. Order, ad ordre. À ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on Saturday, I was invited to attend a rally in Edmonton hosted by the Iranian community, highlighting and showing solidarity with the ongoing protests. And my wife was working, so as I often do, I packed the 5 kids in the car and we went to this protest together. And in the morning, I've told my children about the situation in Iran, and in the morning they were making signs that they could bring, and I was so proud of them. My 9-year-old daughter and all the way down, my kids participating in this act of activism and solidarity with people of Iran along with me. And then as
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt the honourable member. I would ask members who are having conversations at the other end of the chamber here to please exit. Again, I just want to remind members to please exit if they're having conversations there. It's actually interrupting the proceedings. L'honorable député Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was just saying that on Saturday, I brought my 5 kids with me to a rally in solidarity with the people of Iran. We were making signs in the morning. It was a great family experience, engaging my kids in important social justice activism. But as I was preparing for this and thinking about what I was going to say at that rally, I was looking at the latest news from Iran. And it absolutely broke my heart to read the story of a young Iranian boy, Kian Pierre Falak, who also went to a protest with his parents and who was killed. By Iranian security forces, so-called. And his story just brought into sharp focus the horrors of what is happening, the grievous injustices of the Iranian regime for decades. And especially now, as people are standing up, fighting back, risking their lives for freedom and justice. We've heard the names of so many, of Kian, of Masa Amini, of so many who have been killed by this regime. And we honor those who are fighting back, who are seeking justice, who are boldly saying no solution but revolution, who recognize that this time will be different, that we need desperately a change of government, a change of regime in Iran, and I'm proud to pledge my solidarity and support to the people in that fight. And it's often we see politically that when there is something big going on, politicians want to put themselves into that parade, right? They want to be part of capturing this movement. Right? And we've seen this from the government. We've seen all kinds of efforts by this government, statements, questions, and so forth, to associate themselves to this movement. And I would welcome a late conversion to the cause of Iranian freedom by this government. But the fact is, they still have not taken the key step that the people of Iran have asked for, the Iranian community here in Canada have been asking for, and that is the listing of the Iranian regime's IRGC, their primary implement of terror, and listing them as a terrorist organization. And it really is baffling. The Deputy Prime Minister has, in fact, recognized that the IRGC is a terrorist organization. She said during a press conference, yes, the IRGC is a terrorist organization. And yet the government has refused to list them as a terrorist organization under the criminal code. How is the public to make sense of this? The government says this is a terrorist organization, but they say at the same time, we're not actually going to recognize them as a terrorist organization within the legislative instrument that is designed to recognize and ban terrorist organizations. And it's, of course, not just a symbolic matter, recognizing a terrorist organization. It's about preventing them from being able to do business here in Canada. It's recently been revealed that the Iranian regime is directly behind death threats towards Canadians. So we have this regime that is enacting terror against its own people, against people throughout the Middle East, and that is threatening the lives of people here in Canada, that has in fact taken the lives of people here in Canada, such as through the downing of Flight PS 752. The government has acknowledged that this is a terrorist organization, and yet they failed to list them as a terrorist organization. So if the government really wants to show that they're serious about showing solidarity, enough photo ops, enough statements, enough meetings, when will they list the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The brutal killing of Masa Amini by the so-called morality police and the Iranian regime's deadly response to the peaceful protests are once more displaying Iran's shameful disregard for human rights and the regime's support for terror. Our government, along with our international partners, are committed to holding Iran accountable for their actions in accordance with international law. I'd like to reiterate the robust measures Canada has imposed against Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, in response to these recent incidents, as well as long-term actions against Iran's systemic human rights violations and ongoing behavior that destabilizes regional security. Canada imposes rigorous sanctions against the Iranian regime and its leadership under the Special Economic Measures Act, or CEMA, which explicitly targets the IRGC and several sub-organizations, including the IRGC Air Force and the Air Force Missile Command. Since the beginning of the month of October, Canada has already listed 42 individuals and 12 entities under the CEMA, in addition to the 202 previously listed Iranian entities and individuals. Measures under CEMA prevent Canadians from dealing in any property belonging to listed persons. This effectively freezes all assets in Canada that belong to the sanctioned persons. Contravention of these provisions can carry heavy criminal penalties. Additionally, Canada lists Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. This listing, together with the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, allows victims to bring civil actions against Iran for losses or damages relating to terrorism. Once Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, becomes law,
It will align the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or IRPA, with CIMA to ensure all foreign nationals subject to sanctions under CIMA will also be inadmissible to Canada. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, on Friday, October 7th, the Prime Minister announced that Canada will be pursuing a listing of the Iranian regime, including the IRGC leadership, under the most powerful provision of the IRPA. The Iranian regime, including its top leaders, more than 10,000 officers and senior members, will be inadmissible to Canada in perpetuity for their engagement in terrorism and systemic and gross human rights violations. Moreover, the UN Security Council passed a number of resolutions to impose sanctions on Iran, which are implemented into Canadian law under the United Nations Act. As a result, 84 Iranian individuals and entities are sanctioned under this act. Similar to the Canadian measures under CIMA, engagement in certain activities and transactions involving listed individuals and entities is prohibited in Canada and for any Canadians outside of Canada. The Criminal Code also sets out a terrorist listing regime to help prevent the use of Canada's financial system to further terrorist activity and to assist in the investigation and prosecution of terrorist offences. Several of Iran's key proxy actors are captured by this scheme. For example, Canada has maintained the Criminal Code listing for the IRGC Quds Force as a terrorist entity since 2012. This force is recognized as responsible for terrorist operations and providing arms, funding, and training to other terrorist groups. The government continues to be unwavering in our commitment to keep Canadians safe, including by taking all appropriate action to counter terrorist threats in Canada and around the world, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's sadly typical of the responses we get from this government to read pre-prepared scripts that don't actually answer the question. The question for the parliamentary secretary and for the government was, why has the government chosen not to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization? Now, we had a vote in this House, which I believe the parliamentary secretary participated in, as did the Prime Minister, where they all members of the Liberal caucus voted in favor of our motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. That was 4 years ago. They did nothing after that. They still haven't listed the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Now, it's all well and good to talk about sanctioning individuals, but when you sanction individuals and not organizations, then new individuals can still use the resources of that organization. They're still able to operate here in Canada. They're still able to recruit here in Canada, and members of the organization who are not sanctioned can come to Canada with impunity. It is a simple question. The government voted to do it. They still have an answer. Why haven't they listed the IRGC? Can they answer the simple question?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member chooses to ignore the measures that we've already taken. Listings under the Criminal Code provide the legal and institutional framework.
The Honourable Member had an opportunity to ask the question. He may not like the answer. Order. There's no debate going back and forth. I am calling the Honourable Member out of order for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, and I would ask the Honourable Member to allow the Minister to speak. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's obvious the Honourable Member doesn't want to hear the answer and ignores what I've been saying. Listings under the Criminal Code provide the legal and institutional framework to implement measures to freeze and forfeit terrorist property and to help investigate and potentially prosecute someone for certain offences. Madam Speaker, Canada is committed to standing up for human rights and intervene against those who violate them. Canadians can have confidence in the continuing efforts of the government to further constrain the actions of Iran that threaten public safety and violate basic human rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this evening I'm following up on a question that I raised in the House on October 28th. The question I raised at that time was a follow-up on some encouraging news, which had been passed on to me by the Honourable Member for Oakville, North Burlington, that the Minister of Public Safety would, for the first time since the Liberals took office 7 years ago, be initiating a discussion with the RCMP on the subject of placing automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs, in police cruisers. As I always note when I am speaking on this subject, placing AEDs in all RCMP cruisers would save over 300 lives per year at a one-time cost of only $10 million, which boils down over a 10-year period, because AEDs last about 10 years, down to about $3,000 per life saved. I also note on that or noted on that occasion, that 300 lives per year is about 30 lives per month. And I suppose I could have added that that's a little less than one life per day. So, as I noted at that time is of the essence. And since each human life is as precious, Madam Speaker, as yours or mine is, it seems to me that this is something where every day that passes is a day that is too long. That said, I note that the minister's response to the question I raised on October the 28th was very encouraging. He said, and I quote, "I have engaged my office to be in touch with the RCMP to ensure that it has all the tools that it needs," end quote. Nearly a month has gone by since that time, which means that another 24 or so Canadians whose lives could have been saved had there been an AED in the RCMP cruiser responding to their particular 911 call, 911 call, have now died. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the minister, whose sincere interest in the subject I don't doubt. But bureaucracies move slowly, and naturally I would like to know what kind of progress has been made on the minister's promise, what kind of engagement, to use the minister's term, has been undertaken. Now, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington, who is, of course, also the parliamentary secretary to the minister, has very generously offered to give me a private briefing, and I'm very grateful to her that she made such a generous offer. But I think it would be good to get the progress that has been made so far onto the public record. So I'll ask the parliamentary secretary to provide the House with this information, and I'll listen with considerable interest to her response. I note as well that my interest in learning the details is sufficiently great that I will be also taking advantage of the option of placing a question on the order paper with regard to this progress, so that further details can be made part of the public record. I'm very grateful indeed that parliamentarians who came before us had the wisdom to include that particular wonderful tool of openness in government into our standing orders. Now, finally, I note that the parliamentary secretary mentioned, in response to an earlier question that I posed to her on October the 17th, that the possibility exists of using public-private partnerships to fund the acquisition of AEDs. Specifically, she stated, and again I quote, "If the honourable member had a private company that wanted to donate AEDs to all RCMP vehicles, I would be happy to work with him on that," end quote. I remain interested in this possibility, as the parliamentary secretary knows, and I would ask if she could offer any further details on what the government might be willing to consider. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member again, not only for his interest in placing automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, in RCMP vehicles, but also for the work that he's done to ensure that AEDs were in his local police service. Since our last discussion in this place, I have reached out to the RCMP to ask them about a private donation of AEDs. I also reached out to the honourable member to suggest that perhaps he and I could have a conversation in person rather than through question period or late shows to try and advance his idea, which I would be more than happy to work with him on. The information I can provide him tonight is that any donation would need to be accompanied by a detailed proposal outlining the amount of money being donated, which individuals or entities are proposing to donate the funds, and the rationale behind such a donation. Additional steps would be needed to determine what device or series of devices would be required for use nationally in RCMP vehicles. While the RCMP procured a limited number of AEDs, these devices were purchased for use primarily within facilities or for short-term events. An in-depth needs analysis would be required to evaluate operational parameters such as climate, temperature, and durability. A needs analysis is needed to ensure that any device purchased would operate to a known standard, regardless of the weather, temperature, or location in Canada, as AEDs generally cannot be stored in sub-zero temperatures. Given the operating environment of RCMP members across Canada, this is an important consideration. Furthermore, the analysis would need to consider the best place to house these devices within RCMP vehicles, being mindful of the other equipment officers require for their daily duties. Beyond the requirements of an in-depth analysis, there are several operational rollout and financial considerations that would need to be assessed, including the additional costs required for ongoing maintenance and replacement costs of the devices. Furthermore, given the unique contract policing role that the RCMP plays in Canada, decisions taken by provincial, territorial, and municipal government play a significant part in how the RCMP purchases, trains, maintains, and equips frontline members with new equipment, and the procurement of AEDs would be subject to the same consultation process with our contract partners. Finally, any other ethical obligations and due diligence related to such a donation would be carried out. While AEDs are not mandated, as we know, the RCMP does recognize the benefits of AEDs in specific locations and has developed a limited AED program which is guided by the RCMP National Occupational Safety Manual. In the context of RCMP facilities, AEDs have been approved for installation and use in select operational areas. Madam Speaker, the RCMP is committed to the communities they serve, and in maintaining this commitment, all officers are required to be trained and recertified every 3 years. Madam Speaker, I will reiterate to the honourable member that this is something that we absolutely can work on together. I do think it's going to be hard to work together on this in this format in the House of Commons, though. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that very informative answer. That was very helpful. I can just deal, perhaps, this is not so much in the nature of a question, but rather of a comment on the response that the RCMP gave to the Parliamentary Secretary. Some of the issues that are presented, I understand, are real issues. Some of them are red herrings, and I just want to alert her to that. The issue, for example, of the storage and the weather issues. Batteries, including those in AEDs, don't work as well in cold weather. Well, these are problems that have been overcome in other police forces. You can put defibrillators into a heated pack. They are stored in the back of a police car, where typically it's not as cold as the ambient outdoor temperature. And these are problems which exist for the Ottawa Police, for example, for the Toronto Police, which also have AEDs, and numerous other police forces in Canada. Madam Speaker, just note, she also mentioned the fact that officers are already required to get training, so training costs are in fact zero, and the cost I cited to her, I'd be happy to demonstrate this, is one that does include battery replacement and necessary servicing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York. Oh, sorry, I forgot about little jump there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I think I would like to reiterate to the honourable member that there's absolutely no doubt that AEDs save lives. I think some of his comments are valid. However, the weather in Ottawa is very different than what it would be in Nunavut. So I think those are considerations, but I don't think those are considerations that are not ones that we can't overcome. But I think we need to work together. Again, I will give him my commitment, and perhaps we can find some time to sit down together and come up with a plan on how to present a proposal to the RCMP and how we can move forward on this suggestion that I have no doubt whatsoever would save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for spending his evening with me on this very important matter. As I had mentioned last week, Isabella and other parents from my riding of Spadina, Fort York have told me about the proliferation of illegal cannabis shops operating in our community. Many of these illegal stores are using targeted ads and promotion to attract children. And these unscrupulous illegal businesses are also selling copycat edibles that look like candy. However, some of the products have actually poisoned children. And the problem exists because there has been a serious lack of enforcement of the many regulations that legitimate Canadian cannabis businesses must follow. Ignoring these rules have allowed the black market to flourish. Madam Speaker, many of these illegal businesses make upwards of $50,000 a day, according to some reports. And most are operating 24/7, selling their unregulated and contaminated products that, I can't emphasize this enough, target children. Some have even set up businesses right across the street from a school. Madam Speaker, some parents have tried to organize against these illegal cannabis shops, but have been warned to stay quiet or face retaliation. People are also afraid to even sign a petition against these operations using their real name, and they only do so anonymously. Parents are left feeling threatened, helpless, and hopeless. The growth in these illegal businesses is unacceptable and very dangerous to our youth. Moreover, the millions that are gained from selling illegal cannabis is often used to buy firearms and fund organized criminal activities, major crimes like money laundering and human trafficking. While I commend police in Spadina-Fort York, especially 14 Division, for their work in trying to shut down these illegal stores, they can't do it alone. And I hope the federal government will assist police in closing these illegal operations. So I want to ask my honorable colleague what the government is prepared to do to be able to crack down on these illegal pot shops.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I just allow the pages to, you guys can get up, that's okay. We're in a late show. You guys can, yeah, it's all good, no worries. Apologies to the member. And I'd like to thank the member for his conscientious concern on this issue and his consistency and advocacy on behalf of his constituent, Isabella, who I've also heard from on Twitter. So I also like to take a moment to thank Isabella for her community advocacy and her concern for, particularly for youth and their health in Toronto. Madam Speaker, the Cannabis Act is there to protect the health and safety of Canadians while serving as a flexible legislative framework that adapts and responds to the ongoing emerging needs of Canadians and helps displace the illegal cannabis market. The Act also established a national framework to strictly regulate and to restrict youth access to cannabis in Canada. And under the Cannabis Act, federal, provincial, and territorial governments share responsibility for overseeing cannabis production, distribution, and sale in Canada. Il incombe en province et territoire de déterminer.
It is up to the provinces and territories to determine how cannabis is sold in their territories. This includes establishments and rules stating how cannabis is sold, where stores can be, eligibility criteria to work in the industry, and points of sale.
Shares the concerns regarding illegal cannabis sales, which is why the Cannabis Act contains strict penalties for those who sell illegal cannabis, which, Madam Speaker, includes the sale of cannabis to minors. Individuals convicted of illegally selling or distributing cannabis are subject to sanctions, including those set out in the Act, which range from fines to imprisonment for up to 14 years. Government departments across Canada are working closely together to address illegal cannabis sales. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments and law enforcement agencies all work closely together to disrupt the illegal cannabis market and inform Canadians about the health risks from these unregulated products. Law enforcement plays a critical role in directly supporting the purposes of the Act. The Act provides law enforcement with the authority to take action against illegal cannabis retail sales and hold those who operate outside the legal framework accountable. We have invested in public education campaigns to educate Canadians about the risks of illegal cannabis and how to recognize the difference between legal and illegal cannabis, including the packaging, launching the Reduce Your Risk, Choose Legal Cannabis campaign in May 2022. Additionally, in response to reports of the accidental ingestion of illegal edible cannabis products by children, Health Canada has issued 2 advisories to raise public awareness of the dangers associated with illegal cannabis products. The most recent advisory included images of illegal cannabis products to show Canadians how similar some of these problems are and to how similar they look to popular name brand snack foods, and tips for recognizing legally sourced cannabis. We also provided guidance on how to store cannabis securely to prevent access by children and youth. Le gouvernement continuera à soutenir.
The government will continue to support its provincial and territorial partners, as well as law enforcement organizations, in fighting the illegal sale of cannabis. So we are determined to implement measures to stop youth from having access to illegal cannabis in order to protect the health of Canadians with regards to non-tested and unregulated goods.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his attention to this important concern and underscore that this is fundamentally a matter of shared jurisdiction across all levels of government. In this case, municipally with the Toronto Police, provincially with the OPP and provincial licensure of sales licenses, and of course federally, as I've laid out today in this response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his comments. I guess I want to share one more example of what's happening on the ground in my community. These illegal pot shops have actually enticed children into their illegal dispensaries with popcorn during Halloween. They are plastering promotions throughout the neighborhood, and without any fear of the authorities, they're just targeting children with their ads. Madam Speaker, Canada prohibits tobacco and alcohol ads that target minors. Would my honourable colleague agree that targeting ads used by illegal cannabis shops to attract children should also be prohibited?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I continue my rebuttal, of course, I am opposed to any illegal advertisement. If the advertisements are indeed illegal, then they are contrary to all of our laws. So, if they're an illegal product, then advertising for an illegal product in an illegal means is clearly, an infraction of the law. And
now the government's priority is protecting young people.
Complying with all the provisions of the Act, cannabis license holders must comply with strict requirements under the cannabis regulations, which include using child-resistant packaging and using plain packaging and labeling that is not appealing to youth. So absolutely, all of the concerns that my colleague has laid out tonight demonstrate a willful opposition to the laws. And in addition, I'm happy to continue this conversation at some other time with my colleague. I know we're running short on time this evening, but I want to thank him again for his attention to this important matter.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.